Chapter 1 Part 1 The Breaking. The heat hit Tony Billings's face like a physical thing, a wall of scorching air that made his 17-year-old lungs seize and his eyes water behind the tinted safety glasses. But he didn't step back. Couldn't step back. Not with his father watching from the control booth above, and not with the entire third-shift crew of Liberty Steel's No. 4 blast furnace, waiting to see if Joseph Billings's kid had the sand to make it in the mill. It was June 1995, and this was Tony's first week on the floor. "Keep your head turned," shouted Mickey Brozowski, the ladle operator whose forearms were cross-hatched with burn scars that looked like a road map of hell. "Don't ever look straight at the pour. That slag'll blind you faster than you can blink." Tony nodded, keeping his face angled away from the tapping hole where 2,800 degrees of molten iron was about to come rushing out. The air itself seemed to shimmer and warp. Somewhere in the cavernous darkness above them, the skip hoists clanked and groaned, hauling loads of coke, limestone, and iron ore up to the furnace's gaping mouth. The whole building thrummed with purpose, a mechanical heartbeat that Tony could feel in his sternum. 30 seconds, called out the tapper, a wiry Puerto Rican named Santos, who'd been doing this for 23 years. He positioned his oxygen lance like a knight readying a lance for a joust. Everybody clear the line. The floor crew, 12 men in all, their faces streaked with soot and sweat despite the early hour, backed away from the trough that would channel the molten iron into the massive ladle. Tony found himself pressed against a support beam next to Big Mike Kowalski, who smelled like cigarettes, coffee, and something metallic that Tony would later learn was the particular scent of a man who'd spent 30 years breathing iron dust. "Your old man was the best tap man this mill ever had," Big Mike said, not looking at Tony, his eyes fixed on Santos. "Could hear a furnace getting ready to blow 2 shops over. Saved a lot of lives, your pop. He never talks about it much," Tony said. "Good men don't." Big Mike spat tobacco juice into a Maxwell house can. "They just do the work." Santos triggered the lance. A jet of pure oxygen hit the clay plug sealing the tapping hole, and for a heartbeat nothing happened. Then the plug blew out with a sound like a cannon shot, and hell came pouring forth. The iron came out white-hot, so bright it hurt to look at even sideways. It hit the trough and flowed like a river of fire, casting dancing shadows on the smoke-stained walls. Sparks fountained up where droplets hit the refractory bricks. The noise was immense, a roaring, hissing, spitting fury that seemed to come from the earth itself. Tony watched, transfixed, as the ladle filled. 70 tons of liquid iron, each ton worth its weight in everything that made America run. The crankshafts in the Fords and Chevys parked outside, the I-beams holding up the new elementary school downtown, the rails carrying freight across the Alleghenies. This wasn't just metal. This was the stuff of civilization, rendered down to its molten essence. "Beautiful, ain't she?" Big Mike shouted over the roar. Tony couldn't speak. Something had seized his throat, not fear, but something bigger, a sense of being connected to something ancient and essential. His great-grandfather had worked these same furnaces when they were fired up in 1919. His grandfather had manned them through the Depression and the war. His father had given 43 years to this place. And now here was Tony, 17 years old, standing in the blast furnace's hellish glow, feeling like he'd finally found the answer to a question he hadn't known he was asking. The tap ran for 7 minutes. When Santos finally clay-plugged the hole and the last dribbles of iron cooled to black in the trough, the overhead crane rumbled to life. Its hooks descended on cables thick as a man's wrist, clanking into the ladle's lifting lugs with a sound that echoed through the cathedral-high space. "Clear!" shouted the crane operator from his cab, invisible somewhere in the shadows above. The ladle rose, swaying slightly, glowing cherry red from its cargo. It moved on its track toward the basic oxygen furnace, where the real magic would happen, where that pig iron would be refined into steel. carbon burned away in a white-hot fury of chemical transformation that turned ore into something that could hold an edge, bear a load, last a century. Tony watched it go, his heart hammering. "You done good, kid," Big Mike said, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Didn't faint, didn't puke, didn't run. That's all we ask for on day one." "I want to learn it all," Tony heard himself saying. "Every station, every process. I want to know how it all works." Big Mike studied him for a long moment, his weathered face unreadable in the furnace light. Then he smiled. The first time Tony had seen the man's expression change from its usual mask of industrial-grade skepticism. "Your old man was right about you," he said. "Come on. Let's go clock out before Santos makes us help with the cleanup. First rule of mill work, never volunteer for anything, and always know when to disappear." As they walked toward the locker room, passing under pipes that dripped condensation and past electric motors the size of pickup trucks, Tony glanced up at the control booth. Through the grimy window he could see his father, silhouetted against the instrument panels, making notes in the production log. Joseph Billings, master steelmaker, 43 years of service, keeper of the old knowledge. Tony made a promise to himself right then. He would learn everything his father knew. Every secret of the furnaces, every trick of the trade, every way to read the color of the iron and the sound of the machinery. This place, this work, it was real in a way nothing else in his life had ever been. No bullshit, no pretending, just men and metal and the unforgiving mathematics of heat. By the time he got home that morning, the sun was up and his mother had breakfast waiting. She took one look at his soot-blackened face and the burn hole in his work shirt. A spark had gotten him despite Mickey's warnings, and tears welled up in her eyes. "You look just like your father did," she said softly. "The first day he brought you to see the mill, you were 6 years old. You told me you wanted to make steel when you grew up. I hoped you'd forget." "Why would I forget?" Tony asked, wolfing down eggs and scrapple. She was quiet for a moment, staring out the kitchen window at the neighborhood where 3 generations of Morellis had lived. "Because making things is hard," she finally said. "And the world doesn't always reward the people who do hard things." But Tony didn't believe that. Not then. Not with the memory of that molten pour still bright behind his eyes, and the promise of a future stretching out before him, as straight and true as a rail of Liberty steel. He would remember that moment later. Remember it with the kind of clarity that comes only when you've lost something precious, and wonder if his mother had seen it coming even then. The great unmaking, the silence that would fall like snow over these furnaces, muffling everything they had built. But that was still ahead. That June morning, with the smell of hot metal still in his nostrils and his father's approval warming him like a private son, Tony Billings believed in steel the way other people believed in God. He believed the work would always be there. He believed the furnaces would never go cold. He believed wrong. Chapter 2. The chain Joseph Billings's hands told the story of 43 years in the mill. They were large hands, scarred and calloused, with nails permanently stained dark from decades of iron dust worked into the nail beds. The knuckles were swollen from old breaks that had healed crooked because there hadn't been time to let them set properly. Not when the furnace needed tending, and a man's shift didn't end, just because he'd smashed his hand between a ladle and a support beam. Those hands now held a cup of coffee at the Sunrise Diner on Main Street, and Tony watched them shake slightly as his father raised the cup to his lips. It was Saturday morning, September 2007, and this was their ritual. Breakfast together before Joseph Billings' shift, a chance for the father to teach and the son to learn. Tony was 29 now, married to Katie from the accounting department, with a baby girl named Grace who had her mother's eyes, and God help her, her father's stubborn chin. He'd worked his way up from the furnace floor to the rolling mill, learning every station like he'd promised himself 12 years ago. He could read the color of hot steel like his father could, knew when a bearing was about to seize just from the sound, understood the intricate dance of temperature and timing that turned molten metal into structural beams. "You see this?" Joseph said, pointing out the window at Murphy's Hardware across the street. Old Man Murphy was outside, wrestling a dolly loaded with American-made shovels through the door. "That's 7 transactions right there before those shovels even hit the shelf." Tony had heard this lecture before, but he listened anyway. His father taught by repetition, layering knowledge like the carbon layers in good steel. "First," Joseph continued, counting on his scarred fingers, "someone mined the ore. Second, someone shipped it. Third, we melted it and rolled it. Fourth, someone stamped and shaped those blades. Fifth, someone made the handles. Sixth, someone assembled them. Seventh, someone trucked them to Murphy's. Each step, people got paid. Each paycheck bought groceries, paid mortgages, and sent kids to school. That money turned over 8 times in towns like this before it ever left. The only worker who did not add value to the product was the shipper. Yet the system needed him and paid for his services, even though he contributed not a cent to the value of those shovels and increased the cost to the consumer. Roundabout production, Tony said, remembering the term from one of the economics books his father had pressed on him. "The longer the chain, the richer we all get," Joseph agreed. "But you got to maintain every link. Break one, the whole thing falls apart." The waitress, Marcy Sullivan, whose brother worked in the mill's maintenance department, refilled their coffee and slid a plate of scrapple and eggs in front of Joseph. "You boys see the news about that muscle thing?" she asked. Tony and Joseph exchanged glances. "What muscle thing?" Tony asked, though a cold weight was already settling in his stomach. "Some environmental group found an endangered mussel in the river below the mill," Marcy said. "They're saying the discharge is killing them. My brother says there's lawyers all over the plant this week." Joseph was very still. Then he set down his coffee with careful precision, as if the cup might shatter. "What kind of mussel?" "Snuffbox, they called it. Funny name." Marcy moved on to refill other cups, oblivious to the way Joe's face had gone gray. "That's the third thing this year," Joseph said quietly. "First it was the warbler nesting in the coal ridge. Then it was the Clean Air Act expansion. Now this. They can't shut us down over a mussel," Tony said. But even as the words left his mouth, he remembered the paper mill over in Allentown. They'd found some kind of protected salamander in their wastewater system. Took 3 years of legal battles, and by the time they'd resolved it, the market had moved on, and the mill had closed. 400 jobs gone, just like that. "They can shut us down over anything they want," Joseph said. "That's the thing about rules, son. Whoever writes them controls everything." Chapter 3. The lawyers. The Ironvale High School gymnasium hadn't been this packed since the 1987 state basketball championship. 800 people crowded onto the bleachers, stood along the walls, and spilled out into the hallway. The air was thick with body heat and something else. Anger mixed with desperation, the particular smell of people who just realized they were drowning and nobody was coming to save them. Ed Callahan stood at a folding table on the basketball court, flanked by Patricia Williams and Joseph Billings. Behind them, a banner someone had hastily painted read, "Save Liberty Steel. Save Ironvale." In front of them, a sea of faces. Mill workers still in their work clothes, wives and husbands, kids who should have been doing homework, retirees who'd given 30 years to the furnaces and were about to watch their pensions evaporate. This was 3 months before the final shutdown. 3 months, while they still believed something might be done. "We've invited State Senator Richard Smith to address your concerns," Ed said into a microphone that squealed feedback. "He's assured me he's looking into our situation at the highest levels." Senator Smith climbed onto the small stage they'd erected. He was 53, silver-haired, with the kind of professionally sympathetic face that came from 20 years of town halls and ribbon cuttings. He wore a blue Oxford shirt with the sleeves rolled up, the uniform of politicians who wanted to look like they worked with their hands without ever actually doing so. First, let me say how heartbroken I am about what's happening here, Smith began, his voice carrying the practiced cadence of a man who'd given this speech before, in other dying towns, about other closing factories. Liberty Steel is the backbone of this community. My grandfather worked in a mill. I understand what this means to you. From the third row of bleachers, Big Mike Kowalski called out, "So what are you going to do about it?" Smith nodded, gravely. "I'm glad you asked. I've been on the phone with the EPA, with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the Interior Department. I've requested a full review of the Endangered Species Act implementation in this case. I'm exploring legislative remedies, and I want you to know." He paused for emphasis, making eye contact with various sections of the crowd. "I will fight for you with everything I have." The crowd wanted to believe him. Tony Billings, sitting with the other union reps, could feel the desperate hope rippling through the gymnasium. These were people who'd spent their lives trusting institutions, government, courts, laws. They still wanted to believe the system would work if they just pushed hard enough. Joseph leaned over and whispered to Tony, "He's lying." What? Not maliciously. He might even believe it himself. But he's lying. Joseph's face was grim. This is federal law, federal courts, federal agencies. He's a state senator. He has exactly zero power to change any of this. Someone else in the crowd asked, "Can't you get Congress to make an exception? Pass a bill?" Vance's expression was pained. "I'm working with our congressional delegation. Representative Morrison has agreed to co-sponsor a bill that would create a pathway for economic hardship exemptions to the ESA. But I want to be honest with you." Another practiced pause. "The legislative process takes time. We need to build support, navigate committee hearings, address the concerns of our colleagues who are understandably worried about environmental protection. How much time?" This from Marcy Sullivan, the diner waitress whose brother worked in mill maintenance. "These things can take months, sometimes years." "We have 30 days, someone shouted. 30 days to submit a compliance plan we can't afford, or they shut us down. Smith raised his hands in a calming gesture. "I understand your frustration. What I'm asking for is your patience and your faith. Keep pressure on your representatives, write letters, make calls. Show them that Iron Veil won't go quietly. And in the meantime, I'm going to keep fighting at every level of government to find a solution." The meeting went on for another 90 minutes. People asked questions. Smith gave answers that sounded substantive, but promised nothing. The local TV news filmed for 10 minutes, then packed up. A reporter from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette scribbled notes, looking bored. When it was over, Tony found his father smoking a cigarette outside the gymnasium, staring at the parking lot full of pickup trucks and aging sedans. "You think he's really trying?" Tony asked. Joseph took a long drag, exhaled smoke into the October air. "Doesn't matter if he is. He's a state senator fighting federal law. He could work 24 hours a day for the next year, and it wouldn't change anything. The ESA is federal statute. The lawsuit is in federal court. The injunction will come from a federal judge. The EPA, the Fish and Wildlife Service, the Corps of Engineers, all federal. Smith might as well be fighting gravity. Then why'd he come here and say all that? Because that's what politicians do. They perform concern. They look busy. And most importantly," Joseph flicked ash onto the pavement, "they buy time for the real players to finish what they started." Tony didn't understand. Not yet. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette ran the story on page B7, local section, squeezed between a piece about a new Italian restaurant in Shadyside and an article about high school football. The headline read, "Mill workers clash with environmental groups over endangered mussel." The story was 400 words. It quoted Senator Smith saying he was committed to finding a solution that protects both jobs and the environment. It quoted Jennifer Ashford from the Environmental Defense Coalition saying we can't make exceptions to environmental law based on economic convenience. It quoted Ed Callahan saying 1,500 families, about to lose everything. The article included no photos of the meeting, no interviews with workers, No explanation of how the mill actually worked or what it meant to the town. Just both sides' rhetoric and a word count that fit the available column inches. National media said nothing at all. Tony drove to Pittsburgh 3 days later for a fundraiser at a shady-side home. Someone at the union had a cousin who knew people with money, people who might help. The house was a restored Victorian, probably worth $800,000, with a pristine garden and a Prius in the driveway. Inside, 30 people stood around with wine glasses, mostly professional types in their 30s and 40s. The host, a lawyer named Rebecca something, had agreed to let Tony speak for 5 minutes about Liberty Steel. He stood in the living room, feeling like an alien in his department store suit, and told them what was happening. The muscle, the compliance costs, the closure, the 1,500 jobs, the town that would die. When he finished, there was polite applause and a moment of uncomfortable silence. Then the question started. Can't the workers just retrain for other careers? A woman in yoga pants, holding a glass of Pinot Grigio. We're steel workers, Tony said. Machinists, electricians, crane operators. Some guys have been doing this for 30 years. Retrain for what? Well, coding, or healthcare, or... She gestured vaguely. There are lots of growing fields. A man in a blazer jumped in. Look, I feel for these people, I really do. But manufacturing is dying anyway. This just speeds up the inevitable. Better to help them transition now than let them cling to jobs that won't exist in 10 years. The jobs would exist if we let them, Tony said, trying to keep his voice level. We make good steel. We have customers. The only thing killing us is regulations designed to protect the environment, a woman interrupted. She was younger, maybe late 20s, with the kind of earnest intensity Tony associated with recent college graduates. I'm sorry, but we can't sacrifice biodiversity for jobs. That's just selfish. My grandfather was a coal miner in West Virginia. He died of black lung. He would have wanted us to protect the environment, even if it cost him his job. Tony stared at her. Did you ever ask him? He's dead. Convenient. The room got colder. Rebecca, the host, stepped in, diplomatic. I think what Sarah is saying is that we have to think about the long-term health of the planet, not just short-term economic concerns. My mortgage isn't short-term, Tony said quietly. My daughter's future isn't short-term. The knowledge we're about to lose, 3 generations of expertise in metallurgy and manufacturing, that's not short-term. But you're right. 200 muscles are definitely more important than all that. He left without the donation they'd half promised. Drove back to Ironvale in silence, understanding something he hadn't quite grasped before. These people, educated, comfortable, well-meaning people, genuinely believed they were the heroes. They'd probably donate to wildlife funds. They'd recycle. They'd buy organic produce and feel good about saving the planet. And they'd never, not once, think about the mill workers in Ironvale, because they'd never met a mill worker. Never needed to. Could go their whole lives in their nice neighborhoods, their professional jobs, their world of services and screens, and never once encounter someone who made physical things for a living. The consequences of their righteousness were invisible to them, and invisible things don't count. 2 weeks later, Senator Smith held a press conference in Harrisburg. Tony and Joseph made the 3-hour drive to attend. Smith stood at a podium flanked by 3 other state legislators, and a blown-up photo of the snuffbox muscle that someone had printed for dramatic effect. Today, I'm announcing the formation of a bipartisan task force to study the economic impact of endangered species regulations on Pennsylvania's manufacturing sector, Smith declared. We will hold hearings, collect testimony, and present our findings to the General Assembly with recommendations for state-level action to protect our workers while respecting environmental law. The cameras clicked. The reporter scribbled. Joseph leaned close to Tony. This is what they do when they can't do anything. They form task forces. Study the problem. By the time they finish studying it, the mill will be closed, the workers scattered, and it won't matter anymore. So why announce it? Because it looks like action. It gives people hope. It buys time. Joseph's voice was bitter. Time for the lawsuits to move forward, for the court dates to arrive, for the injunction to be issued. By the time this task force issues a report, it'll all be over, and Smith will shrug and say, "We tried, but the federal government wouldn't listen." Which is true, because the federal government doesn't have to listen. Tony understood then, this wasn't a fight. It was theater. Kabuki. Everyone playing their assigned role. The senator looking concerned and busy. The environmental groups pressing their legal advantage. The workers shouting into the void. The media capturing it all in neat both sides packages that meant nothing. The machine was running, and their job was to stand in front of it long enough to be crushed slowly instead of quickly. False hope as a time-buying mechanism. The anatomy of their impotence became clearer with each passing week. Organization. The Environmental Defense Coalition had 8 full-time lawyers, a communications director, a lobbying team, and $800 million in assets spread across a network of foundations. They'd been planning this campaign for 3 years, coordinating with similar groups, timing their lawsuit for maximum effectiveness. Liberty Steel's workers had a union rep, a GoFundMe page that raised $14,000, and no media contacts. They'd found out about the muscle 30 days before the compliance deadline. It wasn't a fight. It was pest control, with paperwork. Geography, 80% of Americans lived in urban areas. They bought their steel products from Amazon. Never thought about where they came from. The mill could close, the town could die, and 250 million Americans would never notice because it was happening in a place they'd never heard of to people they'd never meet. Narrative. The environmental groups controlled the story because their version was simpler and more appealing. Heroic activists save endangered species from polluters. Clean heroes, clear villains, pretty pictures of muscles. The workers' counter-narrative. Working families destroyed by distant elites imposing costs they'll never pay. Never got traction because it was complicated and unsympathetic. Urban journalists found it easier to frame as jobs versus environment, with the implicit understanding that anyone who sided with jobs was probably a Republican, and therefore wrong by default. Power. The people making decisions, judges, regulators, legislators, would never pay the price of those decisions. The lawyers would go home to nice neighborhoods in Washington and Philadelphia. The environmental activists would celebrate their victory and move on to the next campaign. The judge who issued the injunction had lifetime tenure. Senator Smith would get reelected by Pittsburgh's suburbs that didn't care about mill closures. And the workers? They were the externality. The cost that never appeared on anyone's balance sheet, except their own one night 5 weeks before the shutdown. Tony found his father in the garage, going through boxes of old production logs. "What are you looking for?" Tony asked. "Evidence," Joseph said. "Proof that we've been in compliance, that the river's been fine, that the muscles showed up recently, something that might matter in court." "Dad, the law doesn't care if we're in compliance. The muscle is endangered. We affect the muscle. That's all the law requires." "I know." Joseph kept searching anyway, the desperate action of a man who couldn't accept that there was nothing left to do. Finally he stopped, sat down on a crate, and looked at his son. "You asked me the other night why people let this happen. Why nobody stops it. Yeah. I've been thinking about that, and I think I have the answer." Joseph pulled out a cigarette, lit it, violated his own no smoking in the garage rule. "We let it happen because the people who make the decisions never pay the price. The lawyers go home to nice neighborhoods. The judges have lifetime appointments. The politicians get reelected by other people in other places. The activists feel good about themselves, put it on their resumes, move up in their organizations. The journalists write their stories and move on to the next one. And us? We're the cost of their righteousness that they never have to see or count. We're not organized, not rich, not connected, and not sympathetic. We're just the people who make things. And this country decided a long time ago that people who make things don't matter anymore." "But here's the part that really kills me." Joseph's voice cracked slightly. "We still believe in the system. We think if we just explain it clearly enough, if we just make our case, someone will listen. Someone will help." The senator will come through. The courts will see reason. The media will tell our story. But they won't, because the federal government is a mammoth, and we're 800 people in a dying town in Pennsylvania. We're not just fighting the ESA or the environmental groups. We're fighting a system that's fundamentally designed to weigh national abstractions over local realities, to value the theoretical future over the actual present, to protect symbols over people. They're not even fighting us, Tony. We're not important enough to fight. They're just processing us, going through the motions. The law says X, therefore X happens. The fact that X destroys a town and 1,500 families is regrettable. An unfortunate necessity. The price of progress. Joseph stubbed out his cigarette. So that's why people let it happen. Because the people with power to stop it don't care. And the people who care have no power. And by the time everyone figures out what's happening, it's already over. Tony sat down next to his father on the concrete floor of the garage, among the boxes of documentation that wouldn't save them. Above them, fluorescent lights hummed. Outside, Ironvale went about its evening. Dinner dishes being washed, homework being done, TV shows being watched. Normal life in a town that had 60 days left before it started dying. There's one more thing, Joseph said. The senator, the task force, all that busy work, that's not incompetence. It's the system working exactly as designed. They're giving us just enough hope to keep us quiet, while the real machinery does its work. Keep the workers focused on the task force, instead of, I don't know, blocking the courthouse, or chaining themselves to the furnaces. Give them the illusion of process, of being heard, right up until the day the injunction comes down and it's too late to do anything but comply. Smith isn't our ally. He's not even neutral. Whether he knows it or not, he's running interference for federal power, making us think we have a chance, buying time for the lawyers and the courts and the regulatory agencies to finish what they started. It's all kabuki theater. Nothing is genuine. Nothing will change. Tony thought about the meeting at the high school, the 800 people who'd shown up, desperate and angry and hopeful. Senator Smith promising to fight for them. The applause. The belief that their voices mattered. They'd been so sure that showing up would make a difference, that democracy meant they had a say. They'd been wrong. The mill would close in 60 days, and every word spoken at that town hall meeting would be forgotten by everyone except the people who'd spoken them. What do we do? Tony asked. Joseph stood up, his knees creaking. We show up. We work until the last shift. We box up our things. We look for other jobs. We watch everything we built turn to rust. And we remember. We remember that this country used to make things, and used to value the people who made them. We remember so that maybe, someday, someone figures out what we lost and why it mattered. He headed back into the house, leaving Tony alone with the production logs and the dead cigarette and the terrible understanding that they'd been fighting a battle that was over before it began. Outside, in the river below the mill, 200 snuffbox mussels continued their slow, silent lives, unaware that they'd been the excuse, not the reason, but the excuse, for a system to do what it had wanted to do all along, eliminate the messy, difficult, essential work of making real things in the real world. The invisible crushing the invisible, while everyone who mattered looked the other way. Chapter 4. The Balance, May, 1948. Joseph Billings, 22 years old and fresh from 2 years at a technical college, stood at the edge of the Monongahela River on his first day at Liberty Steel. The water was brown, carrying the residue of 100 miles of coal mines and industrial discharge. The smell was sharp, sulfur and chemicals and something metallic that caught in the back of his throat. Not pretty, is it? The plant manager, Frank Sullivan, stood beside him, a thick-set man in his 50s who'd worked steel for 30 years. No, sir, Joseph said honestly, but it's better than it was. Sullivan pointed upstream. 10 years ago you couldn't stand here for the smell. Fish were dead. Water was so acidic it ate through boat hulls. Now? Still not good, but improving. We're part of that. Joseph looked at the massive steel mill behind him. 5 blast furnaces, acres of rolling mills, the coke batteries glowing orange in the morning light. 1,500 men worked here, making steel that built America, and all of it dumped into this river. "How are we part of making it better?" he asked. Sullivan smiled. "Come on. I'll show you." The treatment facility was new, built just 3 years earlier in response to Pennsylvania's Clean Streams Law amendments. Sullivan walked Joseph through the process. Water comes from the quenching operations, from the cooling systems, from washing the coal, Sullivan explained. Used to go straight into the river. Now it comes here first. The facility had settling tanks where solid materials precipitated out. Chemical treatment to neutralize acids. Filtration systems to remove metals. It wasn't perfect. Sullivan admitted that freely. But it removed about 60% of the pollutants before the water returned to the river. "Cost us $400,000 to build," Sullivan said, "plus $50,000 a year to operate. But Pennsylvania law says we do it, so we do it." "And if you don't?" Joseph asked. "State can fine us, shut us down, even prosecute. Sanitary Water Board doesn't mess around. They've got engineers who understand steel production, who know what's possible and what's not. They work with us, tell us what the standards are, give us time to meet them, but they enforce." Joseph watched the treated water flow into the river. Still not clean, but cleaner. Does it work? The law? Look at the numbers. Sullivan pulled out a report from the State Department of Health. 1940. pH in this river was 5.7, battery acid territory. Now, 6.8 and rising. Dissolved metals down by half. Sulfate levels dropping. It's working because companies like us are investing in compliance, and the state is enforcing reasonable standards. "Reasonable," Joseph repeated. "That's the key word," Sullivan said. "They don't demand perfection overnight. They set targets. Give us time to meet them. Work with us on the engineering. We're all trying to clean up the rivers. State knows if they regulate us out of business, the rivers don't get any cleaner. So we find a balance." Joseph learned the steel business over the next decade, working his way from basic operations to shift supervisor. He learned the chemistry of iron and carbon, the physics of blast furnaces, the economics of production. And he learned that Liberty Steel was part of a community, not just making steel, but supporting schools and hospitals and infrastructure. In 1958, Pittsburgh opened the Alcosan sewage treatment plant, a massive facility built through cooperation between the city, surrounding municipalities, and industrial users like Liberty Steel. "We paid $5 million toward construction," Sullivan told the workforce at a company meeting. "That's a lot of money, but we're part of this community. Half the sewage in these rivers is ours. Industrial waste, cafeteria discharge, sanitary facilities for 1,500 workers. If the city's treating its sewage, we need to help pay for it." The plant went online in October 1958. Within 6 months, the improvement was visible. The brown scum that had coated the riverbanks began to disappear. The smell, that sour, organic rot, diminished. Fish started returning to stretches of river that had been dead for decades. "This is how it should work," Joseph said to his crew one day in 1960. He was 34 now, a shift supervisor with a wife and a baby son named Tony. "We make steel. We make money. We invest in our community and our environment. Everyone wins." "You sound like one of those environmentalists," a younger worker joked. "I sound like a guy who wants his son to fish in clean rivers," Joseph corrected. "And who knows we can afford it because business is good." Business was very good. The 1950s and 60s were boom years for Liberty Steel. Post-war construction, the interstate highway system, the space program, all of it required steel. The mill ran at near capacity, employed over 2,000 workers, paid middle-class wages that bought houses and cars and college educations. And through it all, the rivers kept getting cleaner. Pennsylvania's regulatory framework evolved steadily. New standards for specific pollutants. tighter controls on acid mine drainage, requirements for monitoring and reporting. Liberty Steel met each new requirement, sometimes grudgingly, but always ultimately complying. Why? A new engineer asked Joseph in 1965. Why not fight it? Why not do the minimum? Because the state will shut us down if we don't, Joseph said. And because it's the right thing to do. And because, he paused, thinking about how to explain it. Because a wealthy society can afford environmental protection. We're wealthy because we make things. Because we're productive. Because we've built capital and infrastructure. That wealth lets us invest in clean water. If we fought every regulation, eventually we'd lose public support. Eventually the regulations would get even tougher. Better to comply, show we're responsible, maintain our social license to operate. Social license? The community's permission to exist. They tolerate our smoke and noise and traffic because we employ their sons and pay good wages and treat the rivers better each year. Break that bargain, and they'll regulate us out of existence. It was an insight that would haunt Joseph in later years. By 1968, the rivers running through Pittsburgh were cleaner than they'd been in a century. Not pristine. That would take decades more, but measurably, undeniably better. The pH was nearly neutral. Metal concentrations were down by 70%. Raw sewage discharge was minimal except during severe storms. Recreational fishing had returned. Some stretches even had mayfly hatches, sensitive insects that couldn't survive in polluted water. Joseph, 42 years old, and one of Liberty Steel's senior engineers, stood in the same spot where he'd first looked at the Monongahela 20 years earlier. The water was clearer. The smell was gone. He'd been part of this, part of cleaning these rivers while keeping the steel mills running. It had worked. State regulation, reasonable enforcement, cooperative compliance, steady investment. The balance between economic activity and environmental protection had been found and maintained. Then, the federal government decided to get involved. The rumors started in 1968. A new federal agency was being proposed, an environmental protection agency that would consolidate all environmental regulation under federal control. Joseph attended an industry conference where the proposal was debated. It's necessary, argued a lawyer from Washington. State enforcement is too weak, too variable. Some states do well. He nodded toward Pennsylvania's representatives, but others do nothing. We need uniform national standards. You'll destroy what's working, countered an engineer from a Cleveland well. We've spent 20 years building relationships with state regulators who understand our industry. Now you want to replace them with federal bureaucrats who've never seen a blast furnace. Federal standards will be stronger, the lawyer said. Stronger isn't always better, the engineer replied. Stronger can mean impossible. Stronger can mean uneconomical. Stronger can mean you regulate us out of business, and the rivers don't get any cleaner because the mills are gone. The debate went on for hours. Joseph listened, increasingly uneasy. That night, he wrote in a journal he'd started keeping, "They're going to federalize environmental regulation. I understand why. Some states are doing nothing. But Pennsylvania's system works. We've cleaned these rivers while keeping the mills profitable. That took 20 years of building trust, of regulators learning our processes, of us learning to comply efficiently. Now Washington wants to take over. I think this is going to change everything, and not for the better. A federal bureaucrat 1,000 miles away doesn't care if Liberty Steel employs 2,000 people in Mon Valley. Doesn't understand the economics of steel production. Doesn't know what's technically possible versus what sounds good in a regulation. They'll impose rules. We'll try to comply, and eventually they'll regulate us out of existence. The environmentalists think federal control means cleaner rivers. What it really means is dead industries, and no one left to pay for environmental cleanup. The Environmental Protection Agency was established on December 2, 1970. Joseph was 44 years old, at the peak of his career and knowledge. He'd spent his entire adult life in steel, had watched the rivers transform from industrial sewers to recovering ecosystems, had been part of a system that worked. And now that system was being dismantled in favor of federal control. The first EPA inspector arrived at Liberty Steel in March 1971. He was young, maybe 28, with a degree in environmental science and no industrial experience. He spent 3 days reviewing their operations, their treatment systems, their compliance records. "You're not meeting the new federal standards. Will be stronger," the lawyer said. "Stronger isn't always better," the engineer replied. "Stronger can mean impossible. Stronger can mean uneconomical. Stronger can mean you regulate us out of business and the rivers don't get any cleaner because the mills are gone." The debate went on for hours. Joseph listened, increasingly uneasy. That night, he wrote in a journal he'd started keeping, "They're going to federalize environmental regulation. I understand why. Some states are doing nothing. But Pennsylvania's system works. We've cleaned these rivers while keeping the mills profitable. That took 20 years of building trust, of regulators, learning our processes, of us learning to comply efficiently. Now Washington wants to take over. I think this is going to change everything, and not for the better. A federal bureaucrat 1,000 miles away doesn't care if Liberty Steel employs 2,000 people in Mon Valley, doesn't understand the economics of steel production, doesn't know what's technically possible versus what sounds good in a regulation. They'll impose rules, we'll try to comply, and eventually they'll regulate us out of existence. The environmentalists think federal control means cleaner rivers. What it really means is dead industries, and no one left to pay for environmental cleanup. The Environmental Protection Agency was established on December 2, 1970. Joseph was 44 years old, at the peak of his career and knowledge. He'd spent his entire adult life in steel, had watched the rivers transform from industrial sewers to recovering ecosystems, had been part of a system that worked, and now that system was being dismantled in favor of federal control. The first EPA inspector arrived at Liberty Steel in March 1971. He was young, maybe 28, with a degree in environmental science and no industrial experience. He spent 3 days reviewing their operations, their treatment systems, their compliance records. "You're not meeting the new standards," he announced at the end of his inspection. Frank Sullivan, now in his 70s but still working, bristled. "What new standards? We're in full compliance with Pennsylvania law. Federal standards are stricter. You need upgraded treatment, better monitoring, new equipment." "How much will that cost?" Joseph asked. The inspector shrugged. "That's not my concern. My job is enforcement, not economics." After he left, Sullivan turned to Joseph. 23 years we worked with the state, building trust, making improvements, finding balance. Now this kid comes in, knows nothing about steel, tells us we're not good enough. "What do we do?" Joseph asked. "We comply. What choice do we have?" Sullivan looked old suddenly, tired. "But this is the beginning of the end. Mark my words." Joseph stood by the Monongahela in the fading light of that March evening. The water was clear enough to see the bottom in places. Fish were jumping. A blue heron stood in the shallows, hunting. 23 years of steady improvement. 23 years of finding the balance between industry and environment. 23 years of building prosperity while cleaning the rivers. All about to be undone by people who thought federal control was the answer to every problem. He thought about his son Tony, 18 years old, and starting college. Tony had grown up swimming in these rivers, had watched them transform from industrial wastelands to recovering ecosystems. What world would Tony inherit? One where the rivers were clean, but the mills were closed. One where environmental purity mattered more than employment. Joseph pulled out his journal and wrote one more entry. "The EPA will kill us. Not immediately. It'll take years, maybe decades. But they'll keep raising standards, keep imposing costs, keep regulating without understanding. And eventually we won't be able to afford compliance. Eventually we'll close. And they'll call it an environmental victory. But cleaning the rivers required wealth. required productive industries that could afford to invest in treatment. Kill the industries, and you lose the capacity to improve the environment. They don't understand this. They think regulation creates environmental protection. But what really creates it is prosperity, and prosperity comes from production. Break the production, lose the prosperity, and eventually you can't afford environmental protection anymore. The next 30 years are going to prove I'm right. But I wish I wasn't. He closed the journal and walked back to the mill. The blast furnaces glowed orange in the twilight. 2,000 people worked here, making steel that built America, earning middle-class wages, supporting families and communities. The rivers were cleaner than they'd been in a century. It had worked. The balance had been found. And Joseph knew, with terrible certainty, that it was about to be destroyed. Chapter 6. The Protest. September 13th, 2008. The streets of Ironvale filled before dawn. They came in work boots and steel-toed shoes, in worn Carhartt jackets and Union shirts faded from years of washing. They came with their wives and children, with their parents and grandparents. They came carrying signs made from cardboard and scrap lumber. 2,000 families matter, and EPA equal to economic destruction, and we make America. Who will make us? By 7 a.m., over 3,000 people packed Main Street. Not just Liberty steelworkers, but shop owners whose businesses depended on mill wages, teachers whose students were steelworkers' children, nurses whose patients were steelworkers' families. The entire economic ecosystem of a town built around steel production, gathering to protest its execution. Miguel Santos stood near the front, 62 years old, a caster operator for 37 years. His hands were scarred from molten metal, his lungs damaged from decades of breathing mill air. He held a sign that read, "I made steel for 37 years. Who will feed my family?" Beside him, his daughter Maria held her own sign, "My dad built bridges." IPA broke them. Behind them, hundreds more, thousands more, all of them understanding that in 6 weeks, Liberty Steel would close forever. All of them knowing that protests wouldn't change anything. Protesting anyway, because what else could they do? The march to City Hall began at 8 a.m. They walked down Main Street, past the diner that served mill workers breakfast, past the bar where they drank after shift, past the hardware store that sold them tools, past the bank that held their mortgages. Every business on this street depended on Liberty Steel wages. Every one of them was about to die, too. My pension was cut 40%. Read one sign carried by a retired worker in his 70s. I've worked here 22 years. I'm 45. Who will hire me? Read another. Our kids need food, read a simple sign carried by a woman with 3 children beside her. The anger was palpable. Not the hot anger of riots, the cold, deep anger of people who'd played by the rules, worked hard, done everything right, and were being destroyed anyway by people they'd never met, in offices hundreds of miles away, who'd never seen a blast furnace or understood what it took to make steel. Tony Billings walked with his father, Joseph, in the crowd. Joseph was 64, about to retire with a cut pension, watching the mill he'd spent 42 years building go dark. Tony was 40, a compliance officer who understood exactly how this had happened but couldn't stop it. "Look at them," Joseph said, gesturing at the crowd. "These aren't radicals. These aren't troublemakers. These are people who get up at 5 a.m., work 8-hour shifts in 110-degree heat, go home and coach Little League and volunteer at church and pay their mortgages. And they're being thrown away. By people who've never been here," Tony said bitterly. "By people who've never been anywhere that makes things," Joseph corrected. "People with degrees and clipboards and regulations, who think they understand steel production because they read reports." Around them, the chants began. "Save our jobs. EPA go away. Steel built America. Who will feed our kids?" Not sophisticated slogans, not clever wordplay, just the raw desperation of people watching their lives collapse. City Hall was surrounded by 10 a.m. The mayor came out to speak, nervous, sweating despite the cool September morning. He was a good man, a former steelworker himself, elected because workers trusted him. But he had no power here. "I've called everyone I can," he told the crowd through a bullhorn. "State representatives, federal representatives, EPA regional offices, the governor's office. I've pleaded. I've argued. I've presented the economic data. 2,000 jobs lost, 5,000 more jobs affected indirectly, $300 million in economic activity gone. What did they say? Someone shouted. The mayor's face twisted with something between rage and despair. They said environmental compliance isn't negotiable. They said Liberty Steel violated clean air standards for 117 days. They said the settlement is fair and appropriate given the violations. We had a fire, Miguel Santos shouted from the crowd. The equipment burned. We couldn't GET replacement parts. I know, the mayor said. I told them. They said equipment failure doesn't exempt you from compliance. They said Liberty Steel chose to operate rather than shut down. They said... He paused, voice breaking. They said economic hardship doesn't override environmental law. The crowd erupted in angry shouts. Easy for them to say, they're not losing their jobs. They don't live here. They don't care about us. The mayor raised his hands for quiet. State Senator Vance is here. He wants to speak. Richard Vance was 58. A Democrat from a blue-collar district. A man who'd won election by promising to protect manufacturing jobs. He'd been in the state Senate for 12 years. And he stood before these people, knowing he was impotent. I came to stand with you, he said, his voice carrying across the crowd. Not because I can stop this. I can't, but because you deserve someone to witness what's being done to you. To say publicly that this is wrong. Can you help us? Someone shouted. Vance shook his head slowly. No, and I need to be honest about why. Because this is important for you to understand. He paused, choosing his words carefully. 30 years ago, Pennsylvania had its own environmental regulations. They worked. Rivers got cleaner while mills stayed open. We had state inspectors who understood steel production, who worked with companies to find solutions. When Liberty Steel had problems, the state inspector would say, "Fix it as fast as you can, document your efforts, we'll work with you." It wasn't perfect, but it was reasonable. Then in 1970, Congress created the EPA, gave federal bureaucrats authority over state environmental law, and slowly, over 30 years, they took away all state discretion. Now, Pennsylvania law doesn't matter. State inspectors don't matter. Your state senator, he gestured at himself, doesn't matter. Because Congress gave Washington the power to override everything. So take IT back, someone yelled. We can't, Vance said bluntly. The courts have ruled. Federal environmental law preempts state law. It's called the Supremacy Clause. EPA regulations override state regulations. Even if Pennsylvania wanted to be more lenient, allow for emergency situations, work with companies, we can't. Federal law wins, every time. Then change federal law. With what votes? Vance's frustration showed now. Do you know how many members of Congress represent districts that still have manufacturing? Maybe 50 out of 535. The rest represent service economies, tech centers, financial districts, people who buy steel, not make it. People who like clean air and don't care where their products come from. We're outvoted 50-1. The crowd went quiet, understanding the implication. They were politically irrelevant. I'm here in solidarity, Vance continued. I'll keep fighting in the state Senate. I'll keep speaking publicly. But I need you to understand the system we're fighting. It's not a conspiracy. It's not evil people trying to hurt you. It's bureaucrats in Washington who've never seen a blast furnace, who read regulations and environmental reports, who think they're protecting public health. They have no idea, literally no conception, of what their decisions mean to real people. Then make them understand, Maria Santos shouted. How? Vance asked, and the helplessness in his voice was total. They're 300 miles away. They'll never come here. They'll never see this crowd. They'll never meet your families. All they'll see are violation reports and settlement terms and statistics. You're not real to them. You're just numbers in a compliance database. The crowd stood in bitter silence, absorbing the truth. They were invisible to the people who controlled their lives. Then Joseph Billings stepped forward. At 64, he was one of the oldest workers present. One of the last who remembered when things worked differently. May I say something? He asked Senator Vance. Vance nodded, handed him the bullhorn. Joseph looked at the crowd, friends, neighbors, people he'd worked with for decades. He looked at his son Tony, standing with his wife Katie and their 4-year-old daughter Grace. He looked at the mill in the distance, cold and silent, waiting to die. My name is Joseph Billings, he said. I worked at Liberty Steel for 42 years. Started in 1948. About to retire. But my pension will be cut by 40%. The crowd listened, recognizing one of their own. When I started in 1948, the rivers were polluted. Really polluted. You couldn't fish, couldn't swim, the smell was terrible. And over the next 20 years, we cleaned them up. Pennsylvania had laws, we followed them. The rivers got better. By 1968, the Monongahela was cleaner than it had been in a century. We did that. Industry and state government working together. He paused, remembering. Then in 1970, EPA took over. And for the next 38 years, they kept raising standards, kept imposing costs, kept making it harder to operate. We tried. God knows we tried. We spent $111 million on environmental upgrades between 1990 and 2005. We met every standard that was physically possible to meet. Then, we had a fire. Christmas Eve, 2007. Pollution control equipment destroyed. We needed replacement parts. Parts that used to be made in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, in Indiana. But those manufacturers are gone, killed by the same regulations that are killing us. So we had to order from China. 4 months to get the equipment. 4 months we operated with emissions violations, because the only alternative was immediate shutdown. And for those 4 months, trying to keep 2,000 people employed while waiting for parts that weren't available domestically. EPA and the county health department fined us $42 million. More than the company was worth. More than we could possibly pay. His voice hardened. They killed us over an equipment failure. Over a supply chain that no longer exists because they've destroyed domestic manufacturing. Over trying to save jobs. They killed us with regulations written by people who've never made anything. Who don't understand that you can't get parts that don't exist. Who don't care that 2,000 families are about to lose everything. And you know what the worst part is? Joseph looked at the crowd, at the faces of people he'd known for decades. They think they won. The environmental groups, the EPA bureaucrats, the lawyers, they think this is a victory. Rivers will be cleaner with the mill closed. Air will be cleaner. Mission accomplished. Except the steel we were making. Still being made. Just in China now. With worse environmental standards. More pollution. We didn't stop steel production. We just shipped it somewhere we can't regulate it. We made the environment worse and destroyed our economy doing it. He handed the bullhorn back to Senator Vance, exhausted. The crowd erupted in applause, in shouting, in the raw catharsis of someone finally saying what they all felt. By noon, news crews had arrived. Local stations, some regional coverage. They interviewed workers. "I've got 2 kids in college," a machinist said to the camera. "I've got a mortgage. I've got 18 years until retirement. What am I supposed to do? I'm 47 years old. All my skills are in steel. And there's no other mills hiring. This isn't just losing a job. It's losing a life. My husband worked here 30 years, a woman told a reporter. Died of a heart attack on the floor 2 years ago. I get a widow's pension. Got a widow's pension. Until they cut it by 40% in the bankruptcy. Now I'm 63. Can't retire. Can't get hired anywhere. What do they expect me to do?" 3rd generation, a younger worker said. "My grandfather worked here. My father worked here. I work here. Worked here. This mill built my family. Sent me to college. I came back to work here because it was good work, honest work, work that mattered. And they're killing it over 117 days of violations that happened because of a fire. A fire! Like we burned down our own pollution controls on purpose. The cameras captured it all. The anger, the fear, the desperation, the human cost of regulatory decisions made in distant offices. And none of it would matter. By 2 p.m., the crowd began to disperse. Not because they wanted to, because what else could they do? The mill would close in 6 weeks regardless. Protesting wouldn't change it. Federal law was federal law. Bureaucrats in Washington wouldn't see this. Wouldn't care if they did. Wouldn't have the authority to override the settlement even if they wanted to. Tony walked with his father back toward their cars. "Will this make any difference?" Tony asked. "No," Joseph said. "EPA won't change their position. The settlement stands. The mill closes. That's done." "Then why did you speak?" Joseph stopped, looked back at the thinning crowd, at the people carrying signs they'd made from scrap materials, at the faces of men and women who'd built their lives around honest work that was being eliminated. "Because someone needs to say it," Joseph answered. "Someone needs to witness what's being done. When the mill closes, when the jobs are gone, when this town dies, someone needs to remember that it wasn't inevitable. that it was a choice, that people with clipboards and laptops and regulations chose environmental purity over human dignity, chose abstract standards over actual livelihoods. And they'll say they had to. They'll say environmental law doesn't care about economics. They'll say rules are rules. And technically, they're right. But being technically right doesn't make it just. And someone needs to say that, even if no one's listening. They got in their cars and drove home. Behind them, the last protesters packed up their signs, hugged their neighbors, and went home to figure out how to survive the coming catastrophe. That evening, Tony turned on the news to see if the protest had made regional coverage. It had. 30 seconds of footage, buried between stories about the presidential election and a local football game. The caption read, "Steelworkers protest plant closing." The anchor's voiceover: workers at Liberty Steel protested the planned closure of the mill, citing job losses and economic hardship. The mill is closing after environmental violations and a bankruptcy settlement. In other news, 30 seconds. For 3,000 people and 2,000 jobs and the death of a town. Tony thought about the EPA officials who would read the violation reports and settlement terms and never see those faces. About the environmental lawyers who would celebrate the enforcement of clean air standards and never meet the families losing everything. About the bureaucrats in Washington who would file this away as a successful compliance action and never visit Ironvale. To them, this was a spreadsheet entry, a case number, a statistical success in environmental enforcement. To the people of Ironvale, it was the end of the world. And the worst part, the absolute worst part, was that the same pattern was playing out everywhere. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, and Lackawanna. Across America, manufacturing communities were being destroyed by environmental regulations enforced by people who'd never set foot on a factory floor. The clipboards and laptops were winning. The blast furnaces and rolling mills were dying, and nobody in Washington cared, or even knew, or would change anything if they did. 6 weeks later, on October 14, 2008, Liberty Steel shut down for the last time. The protest had changed nothing. The regulations stood. The settlement stood. The closure proceeded exactly as planned. And 2,000 families began figuring out how to survive in a world where the work they'd spent their lives doing no longer existed. Where distant bureaucrats with regulations and good intentions had destroyed their livelihoods and called it progress. Where environmental purity mattered more than human dignity. Where clipboards and laptops defeated hammers and anvils. Where paper pushed by people who'd never made anything destroyed the lives of people who'd made everything. The protest was over. The anger remained. The injustice was complete, and nobody in Washington even noticed. Chapter 7. The administrative state in 2008. Many steel plants were closed or temporarily shut down as a result of the global economic crisis, which significantly reduced steel demand. A prominent example is the Arcadia plant in Lackawanna, NY, whose galvanizing operations were halted in December 2008 after years of closures under its former owner, North American Steel. The snuffbox mussel is a very small, delicate organism, but it has been responsible for more economic disaster than any recent war. It has acted as a major force multiplier, rapidly accelerating economic decline and social hardship across the surrounding communities, far beyond the direct job losses. Dr. Margaret Kane had never set foot in Lackawanna, NY. She'd never met the CEO, Robert DeAngelis, or Mildred Hawkins, or any of the 1,500 workers at Arcadia Steel. She'd never walked through the mill, never felt the blast furnace heat, never heard the roar of molten iron pouring into a ladle. She'd never eaten at the Sunrise Diner, or shopped at Murphy's Hardware, or driven down Main Street on a Saturday morning, when the mill workers were cashing their paychecks. But she was the person who would kill their town. Dr. Kane, Ph.D. in environmental science from Berkeley, 17 years with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, GS-14, pay grade, $112,000 annually, plus federal benefits. Sat in her office in the Chesapeake Bay field office in Annapolis, Maryland, reviewing the biological opinion for Arcadia Steel's discharge permit renewal. Outside her window, the Chesapeake sparkled in the autumn sun. Inside, her office was decorated with photos of endangered species she'd helped protect. the Delmarva fox squirrel, the bog turtle, the northeastern beach tiger beetle. On her desk sat a 3-inch thick file marked Arcadia Steel Corporation, Section 7 Consultation, Epioplasma trichetra, the snuffbox muscle case. She'd been assigned it 6 months ago, and she already knew how it would. The law was clear. The precedent was established. The biological data was unambiguous. Arcadia Steel's discharge affected the mussel's habitat. Under Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act, that meant one thing: jeopardy. Margaret picked up her coffee, fair trade, organic, purchased from a shop that donated proceeds to rainforest conservation, and began drafting the biological opinion that would shut down the mill. She wrote, "Based on the best available scientific and commercial data, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has determined that the proposed action is likely to jeopardize the continued existence of Epioplasma trichetra and destroy or adversely modify its designated critical habitat." It was the bureaucratic equivalent of a death sentence, and she wrote it in the passive voice, as if the conclusion had arrived at itself through some natural process rather than through her fingers on a keyboard. 3 offices down, Daniel Reeves, EPA Region 3 Water Division, was working on the companion document, the Clean Water Act permit denial. Dan was 41, a former environmental attorney, career civil servant, GS $98,000 plus benefits. He had a wife, 2 kids in private school in Bethesda, and a Prius with a Think Globally, Act Locally bumper sticker. He'd read Arcadia Steel's compliance data. The mill had reduced its discharge by 40% over 5 years. They met every existing EPA standard. Their water treatment system was state-of-the-art for a facility their size. By any reasonable measure, they were a model of environmental responsibility. But the law didn't care about reasonable measures. Dan opened the template for permit denials. They had templates for everything now, fill-in-the-blank documents that made it easy to shut down facilities without having to think too hard about what that meant, and began typing. The applicant has failed to demonstrate that the proposed discharge will not result in violation of state water quality standards, specifically as they pertain to designated exceptional value waters and the protection of endangered species habitat. He paused, took a sip of his green tea, and continued. Furthermore, under the precautionary principle and given the irreversible nature of species extinction, the agency cannot issue a permit where any doubt exists regarding potential harm to listed species. It was beautiful, really, from a legal standpoint. The precautionary principle meant you could deny anything if you claimed there was any doubt about harm. And there was always doubt. Science was never certain, which meant, in practice, that the agency could shut down any facility it wanted, and the burden of proof fell on the company to prove the impossible, that their operation would have 0 environmental impact. Dan had learned this in his first year at EPA. The law was written to protect the environment, but implemented to expand agency power. Congress had passed the Clean Water Act and the Endangered Species Act with broad, noble language: restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters, and conserve the ecosystems upon which endangered species depend. Beautiful words. Vague words. Words that gave agencies like the EPA and the Fish and Wildlife Service unlimited discretion to interpret what integrity meant, what conserve required, and what ecosystems included, and courts deferred to agency interpretation. Chevron indifference, they called it. The Supreme Court ruled that when a statute was ambiguous, courts must defer to the agency's reasonable interpretation, which meant EPA and Fish and Wildlife could essentially write their own laws, as long as they used the right regulatory language and checked the right procedural boxes. Dan finished the permit denial, saved it to the shared drive, and sent it to his supervisor for review. Then he pulled up his email and saw a message from Margaret Kane, Arcadia Steel BIOP complete. Jeopardy. Determination: reasonable and prudent alternative, 0 thermal discharge, 0 particulate discharge, 0 pH alteration. Estimated compliance cost, $240 million. Draft attached for coordination. Dan opened the attachment and skimmed it. 200 pages of scientific jargon. Hydrological modeling, population viability analysis, all leading to the inevitable conclusion that Arcadia Steel could continue operating only if it spent $250 million on water treatment that would be technologically cutting-edge and economically impossible. It was a brilliant piece of regulatory craftsmanship. The BIOP didn't say shut down the mill. It said comply with these requirements. The fact that compliance was financially impossible wasn't the agency's problem. That was a business decision. Dan replied to Margaret, permit denial, ready for coordination. Timing aligns with your buy-up release. We should be able to issue simultaneously. He hit send and checked his calendar. The Arcadia Steel permit decision was scheduled for release in 3 weeks. After that, the mill would have 30 days to submit a compliance plan or cease operations. Either way, the outcome was predetermined. His phone rang. It was his supervisor, Carol Henderson, regional director of the water division. Dan, you got a minute? Sure. Come up to my office. We need to talk about Arcadia Steel. Carol Henderson was 58, had been with EPA for 31 years, and had the kind of ironclad job security that came with civil service protection. She'd seen 6 presidents, 12 EPA administrators, and countless political appointees come and go. They were all temporary. She was permanent. Her office was larger than Dan's, with a window view of the parking lot and walls covered with framed citations and awards. Outstanding Service Award, Presidential Rank Award for Meritorious Executives, Clean Water Act Enforcement Excellence. Dan sat across from her desk. Carol had the Arcadia Steel file open on her computer. I got a call from Congressman Morrison's office, she said. He's asking us to hold off on the permit denial. Wants time for his task force to study the economic impacts. The congressman doesn't have jurisdiction over our permitting decisions, Dan said carefully. No, he doesn't. Carol smiled slightly. But he does have jurisdiction over our budget, and he sits on the subcommittee that oversees EPA appropriations. Are you asking me to delay the decision? I'm telling you that Congressman Morrison called. I'm noting it in the file. What we do with that information is a matter of professional judgment. She leaned back in her chair. Walk me through the legal basis for denial. Dan recited it from memory. The discharge affects the designated critical habitat for a listed endangered species. Under Section 7 of the ESA and Section 402 of the Clean Water Act. We can't issue a permit that's likely to jeopardize the species' continued existence. Fish and Wildlife's biological opinion concluded jeopardy. We have no choice but to deny. And if we delayed, gave them more time to submit an alternative compliance plan, they've had 3 years. They've submitted 4 different proposals. None of them meet the statutory requirements. Dan paused. Carol, even if we gave them another year, the answer wouldn't change. The mussel is endangered. The discharge affects the mussel. The law is clear. The law, Carol said slowly, is what we say it is, within the scope of our regulatory authority. Dan understood what she was really asking. Could they find a legal justification to delay, to give political cover to Congressman Morrison and his task force, to avoid the appearance that an unelected bureaucracy was overriding the concerns of elected representatives? We could request additional studies, Dan said. Require Arcadia Steel to submit more detailed hydrological modeling, more extensive biological surveys. That would buy 6 months, maybe a year. It changed the outcome? No. Carol nodded slowly. Then, what's the point? We delay. The congressman gets his headlines. Arcadia Steel spends more money on studies that won't save them, and we issue the same denial a year from now. Plus, we look weak. Like we're bending to political pressure. So, we issue the denial as scheduled. We issue the denial as scheduled, Carol confirmed. Our job isn't to make economic policy. Our job is to enforce environmental law. Congress wrote the statutes. We implement them. If Congress doesn't like the outcomes, Congress can change the laws. She closed the file. Document the congressman's call in the administrative record. Note that we considered the request, but determined that statutory requirements preclude delay. That protects us if there's an Instagram investigation or congressional hearing. Dan stood to leave, then hesitated. Carol, do you ever think about the people? The mill workers, the town? Carol looked at him for a long moment. I think about the species that will go extinct if we don't do our jobs. I think about the ecosystems that will collapse if we compromise our standards every time someone complains about economic hardship. I think about the fact that we're the only thing standing between industrial civilization and environmental catastrophe. She gestured to the awards on her wall. I've spent 31 years protecting clean water and endangered species. I'm not going to stop now because a steel mill in Lackawanna is bad at adapting to modern environmental standards. What if the mill can't adapt? What if it's not economically feasible? Then the mill closes. That's capitalism, Dan. creative destruction. Inefficient operations fail. Resources flow to more productive uses. She pulled up another file on her computer, signaling the meeting was over. Besides, they're not making anything we can't import from somewhere else. China makes steel. Korea makes steel. We don't need a dirty old mill in Lackawanna. Dan walked back to his office, Carol's words echoing in his head. We don't need a dirty old mill in Lackawanna. He sat down at his desk and pulled up a map of Lackawanna. Population 12,000. Median household income $42,000. Unemployment rate 6.2% currently, about to hit 25% when the mill closed. The town's entire commercial district depended on Arcadia Steel paychecks. When those paychecks stopped, the diner would close. The hardware store would close. The grocery store would lay off half its staff. The tax base would collapse. The school district would cut teachers. The hospital would reduce services. Dan had done the math once, out of curiosity. Each job at Arcadia Steel supported roughly 3.2 additional jobs in the broader economy. 1,500 mill jobs meant 4,800 total jobs in the Lackawanna area. In a town of 12,000, that was 40% of the workforce. They were about to devastate an entire community to protect 200 muscles. But Carol was right about one thing. It wasn't EPA's job to make economic policy. Congress had passed the ESA. The courts had upheld it. The statute said endangered species must be protected, period. No exceptions for economic hardship. No balancing test. No consideration of human welfare versus muscle welfare. The law was the law, and Dan's job was to enforce it. That evening, Margaret Kane attended a reception at the National Aquarium in Baltimore. It was a fundraiser for the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, one of the environmental groups that had been pressuring the EPA and Fish and Wildlife to take more decisive action against industrial polluters. The same group that had funded the lawsuit against Arcadia Steel's permit renewal. Margaret stood by the shark tank, drinking Chardonnay and networking with colleagues from other agencies, representatives from environmental NGOs, and a few sympathetic congressional staffers. "Margaret!" A woman approached, mid-40s, wearing a dress that probably cost more than Margaret's monthly salary. "I heard you finalized the Arcadia Steel buy-up." "Congratulations." It was Jennifer Ashford, the lawyer from the Environmental Defense Coalition, who was leading the Arcadia Steel case. "The buy-up's done," Margaret confirmed. "Jeopardy determination, as expected." "This is such important work," Jennifer said. "The snuffbox mussel is critically endangered. There are maybe 12 viable populations left in the entire country. If we lose the Lackawanna population, we're one step closer to extinction." "I know." Margaret had written most of that analysis herself. "And honestly," Jennifer continued, lowering her voice, "Arcadia Steel has been a bad actor for decades. They've fought every environmental regulation, dragged their feet on compliance, spent millions on lawyers instead of spending it on pollution control. This is exactly the kind of facility that needs to be retired." Margaret nodded, though something in Jennifer's tone bothered her. It sounded less like environmental protection and more like punishment, like the goal wasn't saving mussels so much as killing mills. But she pushed the thought away. The law was clear. The mussels were endangered. That was all that mattered. "I assume EPA will deny the permit," Jennifer asked. "I can't comment on ongoing permit decisions," Margaret said automatically. It was the standard agency response. But she added, "The buy-op speaks for itself. If EPA concludes jeopardy, they can't issue the permit." "Perfect." Jennifer smiled. "Our litigation team is ready to file for injunctive relief the day after EPA issues the denial. We'll have the mill shut down within 60 days. A congressional staffer joined them, a young woman Margaret recognized from meetings on the Hill. She worked for Senator Whitman, one of the ESA's strongest defenders. "Is this the Arcadia Steel case?" the staffer asked. "It is," Jennifer said. "We're about to shut down one of the worst polluters in Lackawanna. Senator Whitman will be pleased. She's getting a lot of pressure from industry groups to weaken ESA enforcement. A high-profile win like this helps us demonstrate that the law works." Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. A high-profile win. That's what Arcadia Steel had become to these people. Not a difficult case involving trade-offs between environmental protection and economic welfare. Not a situation requiring careful balancing of competing interests. Just a win. A trophy. a demonstration that environmental groups and their allies in government could destroy an industrial facility, and nobody could stop them. What about the workers? Margaret heard herself ask. There are 1,500 people who lose their jobs. Jennifer waved a hand dismissively. They can retrain, learn new skills. Lackawanna has workforce development programs. For what? Margaret pressed. There's no other industry in that town. Where are 1,500 steelworkers supposed to find new jobs? The congressional staffer shrugged. That's not really our concern. Our job is environmental protection. Economic development is somebody else's portfolio. Margaret wanted to argue, wanted to point out that you couldn't separate environmental policy from economic policy, that real people would suffer real consequences, that maybe, just maybe, there ought to be some mechanism for balancing the interests of 200 muscles against 1,500 families. But she didn't, because the law didn't allow for that balance. Congress had written the ESA to be absolute. Endangered species must be protected. Period. No exceptions. No trade-offs. And Margaret's job was to implement the law as written, not to second-guess Congress's wisdom. She excused herself and went to the bathroom, where she stared at her reflection in the mirror. She looked tired, older than her 43 years. She'd spent her entire career in environmental protection, had devoted her life to preserving biodiversity, preventing extinctions, protecting ecosystems from human destruction. But standing in that bathroom, listening to Jennifer Ashford and the congressional staffer celebrate the destruction of a town as a win, Margaret felt something she hadn't felt in 17 years at Fish and Wildlife. She felt complicit. The biological opinion and permit denial were released simultaneously on October 1, 2010, precisely as planned. The documents were published in the Federal Register, posted on the agency's websites, and delivered by certified mail to Arcadia Steel's corporate office. Margaret never spoke to anyone from Arcadia Steel. Never met Jim Slater or Martin Stevens, whose families depended on a weekly paycheck. Never heard their side of the story, never toured the mill, never saw the many faces of the people whose lives she'd just upended. She didn't need to. The law was clear. The process was complete. The decision was final. 3 weeks later, Arcadia Steel filed an appeal, which was denied. 6 weeks after that, the Environmental Defense Coalition filed suit for injunctive relief. 4 months after that, a federal judge issued an injunction ordering Arcadia Steel to cease all operations pending full compliance with the biological opinion's recommendations. The mill closed in November 2010. Margaret Kane heard about it from a colleague who mentioned it in passing. Hey, did you see that Arcadia Steel mill finally shut down? The one with the snuffbox muscle? Yeah, I saw that, Margaret said. Good outcome. That population is secure now. Yeah, good outcome. Margaret went back to her office and pulled up the Arcadia Steel file one last time. She scrolled through the biological opinion, the permit denial, the litigation documents, the final court order. Everything had been done correctly. Every procedure followed. Every legal requirement met. The system had worked exactly as designed. She closed the file and moved on to her next case, a shopping mall development that threatened the bog turtle. The law was clear on that one, too. 5 years later, Daniel Reeves was promoted to Deputy Regional Administrator. Carol Henderson retired with full pension and went to work as a consultant for environmental NGOs, advising them on regulatory strategy. Margaret Kane became the Assistant Regional Director for Ecological Services, supervising a staff of 30 biologists and coordinating ESA enforcement across 6 states. None of them ever visited Lackawanna. They didn't see the empty mill, rust consuming what had once been the economic heart of Lackawanna. They didn't see the boarded-up stores on Main Street, the houses with overgrown lawns and broken windows, the for-sale signs that stayed up for years because nobody was buying. They didn't see the opioid epidemic that took hold when the jobs disappeared and hopelessness set in. They didn't see the suicide rate triple. They didn't see the kids who grew up in poverty because their parents' mill jobs vanished and nothing replaced them. They didn't see any of it because they didn't need to. Their jobs were secure, their pensions protected, their decisions insulated from consequences. They'd followed the law. They'd done their duty. What happened after that wasn't their responsibility. Congress had written the statutes with broad, vague language. The agencies had interpreted those statutes to maximize their own regulatory authority. The courts had deferred to agency expertise, and 1,500 families in Lackawanna had paid the price for a system where the people who make the rules never pay the cost of enforcing them. The snuffbox mussel population did stabilize. By 2018, biologists estimated there were approximately 220 individuals in the Lackawanna stretch of river, 20 more than when Arcadia Steel closed, 20 mussels gained, 1,500 jobs lost. The system had worked exactly as designed, and somewhere in Annapolis, Maryland, Dr. Margaret Kane went home to her nice house in her nice neighborhood, ate her organic dinner, and slept soundly, secure in the knowledge that she'd spent another day saving the environment from people who didn't understand that nature was more important than paychecks. She never knew Joseph Billings's name, never knew that he'd worked 43 years in that mill, that his father and grandfather had worked there too, that 3 generations of accumulated knowledge had been scattered to the wind by a regulatory process that treated expertise as irrelevant and workers as expendable. She never knew Tony Billings's name either. Never knew that a young man who'd loved his work, who'd believed in building things that mattered, had been forced into a banking job, where he spent his days helping to shut down other people's factories. She never knew their names because she never needed to. The administrative state doesn't require knowing the names of the people it destroys. It just requires following procedure, checking boxes, and generating the proper documentation. And that, Margaret Kane thought, as she reviewed her next biological opinion, was what made the system so beautifully efficient. No malice, no cruelty, no villains. Just people doing their jobs, following the rules, and crushing towns like Lackawanna in the passive voice. Chapter 8. The silence. The last tap of Liberty Steel was on Tuesday, October 14th, 2008. The fire was the death knell, but they'd fought for 13 months. Appeals, negotiations, alternative proposals, attempts to relocate the mussels, which turned out to be illegal, attempts to prove the mussels weren't actually being harmed, which the court rejected, and finally, a desperate Hail Mary lawsuit claiming the environmental groups were conspiring to destroy American industry. That one got laughed out of court by a judge who looked like he'd never been within 50 miles of a mill. In the end, the injunction came down on a Friday afternoon, and by Monday morning, the furnaces were cooling down. You couldn't just turn off a blast furnace like a light switch. The refractory bricks had to cool gradually, or they'd crack. The systems had to be preserved and mothballed. The inventory had to be processed or sold. It took 3 days of round-the-clock work by skeleton crews. Joseph volunteered for the last shift. So did Tony and Mickey Brzezowski, and Big Mike Kowalski, and 30 other men who'd given their best years to Liberty Steel. They wanted to see it through to the end, to be there when the heart of Iron Vale, Pennsylvania, stopped beating. At 11:47 p.m. on Tuesday, Santos, the same tapper who'd presided over Tony's first pour 13 years ago, tapped the number 4 blast furnace for the final time. The molten iron came pouring out, white-hot and furious, as beautiful and terrible as it had always been. It filled the ladle, that gorgeous, dangerous river of liquid metal, and the men stood watching like mourners at a graveside. When the tap was complete, and Santos had plugged the hole, the crane lifted the last ladle and carried it away toward the basic oxygen furnace. But everyone knew there would be no next heat, no next batch of steel. This was it, the end of 90 years of continuous operation. At midnight exactly, by order of the court and the terms of the injunction, the blast furnace was officially shut down. The sequence was mechanical, procedural, but it felt like a ritual. First, the gas was cut off. Then the blowers stopped, the ones that had forced air into the heart of the furnace to keep the reaction going. The roar that had been the soundtrack of 3 generations began to fade, dropping from a thunder to a rumble to a whisper. And then, silence. It was the loudest thing Tony had ever heard. The mill didn't go quiet all at once. There were still motors running, still systems that needed to wind down, still the hiss of cooling metal and the tick of contracting steel. But the absence of the blast furnace's roar created a vacuum that seemed to suck all sound out of the world. Men who'd been shouting at each other for decades stood 2 feet apart and spoke in normal voices, almost whispering, like they were in church. Big Mike Kowalski took off his hard hat and held it in his hand. Other men did the same. Tony looked up at the control booth and saw his father standing at the window, silhouetted against the instrument panels, and even from this distance, he could see that Joseph Billings was crying. Tony felt his own throat close up. He'd known this was coming for months, had tried to prepare himself, but nothing could prepare you for this, for watching something that had always been there, something that had seemed as permanent as the hills themselves, just stop. Anybody got any words? Mickey asked. His voice was rough, scraped raw. Santos spoke up, surprising everyone. He was usually quiet, letting his work speak for him. My father worked here, he said. Came from Puerto Rico in 1968, couldn't speak English, but he could work. Saved enough to bring my mother over, then my sisters. He put 3 kids through college on mill wages. I got a degree in mechanical engineering from Penn State because of the steel he poured. He looked around at the darkening furnace, the cooling ladles, the machinery, settling into stillness. He told me once that America was the only place in the world where a man could come with nothing and build something real, where the work mattered more than who your father was or what name you carried. I believed him. I still believe him. He fell silent. No one else spoke. What was there to say? They drifted apart slowly, men going to their lockers for the last time, taking down the photos and the calendars, and the personal tools that made their spaces their own. Tony helped his father box up 4 decades worth of production logs, safety records, and handwritten notes on furnace operation, knowledge accumulated over generations that would now go into storage, probably forever. You should teach at the community college, Tony said. They've got that industrial tech program. These logs, everything you know, it shouldn't be lost. Joseph shook his head. Who am I teaching? There's no mills to work in, no reason to learn it. He taped up the last box and wrote J. Billings, Blast Furnace Operations 1965 to 2008, on the side in black marker. This is extinct knowledge, son. Like making buggy whips or whale oil lamps. The world moved on. Dad, I'm not angry at you, Joseph said, cutting him off, or at anyone here. I'm angry at... He gestured vaguely, encompassing everything. At whatever it was we all did to make this place decide it didn't need people who made things anymore. They walked out together just after 2 a.m. The parking lot was half empty already, the night shift having clocked out early because there was no more work to do. Tony's truck sat next to his father's Silverado. Both vehicles bought new with mill wages and maintained carefully because that's what you did. You took care of things. You made them last. What are you going to do? Tony asked. I don't know, Joseph admitted. I'm 59, too young to retire, too old to start over. Katie says the bank in Pittsburgh is looking for compliance officers. People who understand industrial processes, who can read technical documentation. He laughed bitterly. I'd be helping them figure out which other factories to shut down. How's that for irony? You don't have to take it. What else am I going to do? Joe's voice was sharp. Bag groceries? Work security at the mall? I've got a mortgage, son. Your mother's got health problems. That pension I was counting on? Liberty Steel's bankrupt. The pension fund's underwater. I'll be lucky to see 50 cents on the dollar. Tony hadn't known about his mother. What kind of health problems? The kind that need doctors and medicine and insurance we won't have in 6 months. Joseph unlocked his truck, then stood with his hand on the door, staring back at the mill. You know what the worst part is? It's not that we're closing. It's that nobody cares. The lawyers will cash their checks and move on to the next case. The environmental groups will issue a press release, celebrating their victory. The politicians will mumble something about retraining programs. And 1,500 families will just... What? Disappear? Stop needing to eat? Stop having mortgages and car payments and kids who need braces? We'll figure something out, Tony said, but it sounded hollow even to his own ears. Sure, Joseph said. We'll all get service jobs, sell insurance to each other, process each other's paperwork, sue each other when things go wrong. That's the new economy. We'll all get rich by taking in each other's laundry. He climbed into his truck. Get some sleep, son. Tomorrow you start looking for work. And Tony? Don't bother looking for anything in manufacturing. That chapter's closed. Tony watched his father drive away, taillights disappearing down the empty street. Then he sat in his own truck for a long time, not starting the engine, not going home, just sitting. Through the windshield he could see the mill. 300 acres of buildings and machinery, blast furnaces and rolling mills and railways. All of it silent now. In the sodium vapor lights it looked like a monument to something that had died, something people would someday walk through and wonder about, the way tourists walked through Roman ruins or abandoned mines. His phone buzzed. A text from Katie. "How are you doing?" He wanted to text back that he was fine, that he'd be home soon, that everything would work out, but his fingers hovered over the screen, and he couldn't make himself type the lies. Instead, he got out of the truck and walked back toward the mill gate. The security guard, old Luis Mendez, who'd been watching this gate for 27 years, nodded him through without a word. Tony walked through the empty complex, his boots echoing on the concrete. He passed the furnaces that would never fire again, the cranes that would never lift another ladle, the rolling mill where he'd spent 5 years learning to read hot steel like his father read books. Every piece of machinery represented someone's labor, someone's knowledge, someone's life. He ended up at the blast furnace, standing where he'd stood on his first day, remembering the heat and the light and the sense of being connected to something larger than himself. The tapping hole was plugged now, cooling, the white-hot pour just a memory. The silence was complete. A line from one of his father's economics books came back to him, something by an Austrian economist whose name he couldn't remember. Wealth is not money. Wealth is the accumulated capital, goods, and knowledge that make production possible. Destroy that, and you destroy not just present prosperity, but future possibility. They destroyed it, not in a day, not in a single act, but link by link, regulation by regulation, good intention by good intention. They'd broken the chain that connected ore in the ground to steel in the world. And now the chain was broken, the knowledge dispersing, the skilled hands going idle. Tony stood there until the sky began to lighten in the east, until the first birds started singing, oblivious to the fact that something irreplaceable had died in the night. Then he walked back to his truck and drove home to tell his wife that they needed to start looking for jobs in Pittsburgh. By the end of the month, half the town's businesses had closed. Murphy's Hardware went under when Liberty Steel canceled all its standing orders. The diner laid off everyone except Marcy and one cook. The car dealership liquidated its inventory and shut down. The grocery store cut its hours in half. The mill stood empty, a rusting monument to the days when America made things and the making mattered. Sometimes teenagers would break in to drink and explore, walking through the cathedral spaces where their grandfathers had worked, not knowing what any of it had been for. And in the river below, 200 snuffbox mussels continued their slow, silent lives, unaware that they'd been the excuse for ending a world. Chapter 9. The Clean Shirt. 10 years, that's how long it had been since the furnaces went cold. A decade since Tony Billings had walked out of Liberty Steel for the last time, leaving behind the heat and the noise and the work that had made him feel connected to something larger than himself. 10 years since Iron Veil began its slow death, not the dramatic collapse of a building falling, but the quiet dissolution of a community bleeding out, one closed business at a time, one family moving away at a time, one funeral at a time. His father had been one of those funerals. Joseph Billings died in 2015, 7 years after the mill closed. Heart attack, the death certificate said. But Tony knew better. His father had died of obsolescence, of watching everything he'd built turn to rust, of spending his final years as a compliance officer helping banks decide which other factories to strangle with regulations. Joseph had lived just long enough to see his pension, what little remained of it after bankruptcy proceedings, cut by 60%, just long enough to watch Iron Veil's population drop from 12,000 to 7,000, just long enough to understand that the world he'd helped build was never coming back. The funeral had been small. Most of Joseph's generation was gone, retired to Florida if they'd saved enough, dead if they hadn't, scattered to Pittsburgh or Columbus or wherever the work had taken them. The few who remained were old men with emphysema and bad knees, standing in the rain at Riverside Cemetery, remembering a time when their hands had mattered. Now it was 2018, and Tony was 39 years old. He made $87,000 a year as a senior industrial compliance officer at Pittsburgh Metro Bank. He lived in a decent apartment in Squirrel Hill, drove a 3-year-old Camry, had a 401k that was finally recovering from the 2008 crash. His daughter Grace was 14, doing well in school, talking about college. His wife Katie worked full-time. Now they needed the second income to afford the life they'd built in the city. By any objective measure, Tony Billings had moved up in the world. So why did he feel like he was sinking? Tony's new office was on the 23rd floor of the Three Rivers Tower in downtown Pittsburgh, with floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the confluence where the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers met to form the Ohio. On clear days you could see for miles the golden triangle of the city center, the bridges arcing across the water, the hills rising green and dense beyond. It was the most beautiful view he'd ever had from a workplace, and he hated it. The job was Industrial Compliance Officer for Pittsburgh Metro Bank, which sounded important, but basically meant he was the person who read technical documents and environmental reports to help the bank decide whether to approve loans for manufacturing facilities. In practice, it meant he was helping them figure out which factories were likely to get shut down by regulations, so the bank could avoid lending to them. He was helping to accelerate the very thing that had killed Liberty Steel. The irony wasn't lost on him. "Billings, you got a minute?" Ron Hutchins, his supervisor, stood at the cubicle entrance holding a tablet. Ron was 42, had an MBA from Carnegie Mellon, wore shirts that probably cost more than Tony used to make in a week at the mill. He'd never worked in manufacturing in his life, but he talked about industrial operations with the confident ignorance of someone who'd learned everything from PowerPoint presentations. Ron pulled up a chair, swiped through the tablet, got a loan application for a specialty metals fabricator in Johnstown. Small operation, maybe 40 employees. They're requesting $2 million for new equipment. He turned the screen toward Tony. "What do you think?" Tony scanned the application. Henderson Precision Metalworks, family-owned for 60 years. They made custom steel components for mining equipment, machine tools, and industrial machinery. The kind of work that required real skill, real knowledge. The kind of work that was disappearing. "Their financials look solid," Tony said. "Good cash flow, no major debt, steady customer base." "Look at page 7, Ron interrupted. "Environmental compliance section." Tony found it. Henderson was located near a creek that fed into the Conemaugh River. The creek had been designated as exceptional value waters 3 years ago, meaning any industrial activity near it was subject to enhanced scrutiny. "They've been there 60 years, Tony said. "That creek's been fine all that time." "Sure, but new regulations are coming down from the EPA next year. Enhanced discharge standards for exceptional value waters. Henderson's current filtration system won't meet them." Ron took back the tablet. "They'd need to upgrade, probably $3 to $4 million in capital investment. On top of the $2 million for the equipment they want to buy. That's more than the business is worth. So we don't lend to them." "Correct." Ron made a note on the tablet. "I'll draft the denial letter this afternoon." "What happens to them?" Tony asked, though he already knew. "They'll try other banks, probably get the same answer. Eventually, they'll realize they can't get financing for the upgrades, can't meet the new standards, and they'll either close or sell to a larger company that can absorb the compliance costs." Ron shrugged. "It's unfortunate, but that's how creative destruction works. Inefficient operations get weeded out. Resources flow to more productive uses." Tony wanted to reach across the desk and grab Ron by his expensive collar. Wanted to drag him to Johnstown and make him meet the 40 people who'd lose their jobs. Wanted to ask him what more productive uses meant in a country that didn't make things anymore. Instead, he said, "Got it. I'll file the report." After Ron left, Tony sat staring at the denial recommendation on his screen. His hands were soft now. 5 years of college and 2 degrees and 5 years of office work had erased the calluses, healed the burn scars, and bleached out the iron stains. He wore button-down shirts and dress pants, and carried a briefcase instead of a hard hat. His back didn't hurt from 12-hour shifts. His ears didn't ring from mill noise. And he made $83,000 a year plus benefits, which was almost twice what he'd made at Liberty Steel. He was moving up in the world. He felt like he was sinking. His phone buzzed. "Katie, don't forget Grace has her ballet recital at 6. Can you leave work early?" Tony checked his watch. It was 4:15. Leaving at 5:30 would be early by office standards, though it would have been a half shift at the mill. "I'll be there," he texted back. The rest of the afternoon crawled. He processed 3 more loan applications, all denials. A foundry in Erie, too close to a wetland. A machine shop in Harrisburg. Outdated equipment. Couldn't compete with imports. a small steel fabricator in Altoona, located in a municipality that was pushing hard for green development, which meant manufacturing did not need to apply. By 5:30, he was in his Camry. He traded in the truck a long time ago. No point having a pickup when you worked in an office, fighting through Pittsburgh's rush-hour traffic. The ballet studio was in Squirrel Hill, a nice neighborhood where the houses had manicured lawns, and the cars in the driveways were all less than 5 years old. Katie had found them an apartment nearby. 2 bedrooms, 900 square feet, $1,400 a month, which was more than their mortgage had been in Ironvale. But that's what you paid to live in the city. He made it with 10 minutes to spare. The studio was all mirrors and glossy floors, packed with parents holding phones to record their daughters' performances. Katie was already there, sitting with the other mothers, most of them younger than her, all of them wearing yoga pants that cost more than his first car. "You made it," Katie said, squeezing his hand. She looked tired. She'd taken a part-time bookkeeping job at a dental practice, partly for the extra income, and partly because sitting in their small apartment all day was driving her crazy. Ironvale had been their home, their community. Here they were just transplants, people from somewhere else. Wouldn't miss it, Tony said, and meant it. Grace was 4 now, his little girl, the one good thing that had come out of the last few years. She didn't remember Ironvale, didn't know what her grandfather had done, had no concept that the world had once been different. The recital started. 12 little girls in pink tutus stumbled through a routine to music from Swan Lake. Grace was in the back row, concentrating so hard on the steps that her tongue stuck out slightly. She missed half the moves but smiled the entire time, and when it was over, and she saw Tony clapping, her face lit up like a furnace. Afterwards, in the car, Grace chattered about her performance while Katie drove, and Tony stared out the window at the passing streets. They stopped for dinner at a chain restaurant, Applebee's, because it was cheap, and Grace liked the mac and cheese. The food tasted like cardboard to them, but nobody complained. "How was work?" Katie asked after Grace had been distracted by crayons and a kid's menu. "Fine," Tony lied. Katie studied him. She'd always been able to read him. "You hate it." "I don't, Tony. You come home every day looking like someone died. You don't talk about work, you don't talk about the people you work with. You just sit in front of the TV until you fall asleep." She kept her voice low, glancing at Grace to make sure she wasn't listening. This was supposed to be a fresh start, I know. So what's the problem? How could he explain it? That every loan he denied was another Liberty steal in the making. That he was a gravedigger for American manufacturing. Just with a cleaner shovel. That he'd traded making things for preventing other people from making things. And the money was better, but his soul felt hollow. "I miss the work," he said finally. "The real work. I miss building something, making something. I miss," he gestured helplessly. "You miss your dad," Katie said quietly. "That too." Joe had taken the pension buyout, 40 cents on the dollar, barely enough to cover the medical bills, and spent his days sitting in the house where he'd raised Tony, where 3 generations of the Billings family had lived, watching it all fall apart. The street where everyone had worked at the mill was now the street where nobody worked at all. The houses were going for 1/3 of what they'd been worth when they sold it all. Most didn't. They just sat empty, windows broken, lawns gone to weeds. "I still do," Tony said. I remembered him talking about the Austrian economist Ludwig von Mises. He used to say the market economy depends on the availability of labor and private ownership of the means of production. Destroy the means of production, and you destroy the market economy itself. What's that supposed to mean? I think it means we're in trouble, not just Ironvale, all of us, the whole country. Tony watched Grace coloring, oblivious to the conversation. "We're not making things anymore, Katie. We're just shuffling paper and writing reports and servicing each other's debt. And eventually that runs out. Eventually, someone has to actually produce something real, like steel, like anything. Food, machinery, tools, buildings. Things you can drop on your foot. Things that exist in the world beyond spreadsheets." He rubbed his face, suddenly exhausted. "But what do I know? I'm just a former mill worker who sees things differently." "You're right," Katie said. "And you're allowed to miss your old life. But this is our life now. We have an income, benefits, a future." Grace will grow up with opportunities we never had. That has to count for something. It did count. He knew that. But it didn't change the hollow feeling, the sense that he'd traded something precious for something profitable, and the world was poorer for it. They finished dinner and drove home through streets lined with restaurants and coffee shops and boutique stores selling artisanal soap and handcrafted jewelry. Every storefront had a window display. Every display had a price tag. Every price tag reminded him that someone somewhere had made these things with their hands. Just not here, not anymore. That night, after Grace was asleep and Katie was watching TV, Tony sat at the kitchen table with his laptop and did something he'd been avoiding for months. He Googled Liberty Steel. The mill had been sold at a bankruptcy auction for $12 million, mostly for scrap value. A Chinese company, Guangdong Dragon Steel, had bought it, stripped out the usable equipment, and shipped it overseas. The furnaces were reassembled in a new facility outside Shanghai, where environmental regulations were suggestions, and labor was cheap. They were literally dismantling American industry and rebuilding it in China. Tony found himself reading about trade policy, currency manipulation, something called vendor financing, where the Chinese government loaned money to Chinese companies to buy American assets. It was elegant in a horrifying way. Print yuan, buy dollars, use dollars to buy American machinery, ship it to China, make cheap steel, sell it back to America, creating the trade deficit that required more dollar-denominated debt, which required printing more dollars. A perfect circle. A perfect trap. His father had tried to explain this once using the old Austrian economist's framework: capital accumulation, time preference, and roundabout production. Tony hadn't understood then, but does now. Wealth wasn't money. Money was just paper, just numbers in a computer. Wealth was the furnaces, and the mines, and the knowledge, and the skilled hands that could transform ore into steel, steel into machinery, machinery into prosperity. Destroy that, and you destroyed everything that came after. And they were destroying it. Not with bombs or invasions, but with regulations, cheap credit, and good intentions. Making it impossible to produce anything here while making it easy to buy everything from there. Until one day, you wake up and realize you don't make anything anymore, and you don't know how to make anything anymore. And the people who did make things owned you in every way that mattered. Tony closed the laptop with tense hands. Tomorrow, he'd go back to his office with the beautiful view and deny more loans to more manufacturers. He'd help dismantle another link in the chain, then come home and pretend it was progress. And someday, maybe in a year, maybe in 10, the bill would come due. He wondered what would happen then. Chapter 10. The money. The banking conference was held at the Omni William Penn Hotel in downtown Pittsburgh, a lavish affair that Tony's supervisor insisted he attend. Networking opportunities, Ron Hutchins had said. You need to build relationships with other compliance professionals, stay current on regulatory trends. Translation: the bank had paid $800 for Tony's ticket, and they expected him to justify the expense by collecting business cards and pretending to care about panel discussions on emerging ESA compliance challenges and navigating the intersection of environmental law and corporate finance. Tony sat in the back of a conference room, half listening to a lawyer from Philadelphia drone on about recent court decisions when a man in his 60s slid into the seat next to him. "First time at one of these things?" the man whispered. Tony glanced over. The man was thin, with silver hair and the kind of expensive casual clothes, cashmere sweater, Italian loafers, that suggested old money. His name tag read Robert Cooper, independent consultant. "Is it that obvious?" Tony whispered back. "You're the only person in the room actually paying attention. Everyone else is checking their phones or planning their lunch orders." Robert smiled. "I'm Robert. 23 years in environmental philanthropy, recently retired. Now I consult, which mostly means I get paid to attend conferences and pretend I still care." They shook hands. The panel droned on. After 15 minutes, Robert leaned over again. "Want to get out of here? There's a decent bar downstairs, and I suspect we'd both learn more from a conversation than from listening to that guy recite case citations." Tony hesitated for exactly 3 seconds. "Let's go." The bar was half empty at 10:30 a.m. They took a corner booth. Robert ordered a scotch. Neat. Tony got coffee, then changed his mind and ordered a beer. "So, what brings you to the wonderful world of environmental compliance?" Robert asked. "My job. Pittsburgh Metro Bank. I evaluate industrial loan applications, figure out which facilities are likely to get shut down by regulations." "Ah, you're a gravedigger." Robert said it without malice, almost sympathetically. "Excuse me? Your job is to predict which companies' environmental regulations will kill, so the bank doesn't lend them money. You're essentially pre-selecting the corpses." Robert sipped his scotch. "No offense. Someone has to do it. Might as well be you." Tony felt his face flush. "I used to work in a steel mill, Liberty Steel, in Ironvale. You might have heard of it." Robert's expression changed. "The snuffbox muscle case." "Yeah, that one. I'm sorry." Robert's voice was quieter. "I knew people involved in that case. Not personally, but I knew them." He paused. "Is that why you're in this business now? The mill closed?" "Mill closed? Town died. My father spent his last years as a compliance officer before he had a heart attack. Yeah, that's why I'm in this business." Tony heard the bitterness in his own voice. "And now I do to other factories what was done to us. The circle of life. Except everybody dies at the end." Robert studied him for a long moment. "Can I ask you something? When your mill was fighting the ESA case, did you ever wonder who was funding the environmental groups? Who paid for all those lawyers?" Tony shrugged. "Some foundations. My dad looked into it. The Environmental Defense Coalition got money from the Thornton Foundation, the Berkshire Climate Fund, a few others. $800 million between them. Did you ever wonder why those foundations cared so much about a mussel in Pennsylvania? They're environmental foundations. That's what they do." Robert smiled, but there was no humor in it. "That's what I used to think too. I worked for the Thornton Foundation for 23 years. Started as a program officer in 1995, ended as vice president for strategic initiatives. I helped allocate $4.2 billion in grants over 2 decades. Want to know what I learned?" Tony leaned forward. "Yeah, I do. It was never about the mussels." Robert ordered another scotch. Tony's beer sat untouched. The Thornton Foundation was established in 1978 by Harold Thornton, who made his fortune in semiconductors and software. Brilliant man. Genuine environmentalist. Honestly believed we were destroying the planet, and that saving nature was the most important thing he could do with his money. Robert swirled his scotch. When he died in 2003, his children took over the foundation. They had different priorities. See, the Thornton kids, 3 of them, all Stanford educated, all living in San Francisco and New York. They'd grown up rich. Never worked in manufacturing, never built anything with their hands. Their world was tech companies and venture capital and finance. To them, manufacturing was dirty, old, something that belonged in the past. Or better yet, overseas where they didn't have to see it. "So they wanted to shut down American industry?" Tony asked. "Not exactly. They wanted to transform the economy away from physical production toward what they called knowledge work. Finance, tech, services, information. Clean industries. But you can't just shut down steel mills and coal plants by decree. People get upset. Politicians intervene. So you need a mechanism. A way to make it happen gradually, through processes that look legitimate. Environmental regulations." "Exactly." Robert raised his glass in a mock toast. "The Endangered Species Act, the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, all passed with good intentions in the 1970s. But by the 2000s, they'd become weapons. The Thornton Foundation and similar groups began funding strategic litigation. Use the endangered species, apply it near an industrial facility, claim the facility threatens the species, and force the company to either spend impossible amounts on compliance or shut down." Tony felt cold. The snuffbox mussel. The snuffbox mussel was perfect, genuinely endangered, genuinely present in your river, genuinely affected by the mill's discharge. Everything about the case was legally sound. That's what made it so effective. We weren't lying or breaking rules. We were using the rules exactly as written to achieve outcomes the rule writers never intended. "How many mills?" Tony asked quietly. "I don't know exactly. Dozens, maybe more. Steel mills, paper mills, chemical plants, refineries. We funded the Environmental Defense Coalition's entire industrial litigation program. $127 million over 8 years. They had teams of lawyers identifying targets. It was incredibly sophisticated. How do you fund legislation, campaign donations, and funding special interest groups that stir up public opinion in favor of saving the little fish, which saves the planet? Robert pulled out his phone, opened a document, and slid it across the table. It was a spreadsheet with foundation names, grant amounts, and recipient organizations. This is just 1 year, 2007, the year they went after your mill. The Thornton Foundation gave $23 million to environmental litigation groups. The Berkshire Climate Fund gave $31 million. The Sustainable Future Initiative gave $19 million. Between the three of them, $73 million in a single year, all coordinated, all targeting industrial facilities. Tony scanned the document. The numbers were staggering. Why are you showing me this? Because I quit. Robert's voice was hard. In 2016, I walked away from a $340,000 a year job and full benefits because I finally understood what we were really doing. We weren't saving the environment. We were destroying communities, killing jobs, eliminating the productive capacity that made America wealthy in the first place. What changed your mind? I visited one of our success sites, a paper mill in Oregon we'd shut down over spotted owl habitat. I wanted to see the forest we'd saved. Robert drained his scotch. The forest was fine. Looked exactly like it had before. But the town was dead. Boarded up stores, empty houses, meth epidemic. I met a guy whose grandfather had worked in that mill for 40 years. He showed me his grandfather's suicide note. It said, "I don't know how to do anything else." Robert signaled for another drink. That's when I started asking questions. Who benefits from shutting down American manufacturing? What happens to the communities? Where do the jobs go? And that's when I found the rest of it. What rest? The political funding. Robert pulled up another document on his phone. This is where it gets interesting. The Thornton Foundation is a 501(c)(3) nonprofit. Can't engage in political activity. Can't donate to campaigns. But the Thornton family also controls the Thornton Action Fund, which is a 501(c)(4) advocacy organization. That one can engage in politics, and they do. He showed Tony a chart of political contributions. In 2006 and 2007, right when they were ramping up the Liberty Steel litigation, the Thornton Action Fund donated to a dozen different political campaigns and super PACs. Guess who was on the list? Tony already knew. Senator Smith. Bingo. Senator Richard Smith received $180,000 in direct campaign contributions from Thornton, affiliated donors, plus another $400,000 in independent expenditures supporting his re-election. And he wasn't alone. 6 other Pennsylvania state legislators got Thornton money. The congressman from your district got $250,000. Tony stared at the numbers. They were funding the same politicians who were supposed to protect us from regulations. Oh, it's better than that. Robert's smile was bitter. They funded both sides. Democrat gets Thornton money. Republican gets Thornton money. Doesn't matter who wins. Thornton wins. Because both candidates know where the money comes from, and both know what happens if they cross the foundations. He pulled up another document. This is Senator Vance's voting record on environmental legislation. 2000 to 2006. Before he got Thornton money, he voted with industry 73% of the time. 2007 to 2012. After he started receiving Thornton funding, he voted with industry 22% of the time, not because his views changed, because his incentives changed. Tony thought about the town hall meeting, Senator Smith standing at the podium, promising to fight for Liberty Steel, saying all the right things. The applause, the hope, all theater, all lies. Smith had already been bought. It's not just politicians, Robert continued. The Thornton Foundation funds university environmental programs. $89 million to 12 different universities in 2007 alone. You know what that buys? Professors who write papers supporting aggressive ESA enforcement. Experts who testify in court cases about the importance of protecting endangered species. Academic legitimacy for shutting down factories. And the media? Tony asked, already knowing the answer. The Berkshire Climate Fund owns a 12% stake in National Media Corporation, which owns 43 local affiliates. They gave $15 million to the Columbus School of Journalism to create a climate reporting initiative. Another $8 million to fund environmental reporters at major newspapers. Robert laughed darkly. You ever notice how environmental groups always get sympathetic coverage? How factory closures are always framed as necessary sacrifices for the environment? That's not bias. That's investment. Tony sat back, his beer forgotten. The shape of it was becoming clear. Foundations fund environmental groups to file lawsuits. Foundations fund politicians on both sides to ensure nobody fights back. Foundations fund universities to provide expert testimony. Foundations fund media to control the narrative. A perfectly closed loop, self-reinforcing, untouchable. Why? Tony asked. Why would they want to destroy American manufacturing? Robert was quiet for a moment. I've thought about that a lot. I think there are 3 reasons. First, they genuinely believe manufacturing is bad for the environment. They're not lying about that. They really do think closing factories helps save the planet. Second, they're making money. The Thornton family fortune is invested in tech companies, foreign manufacturing, service industries. Every American factory that closes means more demand for imports, which means higher profits for the supply chain companies they invest in. It's not a conspiracy. It's just alignment of interests. But third, and I think this is the biggest one, they hate what manufacturing represents. They hate the idea that uneducated people with dirty hands can make good money. They hate working-class culture. They hate communities that value physical work over intellectual work. Shutting down factories isn't just about the environment. It's about reshaping society to match their values. They're destroying us on purpose, Tony said. No, that would be evil, and they're not evil. They're doing what they genuinely believe is right. They're saving the environment, promoting clean energy, protecting endangered species. The fact that this also makes them richer increases their political power and eliminates a working class they find distasteful. Well, that's just a happy coincidence. Robert's voice dripped with sarcasm. They sleep soundly at night, Tony. They're the good guys. Just ask them. They sat in silence for a while. Tony watched his beer go flat, thinking about his father. Joseph had understood some of this. He'd tracked the foundation funding, had railed against unaccountable elites, but he'd never seen the full picture. The coordination. The deliberate architecture of it all. Liberty Steel equipment? Tony leaned forward. Sold at bankruptcy auction for $12 million. Buyer was Guangdong Dragon Steel, a Chinese state-owned enterprise. They dismantled the furnaces, shipped them to China, and reassembled them outside Shanghai. The mill is still running, just under a different flag. Chinese workers making 1/10 of what you made. And the Thornton Foundation made a $50 million investment in the private equity fund. Robert paused, unsure whether to proceed. It financed Guangdong Dragon's purchase of American manufacturing assets. They literally profited from buying your mill and moving it to China. Robert showed him the investment documents. It's all legal, all properly disclosed in their tax filings. Nobody broke any laws. Tony felt something crack inside him. Not anger exactly. Anger was too simple. This was something deeper. A recognition that the system wasn't broken. The system was working exactly as designed. It was just designed to crush people like him. Why are you telling me this? Tony asked. Because someone needs to know. Because I spent 23 years helping to build this machine, and I need to believe that somewhere, someone is writing this down. Someone is keeping a record. Robert finished his third scotch. And because you're from Ironvale. Your father was Joseph Billings, and I know that name. Tony looked up sharply. How? Because I approved the grant that funded the Environmental Defense Coalition's litigation against Liberty Steel. $4.7 million. I signed the check. Your father's name came up in the internal briefings. Senior steelworker, 3 generations at the mill. Vocal opponent of the closure. We discussed whether he was a threat to the campaign. Robert met Tony's eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was doing. Or maybe I did, and I didn't care. Either way, I helped kill your father's mill. Tony should have been angry, should have wanted to hit this man, scream at him, demand answers. But he was just tired, exhausted by the weight of understanding. What happens now? Tony asked. Now? Robert stood up, dropped 250s on the table. Now you go back to your job evaluating which factories to kill. I go back to my consultant fees and my comfortable retirement. The foundations keep funding their causes. The politicians keep taking the money. The mills keep closing. And everybody keeps pretending it's all about saving the environment. He paused at the door. Unless someone decides to tell the story, write it down, make people understand what we did and why we did it. He handed Tony a business card. If you ever want to know more, call me. I kept copies of everything, grant agreements, internal memos, investment records, 23 years of documentation. It's all yours if you want it. Then he was gone, leaving Tony alone in the bar with a flat beer and the terrible understanding that his father's death hadn't been a tragedy. It had been a transaction. 1,500 jobs traded for cleaner water and foundation profits. A town sacrificed for endangered species and political donations. A way of life eliminated because people with money and power wanted a different kind of world. The bartender came by. Another beer? Tony shook his head. Just the check. He went back to his office that afternoon and opened a new file on his computer. He titled it, The Hammer and the Yuan, after something his father used to say about wealth being made with hammers, not printed on paper. And he began to write everything down. Someone needed to remember. Someone needed to know what happened to Iron Veil and why, and who did it. Even if nothing changed, even if the mills kept closing and the knowledge kept dying, and the towns kept bleeding out, at least there would be a record. At least the truth would exist somewhere, written in plain language, waiting for the day when someone was finally ready to read it. Chapter 11. The Dragon's Workshop. Tony sat at his kitchen table at 2 a.m., unable to sleep, scrolling through the documents Robert Cooper had sent him. There were hundreds of files, grant agreements, internal memos, investment records, political donation receipts. 23 years of the Thornton Foundation's activities, meticulously documented. Robert had kept copies of everything, and now he'd given it all to Tony with a simple message. Someone needs to know. Tony was deep into the financial records when he found it. A 2009 investment memo from the Thornton Foundation's portfolio management team. The subject line read Opportunity, Distressed U.S. Manufacturing Assets. He opened it. The current economic downturn presents significant opportunities to acquire U.S. manufacturing facilities at bankruptcy valuations. We recommend a $50 million investment in the Berkshire Industrial Partners Fund, which is positioning to acquire and relocate steel production capacity to China. Projected IRR, 23 to 27% over 5 years. Tony's hands were shaking. He scrolled down to the attachment, a list of target acquisitions. Third on the list, Liberty Steel Corporation, Iron Veil, PA. Estimated acquisition cost, $10 to $15 million. Asset value, $180 million. Status, bankruptcy filing expected fourth quarter 2008. They'd known. Before the mill even closed, they'd known they would buy it. They'd planned for it. He kept reading. Found the acquisition records. Found the buyer, Guangdong Dragon Steel, a Chinese state-owned enterprise. Found the transaction price, $12 million. Found the notation. Equipment dismantled and relocated to Guangdong Province, first quarter to second quarter 2010. His father's mill. The furnaces where 3 generations of Billings men had worked. Dismantled. Shipped to China. Reassembled on the other side of the world. Tony pulled up everything he could find about Guangdong Dragon Steel. Corporate records, news articles, trade publications. He found a 2010 profile in China Steel Monthly about their newest facility, Dragon Steel, East Production Facility 7. The article included photos. There was the number 4 blast furnace. Tony recognized it immediately, even with Chinese characters painted over the Liberty Steel logo. There was the ladle his father had helped design. There were the overhead cranes he'd operated as a young man, all of it, just transplanted. As if Iron Veil could be picked up and moved across an ocean, its heart cut out and plugged into a different body. The article quoted the facility manager, a man named Chambers Way. Tony read his words through a translation app, and as he read, he tried to imagine what this Chambers Way must have thought. What it must have been like to stand in an American mill that wasn't in America anymore. To operate equipment built by workers whose names he'd never known, whose expertise he was now exploiting. Tony closed his laptop and stared at the dark kitchen window, seeing his own reflection. What were they thinking? He wondered. The Chinese who bought our mill, who shipped it away, who are using our knowledge to compete against us. What do they think about all this? He would never know for sure. But based on what Robert had told him about Chinese industrial strategy, based on the documents he'd read about their systematic acquisition of American manufacturing, Tony could imagine. Guangdong Province, China, spring 2010. Chambers Way stood on the observation deck of Guangdong Dragon Steel's No. 7 blast furnace and watched molten iron pour into a ladle that had, 18 months earlier, been pouring steel in Ironvale, Pennsylvania. The ladle still bore its American markings. Liberty Steel, Ironvale, PA, capacity 70 tons, though someone had painted over them with Chinese characters. Chambers could still see the ghost of the old lettering through the paint, like a palimpsest. History written over history. Victory written over defeat. Below him, the mill floor was controlled chaos. 3,000 workers on the day shift alone, moving with precision born of ruthless efficiency. The blast furnace roared. A sound Chambers had grown to love over his 31 years in the steel business. It was the sound of transformation, of ore becoming metal, of poverty becoming wealth, or in this case, of American wealth becoming Chinese wealth. The rolling mill is at 97% capacity, said Zhang Lin, his production supervisor, consulting a tablet. Quality exceeds specifications. The American equipment is excellent, far superior to domestic alternatives. The Liberty Steel tooling alone saves us 3% in material waste. Chambers nodded, watching the pour. It was remarkable how completely they'd absorbed an entire American steel mill, not just the equipment, but the knowledge embedded in it. The particular angles of the furnace brickwork, the precisely calibrated ratios of the gas mixture, even the handwritten notes they'd found taped to control panels. Add limestone here for high sulfur ore. Watch bearing temp. Replace at 85 degrees Celsius. The accumulated wisdom of 3 generations of American steel workers, now being applied by Chinese workers who earned 1/10 the wages. Has anyone calculated the total cost savings? Chambers asked. Zhang consulted his tablet. Compared to building equivalent capacity from scratch, approximately 340 million yuan, plus 18 months of construction time saved. He looked up. The Americans practically gave it away. $12 million for equipment worth easily 10 times that. They had no choice, Chambers said. Bankrupt companies sell for scrap value. Still, it seems foolish. It seems like strategy, said a voice behind them. Chambers turned. Minister Wu had arrived for his inspection tour, Deputy Minister of Industry and Information Technology, here to evaluate whether Guangdong Dragon's acquisitions of American manufacturing assets had been worthwhile investments. Wu was 62, a party member since his university days, a man who'd risen through the ranks by understanding that China's path to power ran through patient accumulation of what others were foolish enough to discard. Minister Wu. Chambers bowed slightly. Welcome to Liberty Steel, or as we call it now, Dragon Steely's Production Facility 7. Wu smiled. I prefer your name. It reminds us where this came from. He walked to the observation window, watching the mill floor. Remarkable. 90 years of American steel-making expertise, transferred wholesale to Chinese control, and they let it happen. They had no choice, Chambers repeated. Environmental regulations made operation economically impossible. Exactly, Wu said. They had no choice, because they chose to have no choice. That's what makes it so elegant. They moved to the conference room, formerly the Liberty Steel Management Suite, now refurbished with Chinese furniture and a portrait of Xi Jinping on the wall, where a photo of the mill's 1919 founding had once hung. Wu settled into a chair and accepted tea from an assistant. Tell me, Chambers Way, how many American facilities have we acquired in the past 10 years? Guangdong Dragon specifically. 12. 8 steel mills, 3 aluminum smelters, 1 specialty metals fabricator, total investment of $187 million US, total asset value approximately $2.1 billion. And nationally, Chinese state-owned enterprises have acquired 127 American manufacturing facilities since 2008. Total investment roughly $3.8 billion. Total asset value approximately $42 billion. Chambers pulled up a map on the conference room screen, showing red dots across the American industrial heartland. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Wisconsin. We're systematically buying the American manufacturing base at bankruptcy prices. Wu sipped his tea. And the Americans permit this? They encourage it. The companies need buyers to satisfy bankruptcy creditors. The local governments are desperate for any investment that might preserve jobs, though of course we typically reduce headcount by 60% and eventually relocate production to China. The federal government occasionally makes noises about national security, but rarely blocks acquisitions. Why? Because American politicians care about the next election cycle, not the next generation. A Chinese company buying a bankrupt factory creates the illusion of rescue. It becomes a golf course, or by the time the factory is dismantled and shipped to China, that politician is either out of office or focused on a different crisis. Wu nodded slowly. You said environmental regulations made Liberty Steel unprofitable. Explain. Chambers pulled up a document. The Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act. Over the past 30 years, American environmental regulations have become progressively more stringent. Not through new laws. Congress rarely passes new legislation, but through regulatory expansion. Agencies like the EPA and Fish and Wildlife Service interpret existing laws more and more aggressively. And American companies cannot adapt. Some can, most cannot. The compliance costs are astronomical. Liberty Steel faced a requirement to spend $240 million on water treatment, nearly equal to the total value of the facility, to protect an endangered mussel. They couldn't raise that capital. The mill went bankrupt. We bought it for $12 million. Chambers smiled. We dismantled the equipment, shipped it here, and now we operate it without any of those environmental constraints. Our discharge standards are minimal. We have no endangered species protections. Our labor costs are lower, and we sell the steel back to America at prices American mills cannot match. Because American mills still operating face those same regulatory costs, Wu said, understanding. Exactly. Every American steel mill that remains must spend enormous sums on environmental compliance. We don't. So we undercut their prices, force more of them toward bankruptcy, then buy them at liquidation prices and move the equipment to China. It's a perfect cycle. Wu was quiet for a moment. But surely the Americans understand this. Surely they see that their environmental regulations are destroying their own industrial capacity. Some do, most don't. Or more precisely, the people who understand it have no power, and the people with power don't care. Chambers pulled up another document, a photograph of a man speaking at a town hall meeting. This is Joseph Billings. He was the senior steelworker at Liberty Steel. 3 generations of his family worked this mill. He fought the closure. He tried to explain to his government that environmental regulations were being weaponized to deindustrialize America. Nobody listened. Why not? Because the environmental groups have more money and better organization than the steelworkers. Because urban voters care more about endangered species than about factory workers they've never met. Because the politicians receive campaign contributions from foundations that fund the environmental groups. And because, Chambers paused, choosing his words carefully, because a significant faction of American elites genuinely wants to eliminate manufacturing from their country. Wu raised an eyebrow. Wants to eliminate manufacturing? That makes no sense. Manufacturing creates wealth. They call it transitioning to a service economy, or knowledge economy. They believe that physical production is outdated, dirty, best left to other countries. They want America to focus on finance, technology, services, intellectual property, clean industries, high-status work. Chambers pulled up an academic paper on the screen. This was written by a Harvard economist in 2007, the year before Liberty Steel was shut down. It argues that manufacturing job losses are beneficial because they force workers to retraining for higher-value service sector employment. Wu read the abstract, his expression skeptical. And then this economist, has he ever worked in manufacturing? No. Has he ever visited a factory town? No. Does he understand that service sector jobs produce no tangible wealth? That someone must actually make the goods that are serviced? If he does, it doesn't appear in his published work. Chambers closed the document. American elites have convinced themselves that wealth is created by moving money around, not by making things. They've forgotten what their own economists knew a century ago, that real wealth comes from production, and that finance is only useful insofar as it facilitates production. Wu stood and walked to the window, looking out at the mill floor. Tell me about the currency arrangement. Ah, that's the beautiful part. Chambers pulled up a financial chart. The Americans run massive trade deficits. They import far more than they export. Under normal circumstances, this would cause their currency to depreciate, making imports expensive and exports cheap, which would rebalance trade naturally. But we don't let that happen. The People's Bank of China buys us treasury bonds, trillions of dollars worth. This keeps demand for dollars artificially high, which keeps the yuan artificially low, which means American goods remain expensive on world markets, and Chinese goods remain cheap. Chambers showed the flowchart. Americans buy our manufactured goods. We take their dollars and lend them back to the American government by buying treasury bonds. The American government uses that borrowed money to fund domestic spending, which creates the illusion of prosperity even as their industrial base collapses. A perfect trap, Wu said quietly. Yes, they borrow from us to buy from us. The debt compounds, their manufacturing capacity erodes, and they become progressively more dependent on us for everything from steel to pharmaceuticals to electronics. We own an increasing share of their debt, their supply chains, their productive capacity. And when we stop buying their bonds? Chambers met Wu's eyes. Then the trap springs shut. The dollar collapses. Import prices skyrocket, and the Americans discover that they no longer know how to make the things they need. The factories are gone. The workers are scattered. The knowledge is lost. They'll be dependent on us for everything. Wu was silent for a long moment, watching the mill floor, watching Chinese workers operate American equipment in what had once been the heart of American industrial power. You make it sound intentional, as if we planned this. Did we not? Chambers asked carefully. Wu turned from the window. We simply took advantage of what the Americans offered us. They educated our engineers in their universities. They offshored their manufacturing to our factories. They borrowed our money to fund consumption they couldn't afford. They regulated their own industries into bankruptcy and sold us the equipment. We didn't force any of this. We merely accepted what they gave us. Then why did they give it to us? Because, Wu paused, considering, because their elites benefit personally from the arrangement. The foundation executives who fund environmental groups also invest in Chinese manufacturing. The politicians who pass regulations receive campaign contributions from those same foundations. The corporate executives who offshore production to China receive bonuses for cutting costs. The consumers enjoy cheap goods, without understanding that they're destroying their own country's productive capacity. Everyone benefits in the short term. The costs are long-term, diffuse, invisible until it's too late, and when it is too late. Wu smiled thinly. Then we own them. Not through conquest or war, but through patient accumulation of everything they were foolish enough to discard. Their manufacturing capacity, their debt, their technological expertise, their industrial equipment. He gestured at the mill floor. We're standing in what was once the foundation of American power. Now it's ours. And they sold it to us for scrap value, because they cared more about 200 muscles than about their own national survival. That evening, Chambers hosted a dinner for Minister Wu and several other party officials. They ate in the mill's executive dining room, renovated, serving excellent Sichuan cuisine prepared by a chef imported from Chengdu. Over tea, the conversation turned philosophical. I studied in America, said one of the younger officials, a party secretary from Shanghai, MIT, 2003 to 2007. I loved it there. The freedom, the innovation, the optimism. I genuinely admired American society. And now? Wu asked. Now I watch them commit suicide and wonder why. The young official set down his teacup. They have everything. Natural resources, technological expertise, capital, educated workforce, the world's reserve currency. They should be unstoppable. Instead, they're deliberately destroying their own industrial capacity, offshoring their manufacturing, accumulating unpayable debts. It's like watching someone burn down their own house while standing inside it. They believe they're doing the right thing, Chambers said. Protecting the environment, transitioning to a knowledge economy, promoting social justice. Every factory closure is framed as progress. But surely some of them understand the consequences. Some do. But understanding doesn't matter without power. The steel workers understand. The factory towns understand. But they have no money, no political influence, no media access. Meanwhile, the foundations have billions. The politicians need campaign contributions, and the media companies are funded by the same sources as the environmental groups. It's not a conspiracy. It's just alignment of interests all pointing in the same direction. The Shanghai official shook his head. In China, if local officials destroyed the region's industrial capacity for abstract environmental reasons, while foreign powers bought up the assets, those officials would be removed. In America, they get promoted, Chambers said dryly. The EPA officials who shut down Liberty Steel are still employed, drawing good salaries, probably working on shutting down other facilities. The foundation executives who funded the litigation are celebrated as environmental heroes. The politicians who took the money got re-elected. Nobody pays a price for the destruction except the workers, and the workers don't matter. Wu was quiet, thinking. You know what disturbs me most? It's not that the Americans are declining. Empires rise and fall. This is natural. What disturbs me is the passivity. They're not being conquered. They're not being forced to deindustrialize. They're choosing it. Actively, deliberately, year after year, they choose policies that weaken their country and strengthen ours. And when people like this Joseph Billings try to warn them, they ignore him and proceed anyway. Perhaps, said the Shanghai official, that's the difference between a civilization that's rising and one that's falling. The rising civilization sees reality clearly and responds to it. The falling civilization wraps itself in comfortable lies and resents anyone who points out the truth. Chambers thought about Joseph Billings. He'd read the transcripts of the town hall meetings, the letters to senators, the testimony before regulatory agencies. A man watching his world die and trying desperately to explain why to people who didn't want to hear. Joseph had understood everything: the environmental weaponization, the elite class interests, the long-term consequences. He'd been right about all of it, and he'd been completely powerless to stop it. I wonder, Chambers said quietly, if in 50 years, American scholars will study this period the way we studied the fall of the Ming Dynasty. Trying to understand how a great power collapsed, not through external invasion, but through internal dysfunction, through an elite class that became so divorced from the sources of their power that they destroyed those sources without realizing what they were doing. The Ming fell because the court eunuchs controlled the emperor and cared more about palace intrigue than about Mongol invasions, Wu said. The Americans are falling because their foundation executives and environmental activists control the political system and care more about endangered species than about national industrial capacity. It's not so different. Except, the Shanghai official added, the Ming didn't have a rival power patiently buying up their military equipment at bankruptcy auctions. We're not just watching America decline. We're actively harvesting the assets of their decline. Every factory they close, we buy. Every technology they abandon, we acquire. Every worker they discard, we exploit the vacuum they created. In 20 years, maybe less, America will be dependent on us for everything from steel to pharmaceuticals, and they'll have no one to blame but themselves. Wu raised his teacup. To American environmental regulations, may they continue to serve Chinese interests. The officials laughed and toasted. Chambers joined them, but the toast left a bitter taste. He thought about the Liberty Steel workers, good people, skilled people, people who'd done nothing wrong, except be born in the wrong place at the wrong time. They'd lost everything not through their own failure, but because their own government had become a weapon against them. And now their mill was Chinese-owned, their equipment was producing Chinese steel, and their expertise was serving Chinese interests. A complete transfer of wealth and knowledge from America to China, accomplished not through espionage or warfare, but through bankruptcy auctions and environmental regulations. It was, as Minister Wu had said, elegant, but Chambers wondered if his son, studying engineering at Tsinghua University, would one day work in a facility bought at auction from a declining China. If some rising power would patiently harvest Chinese industrial capacity the way China was now harvesting America's. Empires rose and fell. The Ming had learned this. America was learning it now. Perhaps someday China would learn it too, but tonight, in what had once been the heart of American steelmaking power. The lesson belonged to Chambers Way and his Chinese colleagues. They stood in an American mill, operated American equipment, employed American expertise, and will continue to ship Chinese steel to American consumers who no longer remembered how to make it themselves. The Dragon had acquired the Hammer, and the Hammer's former owners were too busy arguing about muscles to notice. Chapter 12. The Theory. The email from Katie arrived at 3:47 p.m. on a Tuesday in March 2016. Your father's books. I've been saving them. Do you want them or should I donate? Tony stared at the message for a long moment. Joseph had been dead for almost a year. Katie had moved the books into storage after the funeral. 5 boxes of economics texts, industry journals, and handwritten notes that Joseph had accumulated over 43 years of trying to understand why the world worked the way it did. Tony typed back, I'll pick them up this weekend. That Saturday, he drove to the storage unit in Ironvale, or what was left of Ironvale. The town's population had dropped to 6,800. Main Street was more empty storefronts than functioning businesses. The high school had consolidated with the next district over. The hospital had closed its emergency room. Liberty Steel's rusted hulk dominated the skyline like a tombstone. The storage unit smelled like cardboard and dust. Katie had labeled the boxes, Joe's books, economics, Joe's books, trade, Joe's books, history, Joe's journals, Joe's industry reports. Tony loaded them into his Camry and drove back to Pittsburgh. That evening, while Katie and Grace were at a movie, he started going through them. The economics books were heavily annotated. Ludwig von Mises, Human Action. Fa Hayek, The Road to Serfdom. Henry Hazlitt, Economics in One Lesson. Joseph had underlined passages, written notes in the margins, cross-referenced concepts across multiple volumes. Tony opened Economics in One Lesson to a dog-eared page. The chapter was titled The Lesson Restated. Hazlitt's thesis was simple. The art of economics consists in looking not merely at the immediate, but at the longer effects of any act or policy. It consists in tracing the consequences of that policy, not merely for one group, but for all groups. Joseph had underlined this and written in the margin, nobody looks at all groups. Politicians only care about groups that vote for them. Bureaucrats only care about their own agencies. Economists only care about their theories. The steelworkers get forgotten. Tony kept reading. Found another heavily marked section, this one about tariffs and protectionism. Hazlitt argued that tariffs benefited a small, visible group, protected industries, while harming a large, invisible group, consumers and downstream industries. The costs were diffuse and hidden. The benefits were concentrated and obvious. Therefore, tariffs were politically popular but economically destructive. Joseph had written, true in theory. But what if foreign governments subsidize their industries and dump product below cost? What if the free market isn't free? The next box contained industry reports and trade journals from 2010 to 2015. Tony started reading chronologically, watching the story unfold in dry statistical language. 2010. Chinese steel production hit 627 million metric tons, 44% of global output. U.S. production, 80 million tons. Chinese exports surge. 2011, global steel prices fall 8%. U.S. mills operate at 72% capacity. 3 small mills close. 2012, Chinese production reaches 717 million tons. Prices fall another 12%. 4 more U.S. mills close. Employment in American steel industry drops by 7,000 jobs. 2013, Chinese steel exports hit record 62 million tons. U.S. Steel announces layoffs. Republic Steel files for bankruptcy protection. 2014, global overcapacity reaches 550 million tons. Chinese government subsidies to steel industry estimated at $28 billion annually. Prices hit 10-year lows. 2015, Chinese production peaks at 804 million tons, over 50% of global output. Steel prices collapse. 8 U.S. mills close. Employment drops by another 12,000 jobs. Joseph had tracked all of it, highlighting the numbers, calculating the impacts, watching the industry he'd given his life to being systematically destroyed by subsidized foreign competition. In the 2015 reports, Tony found a sticky note in his father's handwriting. They're doing to the rest of American steel what they did to us. Except, this time, it's not muscles. It's the Chinese government, flooding the market with steel they're selling at a loss, subsidized by printed yuan. And our government does nothing. Tony pulled out his laptop and started researching. Found congressional testimony from 2015, steel executives begging for relief. Found economic analyses explaining how Chinese state-owned enterprises could sell steel below production cost indefinitely, because the government covered their losses. Found trade statistics showing Chinese steel flooding into America, while non-tariff barriers blocked American exports to China. It was Liberty Steel all over again, just on a national scale. The mechanism was different, foreign subsidies instead of domestic regulations, but the result was the same. American mills couldn't compete, not because they were inefficient, but because they were competing against foreign governments with unlimited ability to subsidize losses. Then Tony found the debate. It was a 2016 policy forum hosted by the Cato Institute, recorded and posted online. The title, Trade Policy and the Steel Industry, Free Markets versus Protectionism. On one side, Dr. Thomas Reed, Austrian economist from George Mason University, arguing against any trade barriers. On the other, James Cooper, former CEO of a shuttered steel mill, arguing for tariffs. Tony watched the entire 2-hour debate. Dr. Reed went first, making the classic Austrian case against tariffs with clarity and precision. The economic case against tariffs is straightforward. When we impose a 25% tariff on imported steel, we raise the price of steel for every American manufacturer that uses it. Auto companies pay more. Construction firms pay more. Appliance makers pay more. These increased costs ripple through the economy, making American goods less competitive globally and raising prices for consumers. Yes, steel mill workers benefit, but they are 140,000 people. The industries that use steel employ 6.5 million people. We're protecting the few at the expense of the many. For every steel job saved by tariffs, we'll lose multiple jobs in steel-consuming industries. Moreover, tariffs invite retaliation. If we slap tariffs on Chinese steel, China will retaliate with tariffs on American exports, agriculture, aircraft, machinery. Will trigger a trade war that makes everyone poorer. The Austrian perspective is clear. Government intervention distorts markets. Whether that intervention is subsidies or tariffs, it prevents resources from flowing to their most productive uses. If Chinese steel is cheaper, we should buy Chinese steel and let our workers shift to industries where we have comparative advantage. The audience, mostly economists and policy analysts, applauded. It was elegant, logical, theoretically perfect. Then James Cooper spoke, and his voice carried the weight of lived experience. Dr. Reed's analysis assumes we're operating in a free market. We're not. The Chinese government owns the steel companies. They're not operating for profit. They're operating for strategic advantage. They subsidize production with printed currency, dump steel below cost to destroy foreign competition, then plan to raise prices once they've established dominance. This isn't comparative advantage. This is predatory pricing backed by a nuclear-armed government with $3 trillion in foreign currency reserves. Dr. Reed says workers should shift to industries where we have comparative advantage. Shift to what? We've already lost textiles to China. We've lost electronics to China. We've lost furniture, appliances, machinery, all to subsidized Chinese competition. At what point do we admit that free trade with a mercantilist dictatorship isn't free trade at all? The Austrian economists are right that tariffs have costs, but those costs need to be weighed against the cost of losing our industrial capacity entirely. If we lose the ability to make steel, we lose the ability to make everything that requires steel. We become dependent on a foreign power for the material foundation of our economy and our military. That's not economics. That's national suicide. The applause was more scattered this time. The room was divided. Dr. Reed responded. Mr. Cooper makes an emotional appeal about national security and economic sovereignty. But the data shows that protectionism makes countries poorer. The Smoot-Hawley tariffs of 1930 deepened the Great Depression. Import substitution policies devastated Latin America in the 1970s and 80s. Every time we try to protect domestic industries from foreign competition, we reduce overall prosperity. If the Chinese government wants to tax their citizens to give us cheap steel, we should say thank you and use the savings to invest in industries where we actually have advantages. That's how free trade works. James Cooper leaned forward, his voice sharp. Tell that to Ironvale, Pennsylvania. Tell that to Gary, Indiana. Tell that to Bethlehem and Youngstown and every other steel town that's been destroyed. Tell those people that they should be grateful for cheap Chinese steel, that their destroyed communities are just the price of economic efficiency. The problem with Austrian economists is that you're so in love with your theories that you can't see what's happening in the real world. Yes, in a perfect free market with no government intervention, tariffs are bad. But we don't live in that world. We live in a world where the Chinese government subsidizes its industries, and the American government regulates ours into bankruptcy. We live in a world where environmental rules make it impossible to operate a steel mill in Pennsylvania, but perfectly fine to operate one in Guangdong. We live in a world where the same foundations that fund the environmental groups shutting down American factories also invest in Chinese factories. You're playing chess by the rules while they're playing poker with loaded dice. And you're calling it free trade. The debate went on for another hour, but Tony had heard enough. He paused the video and sat in his apartment thinking. Both men were right, and both were wrong. Dr. Reed was right that tariffs imposed costs. Right that they raised prices, invited retaliation, created economic inefficiencies. The Austrian analysis was sound. In a world of free markets and minimal government intervention, protectionism made everyone poorer. But James Cooper was right that they didn't live in that world. Right that Chinese steel wasn't cheap because of efficiency or comparative advantage, but because of government subsidies. Right that environmental regulations had made American production impossibly expensive while leaving Chinese production unregulated. Right that free trade with a mercantilist command economy wasn't free at all. Tony thought about his father. Joseph had loved the Austrian economists, had taught Tony their principles, had believed in free markets and limited government. But Joseph had also watched his mill get destroyed by a system that was anything but free, where government regulations made production illegal, where environmental groups wielded regulatory agencies like weapons, where foundations funded both the groups, shutting down factories, and the investments in foreign factories. The Austrians were right about the theory. But the theory assumed a level playing field. It assumed that governments weren't actively subsidizing some producers while regulating others to death. It assumed that trade meant voluntary exchange between private parties, not strategic competition between nation-states. In the real world, the one where Tony lived and his father had died, those assumptions were fantasy. Tony pulled out one of his father's journals, a composition notebook from 2014, filled with Joseph's cramped handwriting. He found an entry dated November 12, 2014. Been reading Mises again. He's right that tariffs make us poorer in the narrow economic sense. But he was writing about trade between free nations, not trade between a free nation and a command economy. The Chinese don't trade. They wage economic warfare with trade as the weapon. The Austrian answer is that we should buy their cheap steel and let our steel industry die, then use our resources more efficiently elsewhere. But where is elsewhere? What industry do we have comparative advantage in that China can't subsidize and undercut? Software. They're stealing our IP. Services. Can't export services to China. They block foreign companies. Agriculture. They're buying our farmland. I think the Austrians are making the same mistake as the environmentalists. They're so focused on their abstract principles, efficiency for the Austrians, nature for the environmentalists, that they can't see the concrete reality of national destruction. Maybe we need tariffs. Not to protect inefficient industries, but to level the playing field between subsidized foreign production and regulated domestic production. Maybe the real choice isn't free trade versus protectionism, but surrender versus survival. Don't know. Feel like I'm betraying everything I believed about economics. But I've also watched my mill die, and my town die, and my country's industrial base die. At some point you have to ask if the theory is wrong, or if the world just doesn't match the theory anymore. Tony closed the journal. His father had wrestled with the same question Tony was wrestling with now. What do you do when the theory you believe in doesn't match the reality you're living? He pulled up news from 2018. President Trump had imposed 25% tariffs on steel imports under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act, citing national security. Steel prices had jumped immediately. Domestic production had increased. Capacity utilization had risen from 69% to 78%. But auto companies complained about higher costs. Construction firms complained. The beer industry complained because steel tariffs raised the price of aluminum cans. The European Union retaliated with tariffs on American whiskey and motorcycles. China retaliated with tariffs on American soybeans. Dr. Reed had written an op-ed, "Trump's steel tariffs will make America poorer." He cited all the classic Austrian arguments: consumer costs, downstream job losses, trade war escalation, market distortions. He was probably right about all of it. But Tony thought about Ironvale, thought about the mill that closed in 2008, the equipment that was dismantled and shipped to China, the workers who'd lost everything, while economists argued about comparative advantage and consumer welfare. If Trump's tariffs had been in place in 2007, would Liberty Steel still be running? Would his father still be alive? Would Ironvale still be a living town instead of a slowly dying memory? Tony didn't know. The counterfactual was impossible to prove. But he knew this. The Austrian economists were right that free trade created wealth, and they were right that tariffs imposed costs. But they were catastrophically wrong about one thing. They assumed that economics happened in a vacuum, separate from power and politics and national strategy. The Chinese government understood that economic strength was a form of power. They subsidized steel production, not because it was economically efficient, but because steel production was strategically important. They dumped product to destroy foreign competitors, planning to dominate the global market for generations. The Austrian response, "Let them subsidize us," was suicide disguised as economic sophistication. Joseph had understood this, had tried to explain it, had died knowing he was right but powerless. Tony picked up his phone and called Robert Cooper. "Robert, it's Tony Billings. I've been going through my father's papers and the documents you sent me. I think I want to write something, not just about what happened to Liberty Steel, but about the whole system. The regulations, the subsidies, the foundations, the politics, the theory versus the reality. All of it." Robert was quiet for a moment. "That's a big project." "I know, but someone needs to explain it. Someone needs to write down how we dismantled our own industrial base, while economists assured us we were getting richer. How we let China win, not by conquering us, but by letting us destroy ourselves." "Your father would be proud," Robert said quietly. "My father would say I should have done this 10 years ago." Tony looked at the boxes of books and journals spread across his apartment. But better late than never. He spent the rest of that night reading, making notes, beginning to assemble the pieces of the story. Not just Liberty Steel's story, but America's story. The story of how a nation convinced itself that making things didn't matter, that finance and services could replace production, that cheap imports were always good and tariffs were always bad. The story of how economic theory, divorced from reality and weaponized by interests with agendas, became a suicide pact. And the story of the steelworkers in mill towns and industrial communities who tried to warn everyone and were ignored because the economists and environmentalists and foundation executives knew better. His father had spent 43 years trying to understand why the world worked the way it did. Tony would spend however long it took to explain it. The Austrians were right about free trade in a free world. The problem was, the world wasn't free, and pretending otherwise had cost America everything that mattered. Chapter 13. The Reckoning. The grocery store in Squirrel Hill had a new sign on the door: cash only, no credit cards, prices subject to change hourly. Tony Billings, 62 years old, stood in the parking lot staring at his phone. The news alert had come through 3 minutes ago. Federal Reserve announces emergency rate increase to 47%. Treasury Secretary resigns. 47%. Grace pulled up in her aging Honda that is 12 years old now, held together with prayers and aftermarket parts that took weeks to arrive from China. She was 36, looked 45, had 2 kids in the back seat. Her husband Michael had lost his job at the software company 6 months ago when the venture capital dried up. They'd moved in with Tony and Katie last September. "Dad?" Grace rolled down the window. "Did you see?" "I saw." Tony opened the back door, kissed his grandchildren. Emma was 8. Joseph was 5. Named after Tony's father, though the boy would never know the man he was named for or the world that man had built. "What does it mean?" Grace asked. Tony looked at his daughter. She had a master's degree in data analytics from Carnegie Mellon, $140,000 in student debt that was now effectively unpayable, and the haunted look of someone who'd spent her adult life watching her country collapse in slow motion. "It means the endgame just started," Tony said. "Come on. We need to get inside before they change the prices again." The store was chaos. People pushing carts loaded with canned goods, rice, pasta, anything with a shelf life. The prices on the electronic displays flickered and changed as Tony watched. Ground beef, $47 lb. Chicken, $31. A loaf of bread, $18. Grace stared at the bread. That was $12 this morning. "It'll be $24 by tonight." Tony grabbed 3 loaves, threw them in the cart. The dollar's in free fall. China announced an hour ago they're dumping treasury bonds. Nobody wants dollars anymore. When nobody wants your currency, everything priced in that currency becomes worthless. "But we're America," Grace said weakly. We're broke." Tony kept moving through the aisles, grabbing essentials with the grim efficiency of someone who'd been preparing for this. "We've been broke for 30 years. We just kept borrowing to hide it. Now nobody's lending anymore." A woman in her 70s stood crying in the pasta aisle, staring at the prices. An elderly man helped her, probably her husband, gently steering her toward cheaper options that didn't exist anymore. Tony recognized her. Mrs. Sullivan. Her brother had worked at Liberty Steel. She'd been a waitress at the Sunrise Diner. That was another lifetime ago. Another world. He put 2 boxes of pasta in her cart. "On me," he said quietly. She looked at him, recognized him, started crying harder. "Your father tried to warn us," she said. "We should have listened." Back at the apartment, Tony and Katie had downsized 5 years ago, sold the house they couldn't afford to heat. Grace helped unload groceries while the kids watched videos on a cracked tablet. The internet still worked, though it was slower every month, as the infrastructure slowly degraded from decades of deferred maintenance. "Explain it to me," Grace said. "Not the technical stuff, just what happened?" Tony made coffee. Real coffee, which cost $89 per pound and would probably be $120 tomorrow. He'd been rationing it for weeks. This seemed like a good time to stop rationing. "You remember your grandfather?" he said. "A little bit. You were 10 when he died." "I remember he was sad all the time," Grace said. "And he had these books, economics books. He was trying to understand." Tony sat at the small kitchen table where he'd spent the last 15 years writing. His manuscript, The Hammer and the Yuan, sat in a drawer. 300 pages explaining exactly how America had dismantled its own industrial base. He'd sent it to 40 publishers. 37 never responded. 3 said it was not commercially viable, and 2 political. Nobody wanted to read about how they'd destroyed themselves. "Understand what?" Grace asked. "How we went from the richest, most productive country in human history to—" Tony gestured at the window. At the city, beyond where brownouts were scheduled for every evening now, where half the stores were closed, where people queued for basic goods like it was the Soviet Union. To this. He pulled out one of Joseph's old journals, opened to a page from 2015. Read his father's words aloud. "They're destroying our ability to make things. First steel, then aluminum, then chemicals, pharmaceuticals, electronics, machinery. They call it environmentalism, but it's really just deindustrialization. And when you can't make things, you can't create wealth. You can only shuffle around the wealth that already exists until it runs out." "Your grandfather wrote that 25 years ago," Tony said. "He was right about everything." Grace was quiet. Outside, sirens wailed. Police or ambulance. Increasingly hard to tell since the city had consolidated emergency services 3 years ago. Emma and Joseph watched their videos, oblivious, the way children always were to the precise moment history broke. "Tell me how," Grace said finally. "Tell me how it happened. I need to understand what world my children are inheriting." So Tony told her. "It started before you were born," he said. 1970s, 1980s. Environmental regulations began getting weaponized against manufacturing. Not because of actual harm, though there was some, but because environmental groups realized they could use endangered species laws and clean water rules to shut down factories. He pulled up files on his laptop. The documentation Robert Cooper had given him. The foundation records. The political contributions. Grace leaned in, reading. The same foundations funded the environmental groups and the politicians and the universities that provided expert testimony, Tony continued. It was a perfectly closed system. They'd find an endangered mussel or warbler near a factory, file a lawsuit claiming the factory threatened it, and forced the company to either spend impossible amounts on compliance or shut down. Like Liberty Steel, Grace said. She'd heard this story but had never quite believed it. 200 muscles shut down a mill that employed 1,500 people. It seemed absurd. Like Liberty Steel, Tony confirmed. And 100 other factories. Then the equipment got sold at bankruptcy prices to Chinese companies who dismantled it and rebuilt it in China, where there were no environmental regulations. But China has terrible pollution, Grace said. Exactly. The muscles didn't get saved. The environment didn't get cleaner. The pollution just moved somewhere we couldn't see it. Except we were still buying the products made with that pollution. So we were still responsible for it. We just outsourced the guilt along with the jobs. He showed her the maps. Red dots marking Chinese acquisitions of American manufacturing from 2008 to 2025. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, and Wisconsin. The entire industrial heartland was systematically purchased and relocated. Why did we let them buy it? Grace asked. Because politicians care about the next election, not the next generation. A Chinese company buying a bankrupt factory looks like rescue. By the time they close it and ship the equipment to China, nobody's paying attention anymore. Tony pulled up more files. Then came the climate agenda. In the 2020s, they didn't even need endangered species anymore. They just declared that carbon emissions were a crisis and regulated any heavy industry into impossibility. Steel, aluminum, chemicals, cement, anything that required heat and energy became effectively illegal to produce in America. But we needed those things, Grace said. So we imported them. From China mostly. China kept making steel and aluminum and chemicals, burning coal to do it. But that was fine because the emissions happened in China, not here. We felt virtuous about our clean air while completely dependent on a hostile foreign power for everything that mattered. Grace was reading the documents, her face growing paler. The Thornton Foundation invested in Chinese manufacturing? Heavily. They made billions helping to relocate American industry to China. They funded the environmental groups that shut down American factories, then invested in the Chinese factories that replaced them. Tony's voice was bitter. It wasn't a conspiracy. It was just aligned incentives. The foundations got richer. The environmental groups got funding. The politicians got campaign contributions. The Chinese got industry. Everybody won except the American workers. And the economists, Grace asked. What did they say? The Austrian school economists, the ones your grandfather loved, said free trade made everyone richer. They said we should let China make our steel because it was cheaper, and we should focus on comparative advantage in services and high tech. Tony laughed without humor. Except China made the high tech too, and you can't eat services. You can't defend your country with financial engineering. He pulled up a video from 2035, a congressional hearing. An elderly economist testifying, the costs of protectionism always outweigh the benefits. We must maintain our commitment to free trade. The hearing was about the fact that America could no longer manufacture antibiotics domestically. Every pharmaceutical was imported from China or India. During a pandemic scare in 2033, China had briefly embargoed pharmaceutical exports. Thousands died. The economist's solution? Market incentives will eventually restore domestic production. They didn't. What about the advanced manufacturing? Grace asked. The automation and AI and 3D printing? I remember in college, they said that would save us. Tony's expression darkened. That was the most elegant lie of all. They said we didn't need heavy industry because advanced manufacturing would revolutionize production. Automated factories, AI-optimized supply chains, 3D printing that could make anything. But it didn't work? Oh, it worked. The problem was, advanced manufacturing still requires basic inputs. You can't 3D print steel. You have to make the steel first. You can't automate an aluminum smelter you don't have. AI can optimize production, but only if you have production capacity to optimize. He pulled up more files. And guess who made the robots? China. Who made the AI chips? China. Who made the 3D printers? China. So, advanced manufacturing just meant buying more Chinese equipment to assemble Chinese components. We traded steel mills for assembly plants, Tony said. Except assembly plants don't create wealth. They just assemble the wealth other people created. Your grandfather understood this. The Austrians understood it. They called it roundabout production. The longer the chain of actual value-adding stages, the richer you become. Break the chain, and you become poor. We broke the chain, Grace said quietly. We didn't break it. We outsourced it. Every link, mining, smelting, forging, machining, assembly, moved to China. We kept the last link, the high-value link, the services and finance and design. Except it turns out those aren't high value at all without the foundation of actual production. Tony's laptop pinged. Another news alert. President declares economic emergency. Capital controls implemented. Foreign exchange trading suspended. Grace read it over his shoulder. What does that mean? It means they're trying to stop the bleeding. It won't work. Tony had studied the history. Weimar Germany, Zimbabwe, Venezuela. Once a currency went into death spiral, capital controls just made it worse. The dollar is finished. China stopped buying our debt. Europe stopped accepting dollars for payment. The Saudis are selling oil in yuan now. When nobody wants your currency, it becomes worthless. What happens to us? We learn to live poor. Tony looked at his grandchildren, still watching videos, still innocent. Everything imported becomes impossible to afford. Food, fuel, medicine, electronics. All of it priced in foreign currency we don't have. We'll make do with less. A lot less. Can't we start making things again? Grace asked, desperately. Can't we rebuild the factories, relearn how to make steel and aluminum and... With what? Tony's voice was gentle but firm. The equipment is in China. The expertise is dead or retired. Your grandfather's generation. The last generation that knew how to run a blast furnace, how to roll steel, how to forge under heat. They're gone. The knowledge died with them. He pulled up a study from 2038. They tried to restart a steel mill in Indiana. Spent $3 billion refurbishing it. Brought in consultants from around the world. Took 2 years. When they finally got it running, the steel cost 3 times what Chinese imports cost, so nobody would buy it. The mill closed after 8 months. Because of Chinese subsidies? Grace asked. Partly. But also because American environmental regulations made operation expensive. American labor costs were high. American electricity costs were astronomical, because we'd shut down our coal and nuclear plants. And American capital costs were insane because nobody wanted to lend to manufacturing. Tony closed the laptop. We'd built a system that made production impossible, and you can't undo that system overnight. So we're just trapped. We're dependent. On China primarily. They make everything we need. They own enormous amounts of our debt. They control supply chains for food, medicine, electronics, machinery. We're a client state now. We just haven't formally acknowledged it yet. Grace was crying. Tony put his arm around her. Your grandfather saw this coming, he said softly. He tried to warn people. He wrote letters, attended meetings, testified before regulators. He explained exactly what would happen if we kept closing factories while China kept building them. Nobody listened. The environmentalists said he was putting profits over planet. The economists said he didn't understand comparative advantage. The politicians said he was being alarmist. He was right, Grace whispered. He was right about everything. And he died knowing it, which is the worst kind of right to be. That evening, the power went out at 7 p.m. Scheduled brownout, 3 hours. Tony lit candles. Grace heated soup on a camping stove. The kids complained about not being able to watch videos. Tony thought about his father, about Joseph standing in the mill on that last night, watching the furnaces go cold. About Joseph trying to explain roundabout production and capital accumulation to politicians who didn't care. About Joseph spending his final years as a compliance officer, helping to shut down other people's factories, dying of a broken heart disguised as coronary disease. Joseph had written once, in 2014, they won't understand until it's too late. And when it's too late, they'll say nobody could have predicted it. Tony had published his book finally, in 2035, through a small press that specialized in heterodox economics. It sold 847 copies. The reviews that existed called it reactionary, nostalgic, failing to appreciate the inevitability of economic transition. One reviewer wrote, Billings romanticizes manufacturing work while ignoring the environmental costs and the benefits of moving toward a service-based economy. That reviewer was probably standing in a grocery store right now, watching prices triple, wondering why his economics degree wasn't putting food on his table. The soup was thin. Mostly broth, a little chicken, some vegetables. Grace portioned it carefully. Tony remembered dinners at his father's table. Pot roast, potatoes, fresh bread. Middle-class abundance purchased with middle-class wages from a middle-class job making middle-class steel. That abundance was gone. Burned in the furnace of good intentions, environmental purity, economic theory, and Chinese strategic patience. "Grandpa," Emma asked, "why is everything expensive?" Tony looked at his granddaughter. 8 years old. She'd never known a world where America made things, where jobs were secure, where the future felt open instead of closed. Her entire life had been decline, slower at first, then accelerating, now in free fall. "Because we forgot how to make things," Tony said. "And once you forget, it's very hard to remember. Can we learn again?" Tony thought about the question. Could they? In theory, yes. Knowledge could be rebuilt, factories reconstructed, expertise retaught. In theory. In practice? In practice, China controlled the supply chains for rare earths needed in advanced manufacturing. China made the equipment needed to build factories. China owned so much American debt that it could crash what remained of the economy at any time it wanted to leverage it. China had accumulated 30 years of industrial expertise that America had deliberately thrown away. And even if America tried to rebuild, environmental regulations remained in place. The foundations were still funding litigation. The economists were still preaching free trade. The politicians were still taking money from the same people who'd caused the collapse. Maybe, Tony said. But it would take a very long time. And things will probably get worse before they can get better. Grace put the kids to bed early. They had school in the morning, though school now meant online classes since the district had closed most physical buildings. Katie was working a night shift at the hospital. However, they called it healthcare center now, and she made a third of what nurses used to make before the medical system had collapsed under the weight of imported pharmaceutical costs and healthcare inflation. Tony sat in the darkened living room, candlelight flickering, thinking about his father's journals, about Joseph's desperate attempt to understand why the world worked the way it did, about the Austrian economists Joseph had loved, and how their beautiful theories had failed to account for predatory governments and weaponized regulations and foundations that funded the destruction of their own country's industrial base. The Austrians had been right about free trade making everyone richer. In a world of free trade, they'd been catastrophically wrong about what to do when the other side wasn't playing by the same rules. And now, in 2040, with the dollar collapsing and shelves emptying and the full weight of 30 years of accumulated policy failures crashing down at once, Tony wondered if anyone would finally understand what Joseph had tried to teach them. Probably not. They'd blame China, blame greedy corporations, blame Trump's tariffs or Biden's spending or whoever was president when the music stopped. They'd blame anything except the systematic, deliberate, policy-driven deindustrialization that had brought them to this point. Because accepting that would mean accepting that the environmentalists, economists, foundation executives, and politicians, all the smart people, all the educated people, all the people with good intentions, had been wrong. That they'd destroyed what they were trying to save. That their theories, models, and best practices had led directly to national impoverishment. And nobody wanted to accept that. Outside, the city was dark except for scattered lights from buildings with generators. Tony could see stars, something that would have been impossible 40 years ago, when the mills were running, when the furnaces glowed, when America made things and the making lit up the sky. The stars were beautiful. The darkness was complete. And somewhere in that darkness, Tony's grandchildren were sleeping. Inheriting a world their great-grandfather had tried to prevent, their grandfather had tried to explain. Nobody had wanted to hear about it until it was too late to matter. The candle burned down. Tony sat in the growing dark, thinking about hammers and yuan, about wealth that couldn't be printed, about the terrible cost of forgetting how to make the things that mattered. His father had known. Tony had learned. Grace was beginning to understand, and Emma and Joseph, they would grow up in the ruins, learning the lesson the hard way, the only way their country had been willing to learn it. The furnaces were cold. The silence was complete. And the darkness, Tony thought. This was just beginning. Chapter 14. The Descent Year 1, 2041. The pharmaceuticals ran out first. Grace stood in line at the CVS on Forbes Avenue for 6 hours, clutching a prescription for Emma's asthma medication. The line snaked around the block. elderly people with their pill organizers, parents with sick children, diabetics desperate for insulin that had quadrupled in price every month since the dollar collapsed. When she finally reached the counter, the pharmacist, a woman Grace's age who looked 20 years older, just shook her head. "We haven't had albuterol in 3 weeks," she said. "Everything comes from China or India. The supply chain's broken. Even if we had dollars to pay, they're not accepting dollars anymore." "What am I supposed to do?" Grace asked. "My daughter can't breathe without it." The pharmacist's eyes were dead. She'd had this conversation 1,000 times. "Try the black market. South Side. They're getting some medications through. I don't ask how." "But it'll cost you." She leaned forward, whispered. "Gold, silver, ammunition. They don't take dollars." Grace didn't have gold or silver or ammunition. She had $47,000 in her bank account that wouldn't buy a loaf of bread. That night, Emma had an asthma attack. Tony held her while she wheezed, her lips turning blue, her small hands clawing at her throat. They couldn't call an ambulance. The city had suspended emergency services except for gunshot wounds and major trauma. Couldn't afford the ER even if they could get there. A visit now cost what a car had cost 5 years ago, payable only in foreign currency or precious metals. Tony held his granddaughter and sang to her. "You are my sunshine," the song he'd sung to Grace when she was small, while she struggled to breathe. Eventually the attack passed. She survived. That time. Michael found work on a construction crew rebuilding collapsed bridges. The pay was in food vouchers. Government-issued coupons that could be redeemed at designated distribution centers for rice, beans, and canned vegetables. The vouchers were worth more than dollars now. People traded them on street corners, hoarded them, killed for them. He came home one night with his face swollen, 2 teeth missing. Grace cleaned the wounds with boiled water. They couldn't afford medical care, couldn't afford antibiotics if the wounds got infected. "What happened?" "Guy tried to rob me, wanted my vouchers." Michael spat blood into the sink. 3 of us against him. We won. "Did you—" "I don't want to talk about it." They didn't talk about it. But Grace noticed Michael started carrying a piece of rebar in his coat. Noticed he walked differently, watched people differently, had the coiled tension of a man expecting violence. The city was fracturing. Neighborhoods that had been safe were suddenly dangerous. The police responded only to the worst crimes, and even then, hours late. People formed block watches, neighborhood defense groups, informal militias. Grace's neighbor, a retired teacher named Mrs. Whitaker, was beaten and robbed in broad daylight. 3 teenagers, none older than 16, took her purse and her wedding ring. Broke her arm when she resisted. Nobody called the police. Nobody helped. Everyone had seen it happen from their windows, but nobody wanted to get involved. Getting involved meant becoming a target. Mrs. Whitaker died 3 weeks later from complications. No hospital would take her without payment up front. Her daughter couldn't raise the foreign currency. The body sat in their apartment for 2 days before the city finally collected it. Grace went to the funeral. 7 people attended. Nobody from the old neighborhood. The social bonds that held communities together were dissolving like salt in water. Year 2, 2042. Tony's diabetes got worse. The insulin he needed cost 8,000 yuan per vial, about $12,000 at the black market exchange rate. He had no yuan, no way to get yuan. The dollars in his pension account were worthless. He started rationing his insulin, taking half doses, skipping doses when he could stand it. His vision got blurry. His feet went numb. Grace begged him to take the full dose. "If I use it all, I'll be dead in a month anyway," Tony said. "This way I can make it last. Maybe 6 months. Maybe the situation will improve." It didn't improve. The food riot started in March. A distribution center in East Liberty was overrun when they ran out of vouchers before running out of people. 37 people died in the crush. The National Guard was called in. But they had limited ammunition and less willingness to fire on American citizens who were just trying to eat. The government response was to reduce rations. Fewer vouchers issued. Smaller portions. Priority given to essential workers, which meant government employees, security forces, infrastructure maintenance. Everyone else made do with less. Grace's family was eating 1 meal a day now. Rice and beans, occasionally some canned vegetables. The kids were losing weight. Emma's asthma attacks were more frequent. Stress, malnutrition, lack of medication. Joseph had stopped growing. At 6 years old, he looked 4. Katie was still working at the healthcare center, but her salary was barely enough to feed one person, let alone 4. She worked 16-hour shifts, came home exhausted, ate a handful of rice, and slept on the couch because they'd sold the bedroom furniture for food money. The apartment was cold. They'd run out of heating oil in January and couldn't afford more. They burned furniture for warmth. First the extra chairs, then the coffee table, then the bookshelf that had held Joseph's books. Grace watched her father's economics texts go into the fireplace. Mises, Hayek, Hazlitt, all the beautiful theories about free markets and prosperity, burning to keep her children from freezing. The irony wasn't lost on her. Year 3, 2043. Michael stopped coming home. Not all at once. First he'd be late. Then he'd miss night. Then he'd be gone for 3 days. When he did come home, he was different. Harder. Meaner. He'd have food. Real food, not just rice and beans. But he wouldn't say where he got it. Don't ask questions, he told Grace. Just feed the kids. She knew. Everyone knew. There were groups forming in the ruins of the old industrial districts. Gangs, really, but they called themselves mutual aid societies or neighborhood protection. They controlled territory, ran black markets, took taxes from anyone who wanted to operate in their zone. Michael had joined one. Had to. A man alone couldn't survive anymore. You needed a group, needed protection, needed people who'd watch your back when the others came. And the others always came. Grace heard stories. A family of 5 found dead in their apartment, starved, because they'd been too afraid to leave for food. A teenage girl raped by a gang that controlled her block. Her parents had tried to fight back, so the gang had made an example. Bodies in the street that nobody collected anymore. The social contract was gone. The police existed in name only. The courts were closed. The hospitals took only those who could pay in foreign currency. The schools had been shuttered for 18 months. Emma and Joseph stayed inside now. Always. The streets weren't safe for children. Weren't safe for anyone, really. But especially not for children. Grace taught them to read using her father's remaining books. Taught them math using beans as counters. Taught them history by telling them about a time when America had been rich, when people had had enough to eat, when you could go to a store and buy things. They didn't believe her. It sounded like a fairy tale. Year 4, 2044. The government stopped pretending. No more food vouchers. No more distribution centers. No more National Guard patrols. The official statement was that local communities are encouraged to establish autonomous resource management systems in accordance with regional needs. Translation? You're on your own. The city fractured into territories controlled by different groups. The south side was run by a former Marine named Coleman who'd organized the veterans into a structured hierarchy. They kept order, ran fair markets, protected their people. But you had to contribute to live there. Work details, guard shifts, resource sharing. And if you broke the rules, Coleman's justice was swift and brutal. East Liberty was controlled by a younger gang, more violent, less organized. They took what they wanted, killed who they pleased, ruled through fear. People lived there only if they had no choice. Oakland, where Grace lived, was somewhere in between. A loose coalition of neighborhood groups, constantly shifting alliances, occasional cooperation punctuated by occasional violence. It wasn't safe, but nowhere was safe anymore. Michael eventually brought his family into his mutual aid society. It meant protection, access to black market goods, a network of people who watched out for each other. It also meant participating in things Grace tried not to think about too hard. But it kept them alive. Tony's insulin supply had run out completely by summer. He survived on carefully rationed food, on whatever herbal remedies Katie could find at the healthcare center, on sheer stubborn will. His vision was poor, his feet numb, but he was alive. He spent his days helping Grace teach the kids, telling them stories about America as it had been, making sure they understood what had been lost and why. Someday this will end, he told them. Someday people will rebuild, and when they do, they need to remember what happened. They need to know that wealth comes from making things, not from printing money. That you can't regulate away the foundations of civilization without the whole structure collapsing. Emma and Joseph listened, not really understanding, but Grace understood. And she wrote it down, filling notebooks with her father's words, with the history of how they'd gotten here, with everything that had been lost. Someone needed to remember. Year 5, 2045, the winter of 2045, was brutal. The power grid had collapsed completely in October. Natural gas supplies had been cut off. Heating oil was impossible to find. People burned whatever they could: furniture, books, even the siding from abandoned houses. Grace's family survived by moving into a larger building that Michael's group had fortified. 20 families, pooling resources, sharing body heat, posting guards. It wasn't comfortable, but it was survivable. Tony had become the community's teacher. In the evenings, by candlelight, he taught anyone who wanted to learn: reading, writing, mathematics, economics, history. He explained roundabout production and capital formation. He told the story of the island of Vireo, making it a parable for what had happened to America. Katie helped organize healthcare for the community, using her nursing skills and whatever limited supplies they could scavenge or trade for. She couldn't save everyone, but she saved some. And in a world where death was common, that mattered. Emma, at 13, had learned to be resourceful in ways that broke Grace's heart. She could identify which plants were edible, how to purify water, how to read people for danger. She'd never have a normal childhood, but she'd survive. Joseph, at 10, had become quiet and serious, helping his grandfather teach the younger children, learning everything Tony could pass on. Grace sometimes wondered if he'd grow up to be like his great-grandfather, Joseph Billings, trying to explain to an indifferent world why the way they did things mattered. Michael ran security for their building. It was brutal work, defending against raids, negotiating with other groups, making hard decisions about who to help and who to turn away. It had changed him. But he was still fighting for his family, still trying to protect what remained of civilization in a world that had largely abandoned. Grace sat in the cold common room one March evening in 2045, watching her father teach a group of children by candlelight. Tony's hair was white now. His hands shook from the uncontrolled diabetes, but his voice was steady as he explained basic economics to kids who'd never known prosperity. Wealth isn't money, he was saying. The same lesson his father had taught him 40 years ago. Money is just paper. Wealth is the ability to make things. When a society forgets how to make things, it becomes poor. No amount of money printing can change that. One of the kids asked, "Will we ever make things again?" Tony was quiet for a moment. Then he smiled. "I don't know. But if we do, it'll be because people like you remembered. Because someone taught you how things used to work, and why they worked, and what we lost when we stopped making them." Grace thought about her father's manuscript, hidden away in a waterproof box. The hammer and the yuan. The story of how America had dismantled its own industrial base, told through the lens of one family in one town in Pennsylvania. The story wasn't over. They were still here, still fighting, still surviving. The Billings family, Tony and Katie, Grace and Michael, Emma and Joseph, had endured through the worst of it. Scarred, changed, diminished, but alive. And as long as they were alive, there was hope. Hope that someday the darkness would end. Hope that civilization could be rebuilt. Hope that the next generation would learn from the catastrophic mistakes of the past. Tony finished his lesson, and the children dispersed to their families. He sat down next to Grace, groaning slightly as his joints protested. "You okay, Dad?" "I'm alive," he said. "That's more than I expected 6 months ago." He looked at her seriously. "You've done well. Kept the family together. Kept the kids alive. Your mother would be proud." Katie appeared from the makeshift medical station, exhausted but smiling slightly. "Someone's talking about me." "Always," Tony said, reaching for her hand. Grace watched her parents. Still here, still together, still fighting after everything they'd been through. And she thought, this is what civilization actually is. Not buildings or technology or governments. It's people who refuse to give up, who protect each other, who pass on knowledge even when it seems hopeless. The furnaces were cold. The factories were empty. The knowledge was fading. But it wasn't gone yet. And as long as even one person remembered how things had worked, remembered why they'd worked, and remembered what had been lost, then maybe, someday, they could build it all back. Not in her lifetime, probably. Maybe not in Emma and Joseph's lifetimes either, but someday. The story wasn't over yet. Chapter 15. The Homestead. The idea came from an unlikely source. It was late April 2045, and Michael had brought home a man named Thomas Cooper. No relation to Robert Cooper, the foundation whistleblower from years ago, though Grace thought grimly that all the Coopers in her life seemed to bring important information. Thomas was in his 50s, weathered and lean, with the kind of calm competence that came from decades of actually doing things rather than talking about them. He'd been a farmer before the collapse, ran a small organic operation in Westmoreland County until the distribution networks broke down and there was no way to get produce to market. Now he was part of Michael's mutual aid network, trading knowledge for protection. "I've been thinking," Thomas said, sitting in the cold common room with Tony, Grace, Michael, Katie, and 2 other families, the Millers and the Jacksons. "We're going to die here. Maybe not today, maybe not this year. But cities without industry, without supply chains, without power, they're death traps. Always have been." "Where else is there to go?" asked James Miller. He was 42, former accountant, with a wife named Sarah and 2 teenage sons. "Everywhere's collapsing." "Not everywhere," Thomas said. "There's land, lots of it. Government land, state forests, federal land, all those parks and preserves they created back when they thought nature was more important than people. Most of it's empty now. No rangers, no enforcement, no one checking permits. You're talking about squatting," Tony said. "I'm talking about homesteading. Same thing the original settlers did. Find unclaimed land, work it, defend it, make it yours." Thomas pulled out a map, spread it on the table. "There's a valley about 60 miles northeast of here, in the Allegheny National Forest. Good soil, year-round water from a creek, timber for building. Far enough from any cities that we won't have raiders constantly coming through. Close enough to the old logging roads that we can get there with what we can carry." Grace studied the map. The valley was marked in pencil. Thomas had scouted it months ago, apparently. What about winters? Brutal, but survivable if we build right and plan ahead. People lived in Pennsylvania for 10,000 years before central heating. We can relearn. "What about other people?" Michael asked. "Someone else might already be there, or might come after we're established." "That's the risk," Thomas admitted. "But I'm betting most people are staying near the cities, hoping things get better. Anyone tough enough to go pioneer is probably tough enough to deal with. And if we go as 3 families, we've got numbers. We can defend ourselves." Katie spoke up. "Medical care. If someone gets seriously hurt or sick out there, we make do," Thomas said bluntly. "Same as we're doing here, except with better access to medicinal plants. I know some herbalism, basic stuff. It's not a hospital, but hospitals aren't hospitals anymore either." The room was quiet. Grace looked at her children. Emma was 13, tough and competent, but still a child. Joseph was 10, small for his age from years of malnutrition, but smart and adaptable. Could she really take them into the wilderness, into an 18th century existence? Then again, what was the alternative? Stay in Oakland, in the cold building, rationing food, watching people die around them. Wait for the situation to somehow improve when it had only gotten worse for 5 straight years? "I want to see it," Grace said. "Before we commit, I want to see this valley." "We go in 1 week," Thomas said. "Small group. Scout it properly. If it's everything I say, we pack up and move in May. Get there in time to plant." The scouting party left on a gray morning. Thomas, Michael, Grace, and James Miller. They traveled light, moving through the ruins of the suburbs on foot, following old roads that were slowly being reclaimed by forest. The collapse was visible everywhere. Abandoned houses with caved-in roofs, shopping centers overtaken by weeds, cars rusting in driveways, going nowhere. The few people they saw watched them pass with hollow eyes, not hostile but not friendly either. Everyone was too exhausted for either. It took 2 days to reach the valley. They slept rough the first night, taking turns on watch, seeing no one. When they finally stood on the ridge looking down into the valley Thomas had found, Grace understood why he'd been so certain. It was beautiful. A creek ran through the center, clear water tumbling over rocks. The valley floor was maybe 200 acres, flat enough for farming, surrounded by wooded slopes that would provide timber and game. There was evidence of old habitation, stone foundations from homesteads that had been abandoned a century ago, when people moved to the cities for factory jobs. "The soil's good," Thomas said, crouching to dig his hands into the earth. "Creeks full of trout. Deer everywhere. There's wild apple trees from old orchards, medicinal plants in the woods. We could feed 30 people here easy, maybe more." "It's isolated," James said. It wasn't quite a complaint, but there was uncertainty in his voice. "That's the point," Michael said. "Isolated means safe. Means no gangs, no raiders, no government officials showing up to enforce rules no one follows anyway." Grace walked down into the valley, feeling the spring sun on her face for the first time in months. The city had been so dark, so cold, so hard. This place felt alive, like possibility. "We could do it," she said. "We could actually live here." Thomas smiled. "That's what I've been saying." They returned to Oakland and began preparations immediately. The Billings family, the Millers, and the Jacksons. 17 people total, pooling resources for one last desperate gamble. They had to travel light. What could you carry 60 miles on foot? What was essential for rebuilding? Civilization from scratch? Tools? Seeds? Basic medical supplies? Weapons for hunting and defense? Warm clothes? Blankets? A few books? Tony insisted on that. "We're not losing all knowledge," he said. "Not if I can help it." Katie gathered medicinal supplies, what little the healthcare center had left, plus reference books on herbal medicine. "I'll learn," she said grimly. "People doctored for thousands of years without hospitals. We'll manage." Emma and Joseph each packed a small bag. Grace watched her daughter carefully choose what mattered most: a knife, a notebook, a photograph of Grace and Michael from before the collapse. Joseph brought books, a compass his great-grandfather had given him, and a collection of seeds he'd been saving. On May 15, 2045, they left. 17 people walking away from the ruins of Pittsburgh, heading into the wilderness with everything they owned on their backs. It felt insane. It felt like surrender. But it also felt like the first real choice Grace had made in 5 years. The journey took 6 days. They moved slowly, carrying heavy loads, stopping frequently to rest. Tony struggled with the pace. He had been running a fever, a virus, or contaminated food. Whatever it was, he refused to be left behind. Michael and James took turns helping him, carrying his pack when the old man's strength gave out. They saw other refugees on the road. Most ignored them. A few asked where they were going, listened to the answer with hollow eyes, then kept moving toward the cities, toward the places where there was nothing left but the memory of civilization. One man, skeletal thin, eyes fever bright, tried to rob them. Michael's group disarmed him quickly, efficiently. They left him tied to a tree with a canteen of water and some food, an act of mercy they could barely afford, but that felt necessary to remain human. When they finally descended into the valley, Grace felt something she hadn't felt in years: relief. They set up camp near the creek the first night, but the next morning Thomas got them organized. "We've got maybe 6 weeks before we need food in the ground," he said. "That means shelter first, fields second, everything else after. We work in teams. Nobody sits idle." The men, Michael, James, Thomas, and James's sons Harry and Jack, began felling trees for a main building. Not individual houses. They didn't have time for that. But one large communal structure that could house everyone and provide defense if needed. Grace, Katie, Sarah Miller, and Elizabeth Jackson worked on establishing a temporary kitchen, organizing supplies, and starting a garden for fast-growing vegetables. Emma helped them learning to identify edible plants from Thomas's wife, Mary, who'd joined the scouting party's return. Joseph and the younger Jackson children, twins Oliver and Charlotte, age 9, became the water team, hauling buckets from the creek, setting up a filtration system using sand and charcoal. Tony, too weak for physical labor, became the teacher and record keeper. He spent his days teaching the children, documenting everything they did, making notes on what worked and what didn't. "Someone needs to write this down," he said. "Someone needs to remember how we did this." The work was brutal. Grace's hands blistered, then calloused. She learned to swing an axe, to dig post holes, to lift logs that would have seemed impossible months ago. Everyone lost more weight. Everyone was exhausted. But they were building something. The main structure went up in 3 weeks: a large log cabin with a stone fireplace, sleeping lofts, and a common room. It was rough, drafty, primitive. But it was shelter. It was theirs. The fields were harder. The valley floor had been unused for decades, overgrown with brush and small trees. They cleared 2 acres by hand, digging out roots, breaking up soil, preparing beds for planting. Thomas directed the planting with the authority of a man who'd been doing this his entire life. Potatoes, beans, corn, squash, crops that would produce maximum calories with minimum fuss. "We're not gourmet farming," he said. We're survival farming. Everything we plant has to earn its space. They planted in early June, too late for optimal growing but better than nothing. Then they waited, watered, weeded, and prayed to whatever might be listening that the seeds would sprout. The first real test came in July. A group of 6 men appeared at the valley entrance, armed with rifles and shotguns. They looked haggard, desperate, dangerous. Michael and Thomas met them at the tree line, both carrying hunting rifles. Grace watched from the cabin with the other women and children, her heart hammering. "This is private land," Michael called out. Not true, legally, but possession was 9/10 of the law when there was no law. Private? The leader of the group, a man in his 30s with a scarred face, laughed. "There's no private anything anymore. There's just what you can take and what you can't." "You can't take this," Thomas said flatly. The men looked at the cabin, at the cleared fields, at the evidence of organized settlement. They could try to take it. 6 armed men against what they probably thought was a smaller group. But they'd also clearly been wandering for weeks, were half-starved, and didn't know how many people were actually in the cabin. "We're not looking for trouble," Scarface said. "Just passing through. Maybe trade for some food." "What do you have to trade?" Michael asked. The negotiation lasted 20 minutes. In the end, the men traded a bag of ammunition and some medical supplies for bread, dried fish, and directions to another valley 15 miles north. They left peacefully. After they were gone, Michael gathered everyone. "We got lucky," he said. "They were weak and desperate. Next time might be different. We need better defenses." They spent the next week building a perimeter. Sharpened stakes, tripwires, clear sight lines. They established a watch schedule. Michael trained everyone old enough to hold a weapon in basic shooting and hand-to-hand combat. "We're not soldiers," Grace said after a particularly exhausting training session. "No," Michael agreed. "But we're also not victims. Not anymore." Katie's role evolved as the summer progressed. The medical supplies they'd brought wouldn't last forever, so she started learning the land's pharmacy. Mary Cooper had extensive knowledge of medicinal plants. Together they explored the woods, identifying and harvesting yarrow for wounds, willow bark for pain, elderberry for immune support, chamomile for anxiety and sleep. Katie made notes, dried herbs, created tinctures using alcohol they distilled from wild grapes. When James's son Harry broke his arm falling from a tree, Katie set it using straight branches and cloth wraps, gave him willow bark tea for pain, and monitored for infection using honey and yarrow poultice. The boy healed. Not perfectly. The arm would always be slightly crooked, but he healed. "I'm not a doctor," Katie said when Sarah Miller thanked her. "No," Sarah agreed. "But you're what we have, and what we have is pretty good." Tony's health stabilized somewhat in the valley, the steady food supply, limited but reliable, and the outdoor work helped. He still had diabetes, still had vision problems, but he was alive and functional. He taught the children every morning, reading, writing, arithmetic, history, economics. "Why do we need to know this?" Oliver Jackson asked one day. "We're farmers now." "Because you might not always be," Tony said. "Because knowledge is the only inheritance I can give you. Because someday, maybe not in your lifetime, but someday, people will rebuild. And when they do, they'll need to know what worked, what didn't, and why." He taught them about roundabout production using the valley as an example. "See the axe we use to cut wood? Someone had to mine the iron, smelt it, forge the blade, attach the handle. That's 4 stages of production before we even get to cut the tree. The more stages, the richer a society becomes, because each stage adds value. But you have to maintain every stage. Break the chain anywhere, and everything stops." The children didn't entirely understand, but they listened, and Tony wrote it all down in his notebooks, preserving the knowledge for a future that might never come but might need it desperately if it did. The harvest in September was modest but real. Potatoes, beans, squash, some corn. Not enough to get fat on, but enough to survive the winter if they were careful. They dried, canned, and stored everything they could. Thomas killed a deer in October, their first successful hunt. They used every part, meat for eating, hide for leather, bones for tools, sinew for binding. Nothing was wasted, nothing could be. As winter approached, they cut firewood obsessively. stacks and stacks of it, surrounding the cabin, insurance against the cold they knew was coming. On the first snow in November, Grace stood outside the cabin watching the valley transform into white silence. Emma came to stand beside her. "Do you think we'll make it?" her daughter asked. Grace thought about the question. They had food, shelter, water, firewood. They had knowledge, weapons, determination. They had each other. "Yes," Grace said, "we'll make it. And after? After winter? We plant again. We build more. We get better at this." Grace put her arm around her daughter. "We survive. That's all anyone's ever done. We survive, and we remember, and we pass it on." That night, the whole community gathered in the common room. They'd been working too hard to have many social evenings, but the first snow felt like a milestone worth marking. Tony told them the story of the island of Vireo, the parable about roundabout production he'd learned from his father. The children listened wide-eyed to the tale of Elias the carpenter who built the net, and Mara the boat builder who created the fleet, and the terrible cost of easy credit and forgotten wisdom. "We're like the islanders after the collapse," Tony said, "back to catching fish with our hands. But we have something they lost. We remember how they built the first time. We know the principles. We just have to have the patience to apply them." "How long?" Harry Miller asked. His arm was still in a splint, but healing well. "How long before we're rich again?" "Generations," Tony said honestly. "Your children's children might see something like what we had before. If they're lucky. If they remember. If they don't make the same mistakes." The room was quiet. Outside, snow fell steadily, covering the valley, burying the old world, making space for something new. Grace looked around at the faces in the firelight. Tony and Katie, still here against all odds. Michael, harder than he'd been, but still fighting for his family. The Millers and the Jacksons, families who'd chosen to risk everything on possibility. Her children, Emma and Joseph, learning to live in a way their great-great-grandparents would have recognized. This wasn't the world she'd wanted for them. It wasn't the world Tony had tried to save, or Joseph Billings had died defending. It was smaller, harder, more uncertain, but it was real. The food they ate came from work they'd done. The shelter over their heads existed because they'd built it. The safety they had came from their own vigilance and cooperation. No EPA, no regulations, no foundations funding lawsuits, no distant bureaucrats making rules, no Chinese competition or dollar collapse or political theater, just people and land and work and the ancient bargain of civilization. We survive together or we die alone. "Tell us another story," young Oliver said to Tony. And Tony did, his voice steady in the firelight, passing on the knowledge, keeping the memory alive, building the future one story at a time. Outside, the snow fell and the valley slept, and the old world continued its slow fade into memory. But here, in this small community of survivors, something new was growing. Something that might, if they were very careful and very patient and very wise, eventually become something worth calling civilization again. Chapter 16. The Ranger. September 2045. 4 months after they'd arrived in the valley. Grace stood at the edge of the new field, watching the corn grow. It was waist-high now, stalks thick and healthy, tassels forming at the top. Next to the corn, the bean plants climbed their supports, and beyond that, the squash spread their broad leaves across the ground. 2 acres of food, growing strong in the late summer sun. It still felt like a miracle. The settlement had transformed since those first desperate weeks. The main cabin was complete now. Solid, weatherproof, with a proper chimney that drew well and sleeping lofts for privacy. They'd built a second, smaller structure for storage and food preservation. A smokehouse stood near the creek. Drying racks held fish and venison. Root cellars dug into the hillside kept vegetables cool. The creek ran clear and cold, full of trout that the children had learned to catch with improvised nets and hooks. They'd built a water wheel, simple but functional, that powered a grain mill for grinding corn. Every week brought some new improvement, some new piece of infrastructure that made life a little easier. Tony had recovered fully from the fever he'd suffered in June. Katie's herbal remedies and careful nursing had pulled him through, and now he was healthier than he'd been in years. The outdoor work, the steady food supply, the clean air, all of it had revitalized him. At 62, he moved like a man 10 years younger, splitting wood, teaching the children, helping wherever he was needed. Getting close to harvest, Thomas Cooper said, coming to stand beside Grace. Another 2 weeks, maybe 3. We'll have enough corn to last the winter, with some to spare for seed. It's really working, Grace said, still somewhat amazed. Of course it's working. This is what humans did for 10,000 years before we got too clever for our own good. Thomas grinned. We're not inventing anything new. We're just remembering what we forgot. Sound of laughter drifted from the creek, where Emma and the younger children were fishing. Michael and James Miller were working on expanding the defensive perimeter. Katie and the other women were preserving tomatoes they'd harvested from the garden. Everyone had a role. Everyone contributed. And for the first time since the collapse, they had more than they needed to barely survive. It felt almost like peace. The stranger appeared on a Tuesday afternoon in mid-September. Harry Miller was on watch. They still maintained the rotation, still stayed vigilant. When he called out, "Someone coming!" Single person, from the North Trail. Everyone stopped working. Michael grabbed his rifle and moved to the defensive position they'd established. Thomas joined him. Grace herded the younger children toward the cabin, while Emma, now comfortable with weapons, took up a position near the smokehouse. The figure emerged from the tree line slowly, hands visible and empty. He wore what looked like a forest ranger's uniform. Green shirt, tan pants, but faded and worn. As he got closer, Grace could make out more details. Tall, maybe 6'2", powerfully built, moving with the kind of controlled competence that suggested military training. He was in his late 40s, with close-cropped gray hair and a weathered face. He stopped about 50 yards from the settlement and called out, "Hello, the camp. Permission to approach." Michael stepped forward, rifle lowered but ready. "State your business. Name's John Parker. Former Pennsylvania Game Commission, before there was no Game Commission anymore." He paused. "I've got family about a mile back. Wife and 2 sons. We've been traveling for weeks, looking for a place to settle. Saw your smoke, tracked it here. I'm hoping we might talk." "How many in your party?" Thomas called out. 4 total. Me, my wife Linda, and my twin sons George and Arthur. They're 18. All of us healthy, all of us willing to work." Michael and Thomas exchanged glances. Then Michael called back, "Come forward." Slowly. "Keep your hands where we can see them." Parker approached with the calm confidence of a man who'd been in worse situations. As he got closer, Grace could see the signs of hard travel. Worn boots, faded pack, the lean look of someone who'd been eating light for a long time. But he also moved like someone who knew how to handle himself. He stopped 10 feet from Michael. "I know how this looks. Stranger showing up, asking to join. You've got every reason to be suspicious." "We do," Michael agreed. "What makes you think we'd take you in?" "Because you're smart enough to build what you've built here, which means you're smart enough to know that more capable hands make everyone safer and more prosperous." Parker gestured at the settlement. "You've done impressive work. But you're what, 17, 18 people? That's barely enough for security rotation and heavy labor. You could use more." "What skills do you bring?" Thomas asked. 22 years as a forest ranger. I know these woods like my own hands. Game patterns, edible plants, weather signs, how to track, how to hunt. Before that, I was Navy SEAL, 12 years. Demolitions, small unit tactics, survival training, combat medicine. He paused. "My wife Linda was an ER nurse before the collapse. And my sons, they're the real prize." "How so?" Tony asked, stepping forward. He'd been watching from near the cabin, assessing. Parker smiled slightly. "George and Arthur apprenticed with a farrier and blacksmith in Somerset County. 5 years of training before everything fell apart. They know horses, breeding, training, shoeing, care, and they know metalwork, forge operation, tool making, basic weapons fabrication. They can work iron." The settlement went quiet. Everyone understood what that meant. Blacksmithing, the ability to make and repair tools, to work metal, to create the fundamental building blocks of technology. It was knowledge that had become almost mythical in the collapse, something people knew had existed but seemed impossibly complex to recreate. And horses, transportation, farming power, a multiplier of human capability that could transform everything they were trying to build. "That's quite a claim," Michael said carefully. "It's not a claim, it's a fact. My boys can prove it if you've got a forge. Hell, they can build a forge if you don't." Parker met Michael's eyes. "Look, I understand the situation. You don't know us. We could be trouble. But we're also exactly what you need if you're serious about building something that lasts." I'm not asking for charity. I'm proposing a trade, our skills and labor for a place in your community. Tony spoke up. Why here? Why not find your own valley, start your own settlement? Because starting from scratch is brutal, and we're tired. Parker's voice was honest. We've been doing it alone for 8 months. It's just survival, not building. You've got organization, infrastructure, multiple families working together. That's worth more than land. That's the difference between making it and not making it. Grace watched Michael and Thomas confer quietly. She knew what they were thinking. This could be a huge asset or a huge risk. 4 more people, including 2 strong young men with valuable skills. But also 4 more mouths to feed, 4 more variables, 4 more potential problems. Finally, Michael nodded. Bring your family in. We'll talk. But understand, if this doesn't work out, you leave peacefully. We're not looking for trouble, but we're ready for it if it comes. Parker nodded. Understood. I'll get them. 20 minutes later, the Parker family stood in the settlement's common area. Linda Parker was in her mid-40s, slim and competent looking, with the calm demeanor of someone who'd seen trauma and learned to function through it. She carried a medical bag that looked well used. The twins were identical, both tall like their father, with broad shoulders and the kind of muscle that came from actual work rather than gyms. They carried themselves with quiet confidence, their eyes taking in the settlement with the practiced assessment of people who knew how to evaluate situations. This is good work, George said, looking at the cabin's construction. Solid joinery, proper chinking. Whoever built this knows what they're doing. That would be us, Thomas said. There was a hint of pride in his voice. Arthur was examining the water wheel. Functional, could be more efficient with better gearing, but that's impressive with hand tools. The settlement gathered, all 17 residents, from Tony down to the youngest children, to hear the Parkers make their case. John Parker did most of the talking, laying out what they could contribute, his wilderness and security expertise, Linda's medical training, the boys' metalworking and horse knowledge. He was straightforward about what they needed: food, shelter, a place to belong. We've got some supplies to contribute, he added. Medical equipment Linda salvaged from her hospital, tools, some seed stock we've been carrying. And information, we've been through 5 other settlements in the past 8 months. We know what works and what doesn't. What happened to those settlements? Grace asked. Linda answered. 2 failed. Couldn't feed themselves, broke apart. 1 turned violent, started raiding. We left before it got ugly. 1 was disease, some kind of dysentery from bad water. Half of them died. We got out clean. The last one. She paused. The last one is still going, about 80 miles west. Good people, but too many of them, too little food. They couldn't take more. Why should we trust you? Michael asked bluntly. John Parker held his gaze. Because trust has to start somewhere. Because we all need each other if we're going to survive. And because... He gestured at his family. I've got everything I care about standing right here. I'm not going to risk them by causing trouble. Settlement held a council that evening, after the Parkers had been given food and shown to a guest area. All the adults gathered to debate. They're exactly what we need, Thomas argued. Medical expertise, security knowledge, blacksmithing, horses. That's civilization right there. That's how we go from barely surviving to actually building. There are also 4 more people eating our food, Sarah Miller countered. We've got enough for winter, but not with a huge margin. Add 4 people and we're cutting it close. The boys can hunt, James pointed out. More hands means more work capacity. They could help us clear another field before spring. Katie spoke up. Linda knows things I don't. Real medical training, surgical techniques, drug knowledge. If someone gets seriously hurt, she could mean the difference between life and death. Michael was quiet, thinking. Finally, he said, My gut says they're genuine. The SEAL background bothers me a little. That's someone who knows how to take what he wants by force. But it's also someone who knows discipline, who knows how to organize defense, who could train us properly. What about the blacksmithing? Tony asked. Can they really do it? Only one way to find out, Thomas said. Let them prove it. The next morning, Arthur and George Parker stood in the cleared area where the settlement did heavy work. We'll need to build a forge, Arthur said. But we can start simpler. Show you what we know. They'd brought some tools with them. A small anvil, a few hammers, tongs. George built a fire using charcoal they made from hardwood. getting it exceptionally hot using a bellows improvised from leather and wood. Then, as the settlement watched, the brothers went to work. They took an old iron hoe, bent and useless from hitting rocks, and heated it in the coals until it glowed orange. Then, working together with practiced efficiency, they hammered it on the anvil, straightening the bend, reshaping the blade, tempering it in water. 15 minutes of work, and the hoe was functional again. "That's the basics," George said. "Take something broken, make it useful. We can do a lot more with a proper forge. Make new tools from scrap iron, repair anything metal, even make simple weapons if needed." "And horses?" Thomas asked. "We'll need to find horses first," Arthur said. "But there were working farms around here before the collapse. Probably abandoned horses running wild. We can track them, catch them, train them. Give us 6 months, and we'll have you a team that can pull a plow. Change everything about how much you can farm." Tony asked the key question. "Can you teach others? Can you pass this knowledge on?" Both brothers nodded. "That's the whole point," George said. "Skills don't mean anything if they die with you. We'll teach anyone who wants to learn." The council met again that night. The vote was unanimous. The Parker family joined the settlement. Over the next 2 weeks, the integration went smoother than Grace had dared hope. Linda set up a proper medical station in the storage building, organizing supplies, training Katie in advanced techniques. Together they created a comprehensive herbal pharmacy and treatment protocols for common injuries and illnesses. John Parker reorganized the settlement's defense, creating better watch positions, training everyone in basic combat skills, establishing clear protocols for different types of threats. His SEAL background showed in the systematic, professional approach. The twins began building a forge, a serious undertaking that required stone, clay, leather for the bellows, and careful construction. They worked with Harry and Jack Miller, teaching as they went, explaining the principles of heat and metal and tempering. And they started searching for horses. "There's a farm about 8 miles south," John said after a scouting trip. "Abandoned, but I saw evidence of horses. Tracks, droppings, probably gone wild. We'll need to set up a corral here first, then go catch them." The community threw itself into the project. Everyone understood what horses meant. Plowing capacity that could expand their fields from 2 acres to 10. Transportation that could let them trade with other settlements. Wealth, measured in the ancient currency of animal power. By late September, they had a corral built and a team ready to hunt horses. Grace stood with Emma, watching the preparations. Her daughter was 14 now, strong and capable, comfortable with the hard life they'd built. "We're really doing it," Emma said. "Building a real settlement." "We are," Grace agreed. "Grandpa says we're following the same path as the island of Vireo, the one in his story, building capital, extending our production, getting richer step by step." Grace smiled. Tony had been telling that story to anyone who'd listen, using it to explain what they were doing and why it mattered. "What do you think?" "I think it's working," Emma said. "And I think we're not going to make their mistake. We're not going to borrow what we can't pay back or take shortcuts. We're going to build it right." That night, the expanded settlement, now 21 people, gathered for dinner. They had fish from the creek, vegetables from the garden, bread made from their own grain. Not abundant, but enough. More than enough. John Parker raised a cup of water and a toast, to new beginnings, to building something that lasts, to remembering what matters. "To the valley," Tony added, "and to everyone who's willing to work for it." They drank, and outside the windows, the valley stretched peaceful and dark, full of possibility. The city, 60 miles away, was still a war zone. The government had lost control completely. The gangs fought over scraps while people starved in the ruins of industrial civilization. But here, in this small valley in the Allegheny National Forest, 21 people were building something different, something older, something that might actually last. The furnaces were still cold. The factories were still empty. The old knowledge was still fading. But new knowledge was being created. New capital was forming. New civilization was emerging from the ruins of the old. One horse at a time. One tool at a time. One skill passed on at a time. It was slow. It was hard. It was nothing like the old abundance. But it was real, and it was theirs. And that, Grace thought, as she helped clean up after dinner, was worth more than all the printed money in the world. Chapter 17. The Acceleration, October 2045. The horse expedition left at dawn. John Parker, his sons George and Arthur, Michael, and Harry Miller. They carried rope, hobbles, grain for bait, and weapons in case things went wrong. Grace watched them disappear into the forest, feeling the familiar anxiety of people leaving the settlement. Every departure was a risk now, but this risk was worth it. Tony stood beside her. "Your grandfather would have loved this," he said. Joseph always talked about capital accumulation. Said the difference between poverty and wealth was whether you could invest in tools that multiplied your labor. Horses are the ultimate labor multiplier. "If they can catch them," Grace said, "they'll catch them. John knows what he's doing." The expedition returned 3 days later with 2 horses. Not adult horses, those had been too wary, too fast, but yearlings, young enough to be manageable but old enough to train. A gelding and a filly, both chestnuts, both wild-eyed and trembling as George and Arthur led them into the corral. "There's a whole herd about 8 miles south," John reported. "Maybe 15 animals." These 2 got separated from the main group, made them easier targets. "We can go back for more in spring when they're weaker from winter." The twins went to work immediately. They'd done this before, knew the process: gentle the horses, get them comfortable with human contact, train them to lead and accept bridles and harnesses. It would take months, but by spring, they'd have working animals. "This changes everything," Thomas said, watching the horses pace the corral. "Next year we can plow 10 acres instead of 2. That's not just more food, that's surplus, that's trade goods, that's wealth." Tony was already teaching the children about it, using the horses as a living economics lesson. "See, we invested time and labor to catch these horses instead of doing other work. That's called time, preference, choosing future benefit over immediate consumption. Now these horses will provide years of labor. That's roundabout production. The longer the chain, the richer we become." Emma, listening from where she was mending a net, called out, like the island of Vireo story. "Elias building the net instead of catching fish by hand." "Exactly," Tony beamed. "Exactly like that. The bear came in late October. It was a black bear, probably 300 pounds, driven by hunger as it prepared for winter. It had smelled the fish drying in the smokehouse and came investigating during the night. The noise woke Michael, who was on watch. He fired a warning shot, and the bear retreated. But it came back the next night, and the night after that. We can't have a bear learning that our settlement means food," John Parker said. "It'll keep coming back, get bolder. Eventually someone gets hurt." "So we kill it?" Grace asked. "So we kill it and eat it," John corrected. 300 pounds of meat? That's protein for weeks. Plus the hide for leather, fat for soap and candles, bones for tools. Nothing wasted. They set up a watch rotation with the best shots: John, Michael, Thomas, and George Parker. The bear returned on the 4th night, just after midnight. Grace heard the shot from inside the cabin, then a roar that made her blood run cold, then 2 more shots in quick succession. Then silence. She grabbed her rifle and ran outside with the others. Found John and Michael standing over the bear's carcass, both breathing hard. "Took 3 shots," John said. "Big one. Tough one. But we got it." The next day was a masterclass in frontier butchery. John and Thomas showed everyone how to skin the bear, how to butcher the meat, how to render the fat, how to clean and preserve the hide. Nothing was wasted. Even the skull and claws were kept. "Trade goods," John said, "worth something to someone." That night they feasted on fresh bear meat, the first truly abundant meal since they'd arrived. Rich, fatty, protein-dense. The children ate until their bellies were round. The adults ate sensibly but gratefully. "How's cholesterol?" Katie asked Tony with a smile, watching him take a second helping. "Not concerned," Tony said. "Cholesterol's a luxury problem. Right now, we need calories and protein. We can worry about heart disease when we're not trying to avoid starvation." The preserved bear meat went into the storage building, carefully smoked and salted. It would last months, supplementing their fish and venison through the winter. November brought the first real snow and a discovery. Harry and Jack Miller, exploring a ravine about 2 miles from the settlement, found an old homestead, collapsed house, rusted equipment, junk from 100 years of abandonment. Most of it was worthless, but buried under leaves and rust were treasures: an old iron plow, a hay rake, pieces of farming equipment, various metal tools and implements, scrap iron, Arthur Parker said, examining the find with barely concealed excitement. Good quality steel in some of these. We can melt it down, reforge it, make new tools, repair broken ones. This is exactly what we needed to expand the forge operation. They organized a salvage operation, hauling everything useful back to the settlement. The Parker twins sorted through it all with the practiced eye of craftsmen, identifying what could be repaired, what could be melted down, what was truly worthless. This plow, George said, examining the old iron implement. We can't use it as is. Too rusted, parts missing. But the blade is good steel. We melt this down. We can make 3 smaller tools. Or repair 4 broken ones. Metal's like money in this world. You can reshape it, reuse it, trade it. But to properly work the iron, they needed more heat than their current forge provided, which meant improvements. The twins designed an upgraded forge, larger, with better airflow, capable of reaching the temperatures needed to melt and work iron, something that Tony understood all too well. It took 3 weeks to build, stone construction, clay lining, a larger bellows made from bear hide, a better anvil improvised from a large piece of salvaged steel. When they fired it up for the first time in late November, the heat was intense enough to make iron glow white-hot. Tony demonstrated by melting down a piece of scrap. George and Arthur forged it into a new hatchet blade, sharp, balanced, properly tempered. "Now we're in business," George said. "Now we can really build." The second discovery came in December. Thomas and James Miller were exploring what had been a summer camp about 5 miles north, long abandoned. Buildings collapsed when they found it in a storage shed, a propane-powered electrical generator. Commercial grade, designed for backup power, rusted but potentially salvageable. "Think we can get it running?" James asked. "Only one way to find out," Thomas said. They hauled it back to the settlement, and John Parker spent a week stripping it down, cleaning it, assessing the damage. The engine was seized from years of sitting, but the core components were intact. "I can fix this," he said. "But even if I do, we've got a problem. No propane. These tanks." He gestured at the empty cylinders that had come with the generator. "They're dead. And we're not going to find propane just lying around." "So it's useless?" Michael asked. "Not useless. Just need a different fuel source." John was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then he looked at Tony. "You know about biogas? Methane generation?" Tony's eyes lit up. "From organic waste. Bacteria break down plant matter and animal waste in an oxygen-free environment, produce methane gas. It's been used for centuries in China and India." "Are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we've got horses producing manure. We've got kitchen waste. We've got the whole valley's worth of organic material. And we've got the knowledge to build a digester." John tapped the generator. "The engine doesn't care if it's running on propane or methane. Both burn. We build a methane system. We've got renewable fuel for heat, cooking, and electricity." The winter became a season of planning and building. John and Arthur designed the methane digester based on John's general knowledge and principles worked out through trial and error. They needed an airtight chamber where organic waste could decompose, producing methane that could be collected and stored. "It's not complicated in principle," John explained to the gathered settlement. "You need a sealed container. We can build that from stone and clay. You need input for organic waste and output for the gas. You need to keep it warm enough for the bacteria to work. We can insulate and use the decomposition heat. And you need to collect and store the gas safely." "How much gas will it produce?" Katie asked. "Depends on how much feedstock we provide and how well we build it. But a properly sized digester fed with manure from 2 horses, plus our kitchen waste, should produce enough methane to run the generator a few hours a day. Not constant power, but enough for lights, for running tools, for charging batteries." The community threw itself into the project. It was hard work, digging, building, sealing, testing. They made mistakes, had to rebuild sections, learned as they went. But by February, they had a functioning methane digester, a stone chamber 10 feet across and 6 feet deep, fed by a chute for organic waste, vented through a collection system into a storage bladder, improvised from bear intestines, treated and sealed with pine pitch. The first time they collected enough gas to test the generator, half the settlement gathered to watch. John opened the valve, let methane flow into the generator's intake, checked the mixture, then pulled the starter cord. The engine coughed. Died. He adjusted the mixture, tried again. It coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. Light bulbs they'd salvaged from the camp blazed to life. Actual electric light, the first they'd seen in over a year. The children screamed with excitement. The adults stood in stunned silence, then broke into applause. "We have electricity," Grace whispered. "We actually have electricity." "Not much," John cautioned, shutting down the generator after a few minutes to conserve fuel. "And not all the time. But yes, we have power when we need it." That night, Tony gathered everyone for a lesson. "Do you understand what we just did?" he asked. "We took organic waste, something worthless, and transformed it through bacterial action and engineering into fuel. Then we used that fuel to power a machine that creates electricity. That's 4 stages of roundabout production: waste collection, methane generation, fuel storage, and electrical generation. 5 stages if you count the initial horse manure," Emma pointed out. 6 if you count growing the food that fed the horses, Joseph added. He was 11 now, sharp as a tack, absorbing everything Tony taught. "Exactly." Tony was delighted. "The more stages you can add, the more value you create, as long as each stage genuinely adds value, and you can maintain the whole chain. That's the key. The old world broke because we couldn't maintain the chain. Too many stages depended on global supply networks, on Chinese manufacturing, on just-in-time delivery. When any link broke, the whole thing collapsed. But our chain is different," George Parker said. "Everything we need is right here. We're not depending on anything from outside." "Precisely. We're building a local, integrated system. It's smaller, it's simpler, but it's sustainable. And sustainability, true sustainability, not the fake environmentalist version, means you can maintain every stage of production indefinitely, with local resources and local knowledge." Grace looked around at the faces in the firelight. 21 people, from children to elders, all working together, all learning, all building something that actually worked. In 6 months they'd gone from barely surviving to generating their own power. They had horses being trained for work. They had a functioning forge. They had renewable energy. They had surplus food stored for winter. They had skills being passed on to the next generation. It was slow. It was hard. It required patience and discipline and the willingness to defer gratification. But it was working. "Next spring," Thomas said, "we plow with horses. 10 acres instead of 2. That means surplus grain. That means we can support more people. That means we can afford to have specialists. Someone who just does blacksmithing. Someone who just teaches. Someone who just focuses on medicine." "Roundabout production," Tony said with satisfaction. "The longer the chain, the richer we become." "How long until we're rich?" young Oliver Jackson asked. Tony smiled. "Depends on your definition. By the old world's standards? Never. We'll never have Amazon or smartphones or factories making 10,000 widgets a day. But by the standards of human history, we're already getting there. We have food, shelter, energy, tools, knowledge, and security. We're building capital instead of consuming it. We're investing in the future. That's wealth." Outside, the February wind howled, but the cabin was warm. They had firewood stockpiled, food preserved, and now, miraculously, electric light when they needed it. The generator sat in its shed, quiet now but ready. The methane digester bubbled away, turning waste into fuel. The forge stood ready to transform scrap into tools. The horses waited in their corral, learning to accept halters, preparing for the work ahead. And 60 miles away, Pittsburgh continued its slow collapse into chaos. Gangs fought over scraps. People froze in the ruins. The government existed in name only. The old world died a little more each day. But here, in this valley, civilization was rebuilding. Not the civilization of factories and freeways, but something older and, perhaps, more durable. Something based on real production, real capital, real knowledge passed from hand to hand and generation to generation. The furnaces were still cold. The factories were still empty. But the forge was hot. The horses were being trained. The generator hummed to life when they needed it. And that, Grace thought, was how you rebuilt a world. Not all at once, but one stage at a time. Patient, deliberate, built to last. The acceleration had begun. Chapter 18. The Steelmaker. March 2046. Tony stood at the forge, watching George and Arthur Parker work a piece of iron into a new plow blade. They were competent. Good, even. But as he watched them struggle with the temperature, he felt decades of professional knowledge practically screaming to be used. "You're losing heat," he said finally. "See how the iron's going from white to orange? That's your working window closing. In a proper mill, we'd have controlled exactly when." He stopped himself. He'd been doing this for weeks now, watching, commenting occasionally, but mostly staying quiet. The Parker boys knew their trade, had trained for it, didn't need an old man telling them their business. But George looked up, sweat running down his face. "Mr. Billings, with respect, you worked in a steel mill for 40 years. We've been banging metal in a farmyard forge. If you know a better way, we want to hear it." Arthur nodded emphatically. "Please. We're making basic tools, but we're wasting fuel, losing heat, and half our forgings crack because we don't really understand the science." "You do?" Tony felt something unlock in his chest. "You sure? I don't want to step on toes." "Step away," George said. "Teach us. We'll learn." That afternoon, Tony called a settlement meeting. "I've been watching the forge operation," he said. "It's good work. Functional. But we're operating at maybe 20% efficiency compared to what's possible. We're wasting fuel, wasting time, and producing inconsistent quality. I think we can do better." "What do you have in mind?" Thomas asked. "A real furnace. Not a blacksmith's forge. That's fine for basic work. But a proper smelting furnace capable of reaching higher temperatures, processing larger quantities, and producing better quality iron and steel." He paused. "I spent my whole career in steel production. Liberty Steel wasn't huge, but we knew our metallurgy. I know how to build furnaces, how to control chemistry, how to make quality steel from scrap. I'd like to try." John Parker leaned forward. "What would you need?" "Time, labor, materials. We need to build a proper furnace structure, stone and clay, good insulation, forced air system. We need to source the right kind of clay for crucibles. We need to organize our scrap iron by type. And we need to understand what we're doing. This isn't just hitting metal with hammers. This is chemistry." "How long?" Michael asked. "To build the furnace? A month, maybe 6 weeks. To get really good at operating it? Years. But we can start producing better quality metal within 2 months if we do this right." Grace watched her father come alive as he talked. She hadn't seen him like this since before the collapse. Engaged, confident, in his element. For years he'd been teaching economics and history to children. Important work, but not his work. This was different. "Do it," she said. "Whatever you need, we'll make it happen." Tony began with education. He gathered everyone, adults and older children, and started teaching metallurgy from first principles. "Iron is an element," he explained, drawing diagrams in the dirt with a stick. "But what we call iron, in practical terms, is never pure. It always has carbon in it. The amount of carbon determines what you get. Almost no carbon? Wrought iron, soft, bendable, won't hold an edge. Around 0.5% carbon? Steel, hard, takes an edge, what we want for tools. More than 2%. Cast iron, brittle, but useful for certain things." Joseph, now 11, was furiously taking notes. Emma asked, "How do you control the carbon?" "Temperature and atmosphere. In the old mill, we had precise control. Electric arc furnaces, computer monitoring, exact measurements. Here, we'll have to do it by eye and experience, like metalworkers did for centuries. But we can still do it well." He taught them about slag, the waste material that forms when you smelt iron ore. You want slag. Need it, actually. It carries away impurities. The trick is getting the right flux material to make good slag. Limestone, usually. But we can use other things, if we know what we're doing. He taught them about tempering and quenching, how you heat treat steel to give it the properties you want. Fast cooling in water makes it hard but brittle. Slow cooling in air makes it softer but tougher. You temper by reheating to specific temperatures. You can tell by the color of the oxide layer that forms. Blue means one thing, straw yellow means another. George and Arthur absorbed it all like sponges. This was the theoretical knowledge their apprenticeship had lacked, the why behind the how. At the farm where we trained, Arthur admitted, the old smith just said, "Heat it till it's cherry red, then quench." We didn't know why. Just that it worked sometimes and didn't work other times. "Now you'll know why," Tony said, "and you'll be able to adjust for different situations." Building the furnace took 5 weeks. Tony designed it based on principles from the Liberty Steel Mill, scaled down and adapted for their resources. It wasn't going to be an electric arc furnace, but it would be far better than their current setup. They built it into a hillside for insulation and stability. The core was stone, carefully selected for its ability to withstand high heat, lined with clay mixed with sand and straw. The interior chamber was egg-shaped for optimal heat circulation. The air system was crucial. At the mill, they'd had electric blowers. Here, they built a large bellows system. Actually, 3 bellows working in sequence, operated by a lever mechanism that could be powered by foot, or, eventually, by a water wheel they planned to build. Sustained high heat requires sustained airflow, Tony explained as they worked. That's the secret. You can get iron hot with a wood fire, but to really melt it, to purge impurities, to control carbon content, you need continuous forced air. The old bloomery furnaces could do it. Medieval smiths could do it. We can do it. They built a charging system at the top where they could add iron, flux, and fuel. They built a tap at the bottom where molten metal could be drained into molds. They built a separate slag tap because Tony insisted. Never mix your slag and your metal streams. That's amateur hour. Katie and Linda watched the construction with medical concern. This is dangerous, Katie said. Molten metal, high temperatures, toxic fumes, very dangerous, Tony agreed. That's why we're building ventilation, establishing safety protocols, and making sure everyone knows the risks. At the mill, we had safety regulations for a reason. People got hurt, burned, poisoned by fumes, crushed by equipment. We're going to be careful. They established rules. No one works the furnace alone. Minimum 2 people on every operation. Leather protective gear. They had plenty of bear hide and deer hide now. Eye protection, improvised from pieces of dark glass. Ventilation. The furnace was positioned so prevailing winds carried fumes away from the settlement. When the furnace was complete in mid-April, Tony stood back and examined it critically. It's not Liberty Steel, he said. But it's not bad. It'll work. The first firing was a test run. No metal, just bringing the furnace up to temperature to cure the clay lining and check for structural problems. They loaded it with charcoal. They'd been producing charcoal from hardwood for weeks, stockpiling it. George and Arthur worked the bellows. Slowly, carefully, they brought the temperature up. The clay lining smoked as moisture baked out. Some small cracks appeared, which they noted for repair, but the basic structure held. The forced air system worked beautifully. The temperature inside the furnace climbed steadily. Tony monitored everything, checking temperatures by color, checking draft, checking the structural integrity. After 6 hours, he called it. Good first run. We've got some repairs to make, some adjustments. But the basic design is sound. They spent 3 days making improvements, repointing some of the stonework, adding additional clay in spots, adjusting the airflow system. Then they were ready for the real test. The first actual smelting run happened on April 20th, 2046. Tony had organized their scrap iron into categories. This is probably low-carbon wrought iron. This is definitely high-carbon steel from old tools. This is cast iron from an engine block. We're going to mix them to get medium-carbon steel, good general-purpose material. They charged the furnace, layers of charcoal, pieces of scrap iron, limestone for flux. George worked the bellows, while Arthur monitored the temperature. Tony supervised, calling out adjustments. More air, temperatures dropping. Good. Hold it there. See that color? That's about 1400 degrees Celsius. Iron melts at 1538. We're getting close. The settlement gathered to watch. This was different from simple blacksmithing. This was actual smelting, transforming scrap into new metal, the foundation of all industrial civilization. After 2 hours, Tony checked the viewing port. We've got liquid metal. Slag is separating nicely. I think we're ready. They tapped the slag first, a stream of gray-black material that flowed into a waste pit. Then they tapped the metal itself. Glowing white-hot liquid iron poured from the furnace into clay molds they'd prepared. It flowed like water, bright enough to hurt the eyes even through their dark glass protection. When it cooled enough to solidify, they had 5 ingots of steel, rough, with surface imperfections, but steel, real, usable, high-quality steel. Tony cracked one of the ingots open to examine the interior structure. Look at this. See how uniform the color is? No visible impurities. The grain structure looks good. He performed a quick spark test, striking the steel with a file and examining the sparks. Medium carbon content, just like we wanted. This is good material. George and Arthur were speechless. You did in one day what we couldn't do in 5 years, George finally said. No, Tony corrected. I taught you in one day what I learned from my father, who took me 40 years to learn. Now you know how to do it. Next time you'll run it yourselves, and you'll teach others. Over the next 2 months, the furnace operation became a regular part of settlement life. They ran the furnace once a week, producing ingots that George and Arthur then worked into tools, plow blades, axe heads, knives, hoes, hammers. The quality was dramatically better than before. Edges held longer, tools were more durable, fewer pieces cracked or failed. But Tony pushed for more than just production. He insisted on experimentation and learning. Try different carbon contents, he told the twins. Learn how to make soft iron for nails, hard steel for blades, everything in between. Experiment with quenching techniques. Try different tempering temperatures. Build your knowledge base. He taught them quality testing, the spark test, the file test, the ring test for checking for hidden cracks. He taught them about different types of steel failures and their causes. He taught them safety protocols and what to do when things went wrong. Joseph became Tony's assistant, learning everything his great-grandfather taught. At 11, he was too young for the heavy work, but perfect for learning the theory. He kept detailed notes, drew diagrams, recorded results. Someday I'll be too old for this, Tony told him, or I won't be here at all. Someone needs to know what I know. I'll remember, Joseph promised. Emma, meanwhile, worked with Katie and Linda on a different application of the forge, medical instruments. They needed scalpels, forceps, clamps, tools that required very specific properties. For surgery, you need steel that's hard enough to hold a sharp edge, but not so brittle it'll snap, Tony explained. That's a narrow window. We'll have to experiment. They did. Experiment. Failed several times. Finally produced a scalpel blade that Linda declared, better than what I had at the hospital. Really. This is excellent work. In June, a trading party from another settlement arrived, 8 people from a community 40 miles west. They'd heard rumors of the valley settlement and came to see if trade was possible. Their leader, a woman named Rebecca Chambers, examined the tools the valley was producing with obvious appreciation. This is quality work, she said, picking up a hoe blade. Where did you get steel this good? We make it, Michael said. She looked skeptical. You're smelting your own steel. From scrap? Come see. They showed her the furnace, showed her the process. Tony explained the basics of what they were doing. Rebecca was a former engineer. She understood immediately. This is extraordinary. We've got a blacksmith, but he's just repairing old tools, not making new ones, and definitely not smelting. How? Worked at Liberty Steel, Tony said. Turns out that experience is useful even when the mill's gone. The trading party stayed 3 days. They worked out a deal. The valley would trade tools and metal goods for seeds, cloth, and information about other settlements. They established a schedule for regular trading visits. This is how it starts, Tony told the settlement after the traders left. We've got a surplus. We've got something valuable that others need. That's the foundation of trade, of specialization, of wealth creation. Grace watched her father teach yet another economics lesson, this time using their actual production as the example. The abstract theories he'd studied his whole life were becoming concrete reality. We're at maybe 1800s level of technology now, Thomas observed. Basic smelting, horsepower, mechanical systems. Not bad for 18 months of work. The Industrial Revolution took centuries to develop the first time, Tony said. We're compressing it because we have knowledge. But we still have to build each stage. Can't skip steps. Every advancement requires the previous advancement to be in place. He looked at the furnace, still warm from the day's run. Looked at the ingots of steel cooling in their molds. Imagined the tools that would be forged from them. My father worked his whole life at that mill, Tony said quietly. Died defending it. Thought he was protecting American manufacturing, protecting jobs, protecting a way of life. He was right about the principles, wrong about the tactics. You can't protect what you have if the foundation is rotting. But you can build new foundations. Is this what he would have wanted? Grace asked. Tony smiled. No, he'd have wanted the mill to stay open, wanted America to keep making steel, wanted the system to work. But if it couldn't work, if it had to collapse, then yeah, I think he'd be happy knowing the knowledge didn't die. That someone, somewhere, was still making steel, still teaching the next generation, still building. That night, by candlelight, Tony wrote in his journal the ongoing record he'd been keeping since they arrived in the valley. He wrote about the furnace, about the metallurgy, about the economics of what they were building. But he also wrote about his father, about Joseph Billings, who died at the Union vote, about the long chain of knowledge and skill and determination that had led to this moment. We lost the factories, he wrote, lost the mills, the industrial base, the entire infrastructure of modern civilization. But we didn't lose the knowledge, and as long as we have knowledge and the will to use it, we can rebuild. Not the same civilization, that's gone forever, but something new, something that might actually last. Outside, the valley was dark and quiet. The furnace had cooled. The horses slept in their barn. The methane digester bubbled away, producing tomorrow's fuel. The forge stood ready for tomorrow's work. And in the morning, they would fire up the furnace again, would make more steel, would build more tools. It would take another small step up the long ladder of roundabout production. The old world was dead. But the new world was being forged, one piece of steel at a time, by people who remembered how civilization was built and were patient enough to build it again. Chapter 19. The Flood. July 2046. The morning meeting started with a proposal from Thomas Cooper. "We need to talk about George," he said, gesturing to George Parker, who sat with his twin brother Arthur near the fire pit. "He's spending 12 hours a day at the forge, making tools, repairing equipment, filling orders from the trading network. Meanwhile, we've got him scheduled for field work, guard duty, and hunting rotation. Something's got to give." "What are you suggesting?" Michael asked. "Make him a full-time craftsman. He stops doing other work, focuses only on metalwork. We feed him from the community surplus." There was an immediate murmur of concern. Sarah Miller spoke up. "We're feeding someone who doesn't produce food? That's 21 mouths to feed, and only 20 people working the fields." "Actually, 22 mouths now," Linda Parker said with a smile, hand on her slightly rounded belly. She and John had discovered last month that they were expecting, the first pregnancy in the settlement. Tony stood up. "This is exactly the question civilization has been answering for 10,000 years. Can we afford specialists? Should we feed people who don't directly produce food?" "The answer's not obvious," James Miller said. "We've got surplus now, but what if we have a bad harvest?" "Let me put it differently," Tony said. "George made 14 tools last month. Plow blades, hoes, axes, knives. Those tools increased our productivity. Harry can plow twice as fast with a good blade. Arthur can clear land faster with a sharp axe. Better tools mean more food, not less. Plus the trading," Michael added. "Half those tools went to other settlements. We got seeds, cloth, preserved food, information in return. George's work is bringing in resources we couldn't produce ourselves." Grace had been thinking about this for weeks when my great-grandfather ran Liberty Steel. They had tool and die makers who did nothing but make tools for other workers. Seemed wasteful. Men making tools instead of making steel. But the steel production went up because everyone had better tools. "That's what we're talking about." "Exactly," Tony said. "It's called division of labor. It feels wrong because it looks like you're supporting someone who's not contributing, but actually, they're contributing more by specializing than they would by doing general work." George spoke up for the first time. "I want to be clear. I'm not asking for this. If the community needs me in the fields, I'll work the fields. But Thomas is right that I'm stretched thin. Either I need to do less forge work, or less everything else," Arthur added. "And frankly, the forge work should be him, not me. George is the better craftsman. I'm competent, but he's exceptional. If one of us specializes, it should be him." The debate continued for an hour. Finally, they voted, 14 in favor, 7 against. George Parker would become the settlement's first full-time specialist. "We'll try it for 3 months," Michael said. "If it works, if we're genuinely better off, we continue. If not, we reassess." "It'll work," Tony said confidently. "I've seen this pattern 100 times in economic history. Specialization always makes societies richer. Always." They broke up the meeting with plans for George to begin his new role immediately. He would expand the workshop, take on more ambitious projects, maybe even train an apprentice. The sky was clear and blue. The summer crops were growing strong. The horses were fully trained and plowing beautifully. Everything seemed perfect. The storm came that afternoon. It started innocently. Some dark clouds to the west, distant thunder. July thunderstorms were common. Nobody worried. But by 3 o'clock, the sky had turned green-black. The wind picked up, bending trees, sending loose items skittering across the compound. Thunder rolled continuously now, getting closer. "This is going to be bad," John Parker said, checking the sky with the practiced eye of a man who'd spent decades outdoors. "Everyone secure loose items. Get the animals in the barn. Prepare for heavy rain." They worked quickly, bringing tools inside, securing the forge, and battening down hatches. The horses sensed something and were nervous, but George and Arthur got them into the barn and calmed them. The rain started at 4 o'clock. Not gradually, just suddenly a wall of water falling from the sky. Within minutes, visibility dropped to a few yards. Thunder crashed overhead. Lightning strobed continuously. "River's going to rise," Thomas shouted over the storm. "Everyone to the main cabin." They'd built smart when they first arrived. The main cabin and storage shed were on high ground, elevated well above even the worst floods John could remember from his ranger days. Their food stores were safe, but not everything was protected. The river, which in summer was a placid 30 feet wide, began to swell. They'd built their water wheel on the bank, positioned to catch the current for grinding grain. Now that placement looked vulnerable. The water kept coming. By 5 o'clock, the river had doubled in width. By 6, it was a churning brown torrent, carrying trees, debris, and mud. By 7, it had jumped its banks and was carving a new channel. From the safety of the main cabin's porch, they watched helplessly as the water wheel, weeks of careful construction, was torn from its moorings. It tumbled downstream, breaking apart, disappearing into the muddy chaos. "Months of work," Arthur said quietly, watching it go. "The wheel can be rebuilt," Tony said. "We're all safe. The buildings are safe. The food is safe. That's what matters." But losing the water wheel hurt. It had been grinding their grain, saving hours of manual labor. Now they were back to hand grinding until they could rebuild. The horses were safe in the elevated barn. The main cabin stood solid. The storage shed with all their preserved food remained dry. Even the forge, positioned on a rise, stayed above the water line. They'd planned for this. John and Thomas had insisted on flood-safe construction from the beginning. "Rivers flood," John had said. "Build like they will, and you'll be ready when they do." The storm raged through the night. The river kept rising, but never threatened the coarse settlement. They were uncomfortable, crowded, anxious, but safe. The storm broke at dawn. The rain stopped as suddenly as it had started. The sun came out, revealing a transformed landscape. The river had carved a new channel, 50 feet wider than before, running fast and deep. The old banks were gone. Trees had been uprooted. The landscape had been scoured and rearranged, but the settlement stood intact. The main cabin, the storage shed, the barn, the forge, all safe on their elevated positions. The food stores were untouched. The horses were fine. What they'd lost was the water wheel and some scattered tools that hadn't been secured in time. "Could have been so much worse," Katie said, surveying the scene. "Could have been," Tony agreed. "This is what good planning looks like. We built for the worst case, and when it came, we survived it." James Miller was staring at the river. "Look at that current. It's twice what it was before. Maybe 3 times. John Parker joined him, watching the water rush past. "That's a lot of power going to waste." Thomas caught the implication immediately. "You're thinking we rebuild the water wheel here? In the new channel? I'm thinking we build something better," John said. "That current could turn a much larger wheel, generate more power than just grain grinding." Tony's eyes lit up with understanding. "Hydroelectric generation. We've got a methane generator that works, but it's limited by how much gas we can produce. A water wheel turning constantly could generate continuous power." "We'd need a generator," Arthur said. "A real one. Not just the methane engine." "I think I know where we can get one," Thomas said. "Remember that old summer camp 5 miles north, where we found the propane generator?" I saw what looked like a large electric generator in one of the collapsed buildings. Industrial size. I didn't mention it because we had no way to power it. Now we do, John said, looking at the river. Or we will, once we build the wheel. The settlement gathered to assess and plan. Yes, they'd lost the water wheel, but the flood had given them something valuable. A river with 3 times the power capacity. This is actually an opportunity, Tony said. We were limited before by the river's flow. Now we can build a much more substantial system. The recovery assessment happened the next morning. They gathered on the main cabin's porch, surveying the transformed landscape. The river, once a manageable 30 feet wide, now carved a channel 50 feet across, running deep and fast. Damage report, Michael said. What did we lose? The water wheel, Arthur said. Completely gone. Some hand tools that weren't secured. A few chickens from the coop. What's intact? Main cabin, storage shed, barn, all fine, Thomas reported. Food stores are untouched. The forge is safe. The horses are safe. The furnace is intact. We got lucky, Sarah Miller said. We got smart, John corrected. We built for this. High ground for critical structures. Elevated food storage. When the flood came, we were ready. James Miller was staring at the river. Look at that current. It's incredible. 3 times what it was. More than 3 times, Thomas said, watching the water rush past. That's serious power. Tony joined them at the railing, his engineer's mind already working. The old water wheel was barely adequate. 6 feet in diameter, positioned to catch a gentle current. It ground grain, but that was about its limit. And now it's gone, Grace said. And now, Tony continued, we have a river with 3 times the power capacity. Maybe more. John Parker caught the implication immediately. You're thinking we rebuild bigger. Much bigger, Tony said. That current could turn a wheel 20 feet across. The mechanical advantage would be exponential. Arthur was already sketching in his notebook. A 20-foot wheel in this current. The torque would be enormous. We could do more than grind grain. We could generate electricity, Tony said. Real electricity. Continuous power. The settlement fell quiet, the implications sinking in. The methane generator gives us a few hours of power a day, Katie said slowly. You're talking about constant power. If we do it right, John said. We'd need a proper generator, not just the little methane engine. Industrial size? Let's get the one in that old camp, Thomas said. Perfect, Arthur said, still sketching. If we can build a wheel big enough, design a gear system to multiply the rotation speed, connect it to a generator, we could have continuous electrical power. 100 amps or more. Grace watched the faces around her light up with possibility. A disaster had become an opportunity. The flood had taken their small grain mill and given them the potential for something far greater. This is roundabout production again, Tony said, falling into his teaching voice. We lost capital, the water wheel. But we gained something potentially more valuable, a much more powerful river. If we invest the time and labor to build a better system, we'll have capabilities we never had before. How long would it take? Michael asked. Weeks to retrieve and assess the generator, John estimated. Another few weeks to design and build the wheel. Another week to install and test. 2 months total, maybe 3. 2 months of labor that could go to other things, James pointed out. Farming, hunting, building improvements. 2 months of investment, Tony corrected. That gives us decades of continuous power. That's the textbook definition of a good capital investment. The debate continued through lunch. The question wasn't whether to rebuild. They needed a way to grind grain regardless. The question was whether to build big, to invest in the generator project, to aim for something more than just replacing what they'd lost. Finally, they voted. It was close, 12 in favor, 10 opposed. Those who voted against weren't opposed to the idea, just worried about the time investment and the risk of failure. We'll do it, Michael announced. But we do it right, full planning before we start building. Everyone understands their role. We can't afford to waste time on this. That afternoon, the planning began in earnest. John and Thomas would lead an expedition to retrieve the generator and assess its condition. Arthur would design the water wheel and gear system. George would prepare to forge the metal components they'd need. Tony would calculate the engineering requirements, gear ratios, structural loads, power output. It was ambitious. It was risky. It would take months of focused work with no guarantee of success. But if it worked, Grace stood at the river's edge that evening, watching the water rush past. The flood had seemed like a disaster. Buildings destroyed, months of work lost, everything they'd built threatened. But they'd built smart. The important things, food, shelter, people, had survived. And now they had something they hadn't had before, a river powerful enough to drive serious industry. Your grandfather would have loved this, Tony said, joining her. Joseph always said the key to prosperity was investing in productive capital. A bigger water wheel, a real generator. That's exactly what he meant. Will it work? Grace asked. I don't know, Tony admitted. We're trying to build something that would have been challenging even before the collapse, using salvaged parts and improvised tools. But we've got knowledge. We've got skills. We've got people who know how to make things. If anyone can do it, we can. And if we can't, then we'll have learned something valuable, and we'll try a different approach. That's how progress works. Try, fail, learn, try again. He smiled. But I think we'll succeed. I've seen what this community can do. We've built a working steel furnace from scratch. We've generated methane from garbage. We've tamed wild horses, a water wheel, and generator. That's within our capabilities. Emma and Joseph joined them at the water's edge, watching the sunset reflect off the rushing current. Are we really going to have electricity all the time? Joseph asked. He was 11 now, sharp and curious, absorbing everything Tony taught. If we do it right, Tony said, constant light, electric motors, power tools, it would change everything about how we work and live. Like before the collapse? Emma asked. Better than before, in some ways, Tony said. Before, we depended on distant power plants, vulnerable supply chains, systems we didn't understand or control. This would be ours. Local, sustainable, power we generate, maintain, and understand completely. Roundabout production, Joseph said, proud that he understood the concept. Exactly. We're investing time now to build capital that will make us productive for decades. That's how civilizations become wealthy. The sun set over the valley. The river rushed past, full of potential, waiting to be harnessed. Tomorrow they would begin. The planning, the designing, the building. It would be hard work, and success wasn't guaranteed. But they'd survived the flood. They'd built a functioning settlement from nothing. They'd created steel from scrap and power from waste. They could do this, too. And if they succeeded, they'd take another step up the ladder of civilization. Another stage of roundabout production. Another investment in a future that was slowly, patiently, being built from the ruins of the old world. The furnaces were still cold in Pittsburgh. The factories were still empty. The government still didn't control the cities. But here, in this valley, by this river, they were building something that would last. One stage at a time. One investment at a time. One piece of capital at a time. The water rushed past in the darkness, powerful and patient, waiting to turn the wheel they would build. Chapter 20. The Power, August 2046. The generator expedition left at first light. Thomas, John, Michael, Harry, and Jack Miller, with both horses pulling a heavy-duty sled they'd built specifically for this task. Grace watched them go, feeling the weight of what they were attempting. If the generator was too damaged, too heavy, or couldn't be retrieved, weeks of planning would be wasted. But if they succeeded, they'll get it, Tony said beside her. And we'll make it work. While the retrieval team was gone, Arthur directed the construction of the water wheel foundation. They'd chosen a spot where the river ran deep and fast, where bedrock came close to the surface for anchoring. 20 feet in diameter, Arthur explained, sketching in the dirt for the work crew. That means the bottom buckets will be 10 feet underwater, catching the full force of the current. The top will be 10 feet above normal water level, safe even in high water. The whole thing needs to be strong enough to handle tons of force, but balanced enough to turn smoothly. The timber work was massive. They felled trees, shaped them, fitted them together with mortise and tenon joints that George reinforced with iron brackets. Each of the 20 buckets was crafted individually, angled precisely to catch the water at the optimal angle. Emma and Joseph helped mix the pitch and tar that would waterproof the buckets. Katie and Linda organized the labor rotations. This was all hands work, requiring coordination of the entire settlement. This is what division of labor enables, Tony told the children as they worked. George focuses on metalwork. Arthur focuses on engineering. Thomas organizes logistics. Everyone does what they do best, and together we achieve what none of us could do alone. On the third day, the retrieval team returned. The generator was enormous, easily 400 pounds, a massive industrial unit with Westinghouse cast into the housing. It had come from the maintenance building of what had been a summer camp for wealthy families, back when such things existed. "It's beautiful," John said reverently as they unloaded it. "Rated for 100 amps at 120 volts continuous. Bearings are good. Windings look intact. If we can spin it at 1,800 revolution per minute, we'll have all the power we need." "That's a big if," Michael said. "The water wheel will turn at maybe 15 RPM. That's a 120-to-1 gear ratio." George had been working on this problem for days. 3 stages of gearing, he said, showing them his design sketched on salvaged paper. First stage, 4-to-1. Second stage, 5-to-1. Third stage, 6-to-1. Multiply them together, 120-to-1. He'd already forged most of the gears. Different sizes, different tooth counts, all precisely calculated. The workshop rang with his hammer as he finished the last pieces. "What about drive belts?" Arthur asked. "We need something to connect the stages." "Found these at the camp," Thomas said, pulling out several industrial V-belts from his pack. "Rubber's old and cracked, but there's enough good material to work with. We can repair them, reinforce them with leather." The Parker twins took over the belt work. They cleaned the old rubber, assessed which sections were still good, cut away the damaged parts, and spliced in leather reinforcement. It was painstaking work. The belts had to be precisely the right length, with the proper tension and flexibility. "In the old world, you'd just order a new belt," Arthur said, carefully stitching leather to rubber. "Now we make do with what we have. It's actually more satisfying this way, knowing every component, understanding exactly how it works." The water wheel assembly took 2 weeks. They built it in sections on the shore, then moved it piece by piece into position. The axle alone, a massive timber shaft reinforced with iron bands that George had forged, required the horses and 10 men to position. The wheel itself was a work of art. 20 feet of carefully joined timber, 20 buckets positioned to catch the maximum water. The whole thing balanced so precisely that it would turn with minimal friction. "It's too beautiful to bury in the river," Sarah Miller said when it was complete. "It's going to be beautiful in action," Arthur corrected. They used a system of ropes and pulleys to lower the wheel into position. The entire settlement pulled together, slowly, carefully, until the wheel settled onto its bearings, half submerged in the rushing river. For a moment nothing happened. Then, almost imperceptibly, the wheel began to turn. The current caught the first bucket, then the second, then the third. The wheel rotated, slowly, powerfully, unstoppably. Water poured from the buckets as they lifted, splashed into the river as they descended, and the cycle continued. 15 RPM, Arthur said, timing it with a watch they'd salvaged. "Exactly what we calculated." Perfect. The gearing system installation was George's masterpiece. He'd built a housing for each gear stage, with bearings he'd forged himself. The first stage connected directly to the water wheel's axle, a small gear on the wheel driving a larger gear on the first shaft, multiplying the speed by 4. The second stage took that faster rotation and multiplied it by 5. The third stage multiplied by 6 more. Each stage required precise alignment. The gears had to mesh perfectly. Too tight, and they'd bind. Too loose, and they'd skip. The belts had to be exactly the right tension. Too tight, and they'd break. Too loose, and they'd slip. It took 3 days of constant adjustment, testing, measuring, and adjusting again. George barely slept, obsessed with getting it perfect. "This is the difference between an okay craftsman and a master," Tony told Joseph, watching George work. "The master knows it's not done until it's perfect. And perfect takes time." Finally, on August 28th, they were ready for the full test. The generator had been mounted on a sturdy platform near the gearing system. John had gone through it completely, cleaned every component, tested every connection, verified every specification. "We're going to start slow," he said. "Engage each gear stage one at a time. Build up speed gradually. If anything sounds wrong, we shut down immediately." The whole settlement gathered. This was the moment. Either weeks of work would pay off, or they'd learn why it didn't work and have to start over. Arthur engaged the first gear stage. The water wheel's rotation transferred through the gears. and the first shaft began to spin. 60 RPM now, 4 times faster than the wheel. Good, John said. No binding? Bearings sound smooth. Engage stage 2. The second belt engaged. The second shaft spun to life. 300 revolutions per minute now. Still good. Stage 3. The final belt engaged. The generator shaft began to spin. Faster and faster, the hum building. John watched the tachometer. 1500 RPM, 1600, 1700. He made a small adjustment to the belt tension. 1,800 revolution per minute. Holding steady, he threw the main switch, and the generator came fully online. Lights flickered on. Actual electric lights, not candles or methane lamps, but bright, steady electrical illumination. They had strung wire they salvaged from power lines that no longer carried current and connected them to several buildings. Installed salvaged bulbs, and now those bulbs glowed with the steady power of the river. John checked his meters. Voltage, 120 volts steady. Amperage, he adjusted the load slightly. 95 amps, 98, 100 amps. The settlement erupted in cheers. They'd done it. 100 amps of continuous electrical power, 24 hours a day, for as long as the river flowed. Katie was crying. Linda, too. The children were running between the lit buildings, screaming with excitement. The adults stood in stunned appreciation of what they'd built. This is incredible, Michael said quietly. This is civilization, Tony corrected. Real, functional, sustainable civilization. Over the next week, they wired the entire settlement. Every building got electric lights. Scavenged electrical outlets were installed in the workshop to connect electric tools, a drill they'd found, a grinder, and eventually whatever else they could salvage or build. The forge got an electric blower to replace the manual bellows, making it easier to maintain consistent temperatures. They built a battery charging station. Car batteries they'd salvaged could be charged and used for portable power. They installed an electric pump for the well, ending the need to haul water by hand. They even rigged up an electric heater for Linda's medical station. We're using maybe 40 amps continuously, John reported. That leaves 60 amps of excess capacity. We could expand, add more equipment, support more buildings. The change in productivity was immediate and dramatic. George could work in his forge with electric light and an electric blower, tripling his output. Arthur could use power tools for construction, cutting building time in half. Katie and Linda could sterilize medical instruments with an electric autoclave they jury-rigged from a pressure cooker and heating elements. Even the teaching improved. Tony could hold evening classes in the electric light, extending the learning day. Joseph pored over salvaged electronics books, learning about circuits and motors and generators. We're at about 1940s level now, Tony said at the monthly meeting in September. Basic electrification, mechanical equipment, sustainable local production. Not computers or smartphones or modern conveniences, but functional civilization with reliable power. How does this compare to other settlements? Sarah Miller asked. I've talked to traders from 7 different communities, Thomas said. None of them have this. Most are still doing everything by hand, or with limited animal power. Some have generators like our old methane one, a few hours of power a day. Nobody has continuous electricity from a renewable source. So we're rich, Harry Miller said. We're productive, Tony corrected, which is the same thing. Wealth isn't having money. It's having the capacity to produce. And we've dramatically increased our productive capacity. Grace spoke up. This is exactly what you've been teaching us about roundabout production. We spent weeks building capital. The wheel, the gearing, the generator system. That doesn't directly produce anything we can eat or wear. But that capital enables production of everything else. Precisely. And notice how the stages build on each other. Tony stood to illustrate. Stage 1, we farm enough to have surplus. Stage 2, we use surplus to support specialists. Stage 3, specialists build capital like the forge and water wheel. Stage 4, that capital enables even more production, creating more surplus. It's a virtuous cycle. What's stage 5? Joseph asked. Trade, Thomas said. We're already starting it, but real trade. Regular routes, established partnerships, specialized production for exchange. We make steel and tools, trade them for things we can't produce efficiently ourselves. When do we get to stage 6? Emma asked. Everyone laughed. Let's master stage 5 first, Tony said. But you're thinking right. That's the key. Always looking ahead. Always planning the next stage. always building toward greater complexity and productivity. That evening, Grace walked through the settlement with Emma and Joseph. Electric lights glowed in every window. The water wheel turned steadily in the river, its rhythm now a constant backdrop to settlement life. The generator hummed its steady song. "Do you remember the city?" Emma asked. She was 14 now, had been 9 when the collapse started. "When we had to eat 1 meal a day and burn books for heat?" "I remember," Grace said. "This is better," Emma said firmly. "This is real. We made this." Joseph, 11 years old, wise beyond his years, added, "Grandpa says the old world had all this and more, but they didn't understand it, didn't value it, took it for granted." "That's right," Grace said. "They assumed factories would always run, power would always flow, food would always be available. When the system broke, they couldn't fix it because they'd forgotten how it worked. But we know how this works," Emma said, gesturing at the settlement. "Every piece of it. The wheel, the gears, the generator, even the river. We understand what it does and how to use it." "That's the difference," Grace agreed. "They had complexity without understanding. We have simplicity with understanding, and you can build on understanding. You can't build on ignorance." They stood by the river, watching the wheel turn in the electric light. The settlement behind them glowed with steady power. The forge would run tomorrow with electric assistance. The workshop would use power tools. The medical station would have sterilized equipment. They had horses for farming, steel for tools, methane for backup fuel. And now, continuous electrical power from the river. It wasn't the old world. It wasn't shopping malls and smartphones and next-day delivery. But it was something better in its own way, a foundation built on knowledge and skill and patient accumulation of capital. A civilization small enough to understand completely but sophisticated enough to support real advancement. "My great-great-grandfather Joseph died trying to save Liberty Steel," Grace said. "Died in a fight with the Union, trying to preserve American manufacturing. He failed. The mill closed. The knowledge almost died with it. But Grandpa saved it," Joseph said. "He did. He brought the knowledge here, taught us how to smelt iron, how to forge steel, how to build capital. And now, we're using that knowledge to build something that would have made Joseph Billings proud." The water wheel turned. The generator hummed. The lights burned steady. And in Pittsburgh, 60 miles away, people still fought in the dark over scraps that wouldn't last the winter. But here, in this valley, they'd built something that would last generations. Not because it was high-tech or complex, but because it was simple, local, and completely understood by the people who used it. The furnaces were still cold in the old steel mills. The factories were still empty across America, but the forge was hot here. The wheel was turning. The power was flowing. And that, Grace thought, was how you rebuilt civilization. Not by trying to resurrect what had died, but by building new foundations. Foundations based on real production, real knowledge, and real understanding, stage by stage, investment by investment, generation by generation. The old world was gone forever, but the new world was working just fine. Part 2. The Restoration. Chapter 21. The Refugees. May 2048. They came in the early morning. 10 families. 37 people total, arriving in a ragged convoy of salvaged vehicles that somehow still ran on carefully hoarded fuel. Women, men, children, elderly, all carrying what they could, looking exhausted and desperate. Michael and John Parker met them at the valley entrance, rifles ready but not raised. Strangers were rare. Strangers in vehicles were almost unheard of. "We're not raiders," the lead man called out. He was maybe 45, well-dressed by current standards, with the bearing of someone who'd once been successful. "We're refugees from Pittsburgh. We heard there were settlements out here. Free settlements. We're hoping to find refuge." "Pittsburgh?" Michael lowered his rifle slightly. "That's 60 miles. How did you—" "We drove. Had fuel stored. Took us 2 days navigating the old roads." The man stepped forward, hands visible and empty. "My name is David Darman. I used to own a manufacturing business, electrical components, before it was nationalized. That word, nationalized, hung in the air like a threat." "Come in," Michael said. "Let's talk." The settlement gathered in the expanded common area they'd built the previous year. 37 refugees, 22 original settlers, all packed in to hear what the newcomers had to say. David Darman spoke first, but others added details, filling in a picture that grew darker with each revelation. 2 years ago, President Taylor was elected, Darman began. Legally elected, I should say. People were desperate. The cities were war zones. No law, no order, just gangs and violence and starvation. Taylor promised to fix it, promised law and order, promised to rebuild America, promised to restore what we'd lost. He delivered, said another refugee, a woman named Margaret Torres. Within 6 months, the violence stopped. Police were back on the streets. The gangs were broken, imprisoned or executed. You could walk down the street without fear of being robbed or killed. But there was a cost, Darman continued. His first act was to nationalize all industries. Every factory, every business, every piece of commercial property seized by executive order. For the national emergency, he said. Temporary measures until the crisis passes. How is that even legal? Grace asked. The Supreme Court said it was, Darman replied bitterly. Said the Emergency Powers Clause gave him authority. Said Congress had failed to act, so the executive had to. They've upheld every executive order he's issued. Every single one. Another refugee, a man named Robert Jameson, spoke up. Taylor's not stupid. He's actually rebuilding industry. Reopening factories that were shut down but not stripped. There are steel mills running again in Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit. Assembly plants. Manufacturing facilities. That sounds good, Katie said uncertainly. It would be, Jameson said, if they weren't all state-owned, if the workers weren't essentially slaves, if you had any choice about where you worked, what you made, where you lived. Tell them about the housing, Margaret said quietly. Darman nodded. Everyone in the cities lives in government housing now. Apartment blocks, dormitories, barracks. Depends on your job category. You work in the factory you're assigned to. You eat in the communal cafeterias. You get vouchers for clothing and necessities. Everything is controlled. But there's order, said another refugee, a younger man named Aaron Webb. Streets are safe. Crime is almost zero. Everyone has a job. Nobody's starving. Because nobody can afford to break the rules, his wife Lisa added. Disobedience means losing your housing voucher, your food ration, your job assignment. Serious disobedience means labor camps. We saw people disappear. Business owners who protested the nationalization, religious groups that wouldn't comply with, work on Sunday mandates, anyone who spoke too loudly against Taylor. Tony had been listening intently. What about Congress, the courts, checks and balances? Congress is deadlocked, Darman said. Republicans and Democrats both, more concerned with fighting each other than checking Taylor. He calls them do-nothing, self-serving politicians in every speech, and honestly, most people agree with him. The courts. He shook his head. The Supreme Court has legitimized everything. They've essentially ruled that emergency powers override normal constitutional constraints. He's a hyper-nationalist, Jameson added. Every speech is about rebuilding American greatness, restoring domestic manufacturing, making the nation strong again. He criticizes foreign influence, demands American self-sufficiency. On paper, it sounds good. In practice, it's tyranny, Margaret finished. Efficient tyranny, clean tyranny, but tyranny nonetheless. Grace spoke up. Why did you leave? It sounds like you had safety, order, jobs. We left because we could see where it's going, Darman said. Right now, Taylor's focused on the cities, but he needs workers, skilled workers. The urban population is mostly drug addicts getting rehabilitated in work camps, sick people in medical detention, and former criminals. He's getting production, but not enough, and rural areas. He looked around at the settlement, at the forge, at the water wheel visible through the window. Rural areas have skilled people who know how to actually make things, people who aren't broken, or sick, or desperate. You think he'll come for us, Michael said. I know he will, Darman replied. It's only a matter of time. He'll issue orders requiring registration. Then quotas for factory work. Then mandatory service periods. It'll be framed as national duty in serving the rebuilding effort. But it'll be conscription. The room was silent. Everyone understood the implication. Thomas spoke up. Has he issued these orders already? Not yet, Darman said, but we heard rumors. Plans being made. Registration databases being compiled. That's why we left while we still could, while owning a vehicle and having fuel wasn't yet illegal, while moving between zones was still possible. Others are leaving too, Lisa Webb added. Anyone with skills and resources who can see the writing on the wall. Some went further west, some to Canada if they had connections. We heard about settlements in Pennsylvania, communities that were self-sufficient and free. So we came here. Another silence. Then Grace asked the obvious question. Can we take them in? 37% more people? Thomas looked at Arthur, at George, at Tony. We have surplus production now. The hydropower lets us run the forge continuously. We're clearing new fields with the horses. We've got the capacity. But can we trust them? Michael asked, not unkindly. We don't know them. We don't know anyone we didn't once meet for the first time, Tony said. And these aren't desperate refugees who'll consume our resources. Look at them. They brought tools, skills, supplies. David owned a manufacturing business. Robert was an engineer. Margaret was a teacher. Aaron worked in construction. They're not asking for charity. They're offering to contribute. Show of hands, Michael said. All in favor of accepting these families into our community? Every hand went up. The integration took a week. The refugee families were housed temporarily in expanded buildings while new structures were built. They brought valuable resources, tools, books, medicines, seeds, and most importantly, recent knowledge of what was happening in the wider world. David Darman proved to be a goldmine of technical knowledge. His electrical components business had given him expertise that complemented what they already had. Within days, he was helping John Parker improve the hydroelectric system's efficiency. Robert Jameson was a civil engineer. He immediately started designing better water management systems, improved roads, a bridge across the river. Margaret Torres took over organizing the expanded school, working with Tony to teach not just the Valley children, but the refugee children who'd grown up in chaos. Aaron and Lisa Webb threw themselves into construction, helping build the new housing that the expanded settlement needed. But the most valuable thing the refugees brought was information. Taylor's rebuilding industry through sheer force, Darman explained to the settlement council. He's got factories running in Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago. They're making steel, automobiles, electrical equipment, all the things America used to make. That sounds like success, Thomas said. It's hollow success, Darman countered. They're producing, but only because workers have no choice. There's no innovation, no improvement, no entrepreneurship. Workers do exactly what they're told and no more. Quality is poor. Efficiency is low. It's production for the sake of production, not production for prosperity. Tony recognized the pattern immediately. It's central planning, Soviet style. They hit production quotas, but the products are shoddy and the system is unsustainable. Exactly, Darman said. And Taylor knows it's not enough. He needs skilled workers who actually care about quality, who understand their trades, who can innovate and improve. That's why he'll eventually come for communities like this. So what do we do? Grace asked. The discussion lasted hours. Some argued for proactive resistance, strike first before Taylor organized. Others wanted to hide, go deeper into the wilderness. Some even suggested complying, register and deal with problems as they came. In the end, Michael called for a vote on the core question: do we register with Taylor's government when and if he requires it? The vote was unanimous. No. We've built something here, Grace said. Built it from nothing through our own work, our own knowledge, our own choices. We're not going to hand it over to a government that demands obedience in exchange for permission to exist, even if it means fighting, Sarah Miller asked. Especially if it means fighting, Michael said. Our great-great-grandfather, Joseph, died fighting for a steel mill. We'll fight for our freedom if we have to, but fighting alone would be suicide, which brought them to the second decision. There are other settlements, Thomas reported. I've been mapping them through our trading network. 18 communities within 100 miles that are self-sufficient and free. Some smaller than us, some larger, all of them facing the same threat. We need to organize, John Parker said. Not a government. We don't want to become what we're resisting, but a confederation, mutual defense, shared intelligence, coordinated response if Taylor comes. Arthur had been thinking about this. The American colonies faced the same situation, separate communities that needed to work together without giving up their independence. They created the Continental Congress, representatives from each colony, coordinating defense but respecting local sovereignty. That could work, Tony said. Each settlement remains autonomous, but we agree to mutual defense, share information, coordinate if threatened. We're not creating a government. We're creating an alliance. Over the next month, messengers went out to every known settlement. The proposal was simple. Maintain independence. Agree to mutual defense. Establish communication networks. Coordinate response to threats. 17 of the 18 settlements agreed. They called it the Free Communities Alliance. No president, no capital, no hierarchy. Just free people agreeing to protect their freedom together. Each community appointed a representative to a coordinating council that would meet quarterly. Michael was chosen to represent the Valley Settlement. The first meeting was held in June at a settlement 40 miles north. 23 representatives from 17 communities. They established protocols, messenger networks, signal systems, mutual aid agreements, defense coordination. We're not declaring independence, Michael reported back to the Valley. We're not rebels or insurgents. We're just people who've built free communities and won't give them up. If Taylor leaves us alone, we'll leave him alone. If he forces the issue, he paused, then we'll deal with it. Life continued through the summer of 2048. Fields were planted. The forge ran continuously. New buildings went up for the expanded population. The hydroelectric system powered everything, but there was a new tension now. Guards were more vigilant. Tool production focused more on weapons. Training became more serious, not just for hunting, but for combat. David Darman and George Parker collaborated on something new, a small foundry for casting metal. Not just forging existing pieces, but actually melting and casting new components. The potential was enormous. They could make parts that were impossible to forge, could create molds for repeated production, could scale up manufacturing. This is what Taylor's trying to do, Darman said as they fired up the foundry for the first time. Rebuild industrial capacity. The difference is we're doing it voluntarily, innovatively, efficiently. He's doing it through coercion. Who'll win? George asked. Long term? Freedom always wins, Darman said. But short term, coercion can be very effective. We need to be ready. Tony watched the younger generation. Emma, now 16, Joseph 13, and all the children of the refugee families, learning not just reading and metalwork and farming, but also combat training and survival skills. This isn't what I wanted for them, he told Katie one evening. But it's what they need, she replied. Joseph Billings tried to preserve the old world. You've taught them how to build a new one. Now we have to teach them how to defend it. The valley prospered through the summer, but everyone knew it was borrowed time. Eventually, Taylor would look beyond the cities. Eventually, he would notice the free communities. Eventually, he would demand compliance, and when that happened, they would have a choice to make. For now, they prepared. They built, they learned, they grew stronger, and they waited. The old world had collapsed. Taylor was rebuilding it through force. But here in the valleys and forests of rural Pennsylvania, free people were building something different, something voluntary, something sustainable. Which version would survive? Only time would tell. But the Valley Settlement knew one thing for certain. Whatever came, they would face it as free people. And if freedom required fighting, then they would fight. Not because they wanted war, but because some things are worth defending. And freedom is one of them. Chapter 22. Prologue. The 2 years between 2048 to 2050, President Marcus Taylor's authoritarian regime, lasted exactly 18 months. The man who'd promised to rebuild America through centralized control, who'd nationalized industries and forced workers into state housing, who'd crushed dissent with military force, fell not to external enemies or armed rebellion, but to the simple mathematics of economic reality. You cannot command prosperity into existence. You cannot decree production. You cannot force people to innovate, to invest, to create wealth when every incentive punishes success and rewards compliance. By the summer of 2048, Taylor's nationalized factories were producing at 30% of capacity. The steel mills he'd seized, including those in Pittsburgh that had survived environmental regulations only to fall to government takeover, couldn't meet basic production quotas because centralized planning couldn't coordinate the complexity of modern manufacturing. Workers showed up because soldiers enforced attendance. But they didn't work because there was no reason to work harder, smarter, or better. The farms under federal control fared worse. Agricultural production collapsed, when bureaucrats in Washington tried to dictate planting schedules, crop rotations, and harvest methods to farmers who knew their land better than any clipboard-carrying administrator ever could. By September 2048, food shortages had spread from cities to suburbs. The urban housing blocks that Taylor had built, concrete monuments to his vision of orderly society, became prisons without guards. No one wanted to live there. Those who could fled to rural areas. Those who couldn't stayed and starved. In November 2048, 3 National Guard units refused orders to enforce rationing in Detroit. In December, 2 more refused in Chicago. By January 2049, the military was fracturing between those who still obeyed Taylor and those who couldn't stomach what he'd become. Taylor didn't fall to coup. He simply woke up one morning in February 2049 to discover that no one was following his orders anymore. The bureaucrats had fled. The military commanders had returned to their bases. The state governors had declared home rule, and the American people had collectively decided that Taylor's vision of centralized control was worse than the chaos that preceded it. He resigned on February 14, 2049. In a brief statement that blamed reactionary forces and counter-revolutionary elements for sabotaging his plans. Then he disappeared into obscurity, another would-be savior, who'd learned that you cannot rebuild civilization by destroying the incentives that make civilization possible. The election of 2049 was unlike any in American history. With Taylor gone, and the federal government barely functioning, political parties meant nothing. Republicans and Democrats both claimed credit for resisting Taylor while quietly admitting they'd enabled his rise. Neither had solutions. Neither had credibility. Washington Smith emerged from that vacuum, a former senator from Virginia who'd retired in 2046 rather than endorse Taylor's power grab. He'd spent 3 years in rural Virginia, farming, writing, and watching the collapse from a distance. He wasn't charismatic. He didn't promise miracles. He simply said, "I will restore constitutional government. I will return power to the states. I will govern with humility because the past decade has taught us what happens when leaders govern with certainty." He won in a landslide, not because people loved him, but because he was the only candidate who admitted he didn't have all the answers. Smith assumed the presidency in March 2049, promising to restore the Constitution as written and dismantle Taylor's centralized regime. He never became the strongman many feared. On the contrary, he left the bureaucracy in place and governed as little as possible. In truth, he was a puppet, effective only insofar as he faithfully executed the directives of the unelected shadow government that actually held power. Then the border collapsed. The economic implosion that had brought Taylor to power had global consequences. Central and South American nations, already fragile, fell into chaos. Mexico's government lost control of northern states to cartels. Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, all descended into civil war. Millions fled north toward the United States. But the United States no longer had a functioning immigration system. The federal government that no longer functioned included Border Patrol, ICE, Customs Enforcement. Border states, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California, were overwhelmed due to a lack of funding and personnel. And then El Hombre Común appeared. The common man started as a migrant advocacy movement, claiming to represent the millions fleeing violence and poverty. But something darker lived beneath the rhetoric. The leadership wasn't refugees. They were cartel sicarios, foreign military deserters, criminals fleeing prosecution, and opportunists who saw America's weakness as their chance. By December 2049, El Hombre Común wasn't just crossing the border. They were seizing control of crossing points, establishing their own checkpoints, and demanding payment from migrants who wanted passage. Border states appealed to Smith for federal military assistance. Smith refused. The Posse Comitatus Act prohibited using military forces for domestic law enforcement. He wouldn't become Taylor, wouldn't use the military to enforce federal will on American soil. So the border remained open. And El Hombre Común kept coming. In January 2050, they seized El Paso. In February, Tucson. In March, San Diego, not through organized military assault, through sheer numbers and the willingness to use violence against anyone who resisted. Local police were overwhelmed. State National Guard units were not being paid, and those who hung on were too few and too scattered. And President Smith held firm. No federal military intervention on American soil. By April 2050, El Hombre Común controlled 17 major American cities. They'd transformed from a migrant movement into the Foreign Revolutionary Army, FRA, with the stated goal of replacing the U.S. Constitution with their own governing structure. They called it democracy for the common people. They meant authoritarian control by whoever commanded the most guns. On May 1, 2050, the FRA attacked Washington, D.C. They seized federal buildings, executed congressional staffers, and declared the former government dissolved. President Smith, sheltering in a secure location, faced the defining choice of his presidency: deploy the military and become the strongman he'd promised never to be, or stand by his principles and watch the republic fall. He chose the latter. On May 15, 2050, he ordered all military forces to stand down. No troops would be deployed on American soil. America would not descend into military rule, even if that meant the FRA won. The next day, General Beauregard Bo Garrett, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, refused to obey. Garrett was everything Smith wasn't: decisive, forceful, willing to act when action was required. A West Point graduate, first in his class, decorated combat veteran. 37 years of service had taught him that sometimes the greatest duty was knowing when to disobey orders. On May 16, 2050, Garrett mobilized military forces without presidential authorization. The 82nd Airborne deployed to Philadelphia. Marines retook San Diego. National Guard units across the country, finally given permission to act, moved against fray positions in their states. President Smith, faced with a military that wouldn't obey him and an FRA that was destroying the republic, resigned on May 18, 2050. In his resignation statement, he said, "I swore to uphold the Constitution. I cannot do so by becoming a tyrant. General Garrett has chosen a different path. History will judge which of us was right." With Smith gone, and no other constitutional authority functioning, Garrett became de facto leader of the United States. Not president. He refused that title. Not dictator. He rejected that label. Simply the general who'd stepped into a void because someone had to. The battle for Philadelphia began on May 20th. The siege of Washington started on May 22. And across the country, Americans watched to see whether Garrett was their savior or simply another tailor in uniform. In rural Pennsylvania, the Allegheny Valley settlement watched the crisis unfold with careful attention. Tony Billings, now 82, sat in the settlement's council hall with his son Michael and his grandson, Michael Jr., listening to Garrett's first public address, transmitted over shortwave radio. "He's promising constitutional restoration," Michael Sr. said. "Limited federal government. Power to the states. Everything we've built here, but nationwide." "Taylor promised transformation too," someone objected. "Said he'd rebuild America? Instead, he nearly destroyed it." Tony raised his hand for quiet. "I've spent 64 years watching this country choose between freedom and control. Watched regulations destroy Liberty Steel. Watched centralization kill American manufacturing. Watched Taylor try to rebuild through force. Now, Garrett's trying something different, or claims he is. How do we know he means it?" Michael Sr. asked. "We don't," Tony admitted. "But I've been listening to that man's speech. He's not promising to save us. He's asking states to save themselves. He's not claiming he has answers. He's saying communities need to rediscover them. And he's promising to step down when his job is done." "Words," someone muttered. "Taylor had good words too. Then we test them," Michael Jr. said, standing. The young man, 30 years old, fourth-generation Billings, trained from childhood in everything the settlement had learned, spoke with quiet authority. "Garrett's representatives will come asking for help. When they do, we offer it. Conditionally, we'll teach manufacturing skills. We'll help establish sustainable communities. We'll prove that Austrian economics works at scale. But if Garrett breaks his word, if he becomes another Taylor, we stop helping and we defend what we've built." Tony smiled, seeing his father's steel in his great-grandson's spine. "Then it's decided. When Garrett calls, we answer. But we keep our eyes open and our powder dry." Around the council hall, 73 families' representatives nodded in agreement. They'd built something that worked. They'd proven that voluntary cooperation, decentralized decision-making, and Austrian economic principles could create prosperity. If Garrett genuinely wanted to restore those principles nationwide, they'd help, but they wouldn't be fools twice. Taylor had taught them that promises mean nothing. Action was everything, and if Garrett's actions proved him another tyrant, the Valley settlement would defend its independence just as fiercely as it had built it. And on May 25, 2050, General Garrett would make his choice. Chapter 23. The aftermath. The House chamber still smelled of smoke. General Beauregard Beau Garrett stood alone in the well of the restored chamber, the weight of 4 stars. Stars he'd removed from his collar only days ago, still pressing ghost-like against his shoulders. The bullet scars pocking the mahogany paneling behind him had been hastily patched, the wood fillers still pale against the century-old timber. Above, in the gallery, the seats stretched empty, row upon row of burgundy velvet that should have held the representatives of a republic. That republic was gone now. He intended to rebuild it. Behind him, the American flag hung against its brass pole, the fabric unmarred, the stripes still straight, the stars still arranged in their perfect constellation. Some intern had found a pristine flag in storage after El Hombre Común had burned the one that had flown here. Garrett wondered if that meant something, that they'd had to reach into the past to find an unblemished banner for this moment. The single camera light stared at him like a red eye. Just one camera. That was all they'd managed to get operational in the ruins of the Capitol's broadcast infrastructure. One camera to carry his words to whatever sets still had power, to whatever Americans still huddled in their homes, hoping someone, anyone, could restore order to the chaos their country had become. He'd rehearsed this speech 3 times in the bunker beneath the Pentagon. Each time, his aide, a young captain who'd lost his entire family when Richmond fell, had sat across from him, silent, occasionally nodding. The captain hadn't commented on the content. There was nothing to say. They both knew what this was, the autopsy report of a dream that had lasted 274 years. Garrett cleared his throat, the sound echoing in the cavernous chamber. His hands gripped the edges of the podium, the presidential podium, though he refused to adopt that title. Felt like a uniform that didn't fit. President. Not general. Not chairman. His role as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had ended when President Washington Smith resigned in disgrace 3 weeks ago, unwilling to deploy military forces against the rebellion. What stood here now was something else, something necessary, something that would be judged by history with a harshness he fully expected but did not believe he deserved. He shifted his weight, feeling the familiar ache in his left knee, a present from Kandahar, back when America still fought wars abroad, instead of against itself. His reflection in the camera lens showed a man who looked older than his 62 years, the lines in his face cut deep by decisions no person should have to make. The red light blinked twice, then held steady. They were live. Addressed to the nation, Garrett's jaw tightened. His fingers released the podium's edge. When he spoke, his voice carried the parade ground authority of 37 years in uniform. But underneath it ran something else. Something that might have been regret, or grief, or the cold acceptance of a man who'd long ago learned that some choices left no room for doubt. My fellow Americans. The words tasted like ashes. How many presidents had opened with those same words, standing in this same chamber, addressing a Congress that actually existed? I want to be absolutely clear about what transpired in these dark days. He paused, his eyes finding the camera lens. Somewhere out there, in whatever remained of America's living rooms and shelters and improvised refugee camps, people were watching. In the cities, those that still functioned, they watched from government-controlled housing blocks, the legacy of President Taylor's nationalized regime that had ruled from 2046 to 2049. In the flyover states, farming communities watched from homes they'd defended themselves, communities that had survived by remembering how to grow food and make things when the cities collapsed. And in the valleys and forests of rural Pennsylvania, in settlements built by people who'd fled the chaos years ago, they watched too. Communities that had rebuilt civilization from nothing, that had forged steel and generated power and created wealth through their own hands. They would be listening carefully to what he said next. They all deserved the truth, even if they wouldn't want to hear it. Armed gangs brought lawlessness to our communities, murdered and pillaged without restraint. They attempted to seize control of our nation's capital and military bases across the country. They claimed to act in the name of the common man. El Hombre Común, they called themselves, as if giving their treason a Spanish name made it somehow noble. His voice hardened. But their actions were nothing less than treason against the United States of America. Garrett's mind flickered to the bodies they'd found in the Capitol rotunda. 17 congressional staffers, executed with their hands bound. El Hombre Común had live-streamed it, broadcasting their revolution to a world that had mostly stopped caring about American affairs. The staffers' crime? Refusing to help locate senators who'd already fled. As if loyalty to a dead system had been worth dying for, he forced the image away and continued. Thanks to the courage and swift action of true patriots, including members of our armed forces, led by heroes like Major General Rip Van Allen and the brave men and women of the 82nd Airborne Division, this threat to our nation has been neutralized. Democracy. He couldn't bring himself to say the word. What democracy? The one where President Taylor had nationalized every industry and forced workers into state housing. The one before that, where half the population couldn't afford food while senators became millionaires? The one that had collapsed, not with a bang, but with decades of slow-to-motion decay. Environmental regulations that destroyed manufacturing, financial manipulation that replaced real production, administrative agencies that governed without accountability, until the whole edifice came crashing down. These genuine patriots understood that in America we settle our differences through law, not violence, through order, not chaos. Even as he said it, he recognized the bitter irony. The ballot boxes were kindling now. The old system had failed. This fiction he was spinning, that what came next was merely a restoration, was a necessary simplification. People needed to believe this was a last resort, not a coup. Martial law has been established. Our streets are secure. Under my command, rebel forces have been removed from all federal buildings and military installations. The business of government will continue under my leadership. He paused, knowing this next part would define everything. But let me be equally clear about something. This was the part that would determine whether history remembered him as a savior or a tyrant. Not that it mattered. Dead men didn't read history books. I intend to remove those who took up arms against the United States. I do not issue this order in haste or anger, but after careful consideration of our responsibility to protect law-abiding Americans. His voice dropped, became quieter but somehow more forceful. The rebels who took up arms against your government saw that our leaders were weak and thought they could assume control. They were wrong. He let steel enter his tone now, the voice that had sent men into battle, knowing some wouldn't return. Our fight is about whether we are a nation of laws or a nation where criminals, regardless of their citizenship status, can act with impunity. That, at least, was true. That had always been true. John Adams had understood it, had warned them all in a letter written more than 2 centuries ago. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. Garrett had memorized those words. West Point, back when such warnings seemed like ancient history, not prophecy. America had stopped being a moral people somewhere along the way. The Constitution hadn't failed. The people had failed the Constitution. And now here he stood, a general who'd seized power to prevent something worse, giving orders to a government that existed only because he said it did. In the coming days, I will establish a new government based on principles that recognize what the old system forgot, that order precedes liberty, that production precedes prosperity, that responsibility precedes rights. His eyes drifted briefly to the empty seats again. How many of those former occupants had been corrupt? The ones who'd actually tried to serve their constituents, the handful of genuine public servants, had either fled or been killed in the first weeks of the collapse. What remained were the survivors, the pragmatists, the opportunists, and him. To those who supported the rebellion, he let the full weight of his authority show now. I say this, the moment you took up arms against the United States government, you ceased to be citizens and became enemies. You will be treated as such. Would they understand? The ones watching from cells in the military detention centers? The ones who'd truly believed they were starting a revolution? They'd learn. They'd learn that revolutions devoured their children, that chaos only ever begat more chaos, that someone always had to be strong enough to say, enough. To the law-abiding citizens of this nation, I make this promise. I will defend your safety, your security, and your right to live in communities, governed by law and order. We will rebuild our government, but we will not resurrect the corpse of the old one. Here it was, the moment of truth, The Constitution, as it was written, has failed us. The words hung in the air like gun smoke. In rooms across America, he knew, people were gasping, cursing, weeping, calling him a traitor. Maybe they were right. Our democratic institutions were unable to respond to the threats to their very existence. President Taylor's authoritarian regime proved that centralized power leads to tyranny. President Smith's paralysis proved that weakness invites chaos. We need something different. He gripped the podium again, knuckles whitening. This was the part he'd rehearsed most carefully, the words he'd rewritten a dozen times. America has faced darker hours than these. We have weathered civil war, world wars, and countless challenges. Each time we have emerged because we remembered what made us strong, not big government, not bureaucratic control, not the illusion of safety purchased with freedom. We were strong when states governed themselves, when communities built their own prosperity, when people made things with their own hands. He drew a breath that felt like it carried the weight of every star on the flag behind him. I am not your president. I am not your dictator. I am a general who stepped into a void because someone had to. His voice gained strength. And I am asking, no, demanding, that the states of this nation step up and reclaim the authority that Washington stole from them over the past century. There, he'd said it. Not an epitaph for the Republic, but a challenge to rebuild it properly. I am proposing a new constitution, one that recognizes what our founders knew, that the best government is the one closest to the people. That states, not Washington, should control their own environmental regulations, their own commerce, their own futures. That the federal government exists for one purpose only, to defend this nation from enemies, foreign and domestic. The silence in the chamber felt suffocating. He wondered if the camera operator, a corporal from Texas whose hometown no longer existed, was still breathing, or if he'd frozen, shocked by the enormity of what he was documenting. Here are the terms. Each state will hold a constitutional convention. When state ratifies the new constitution, I will immediately relinquish federal control. Martial law will end in that state. They will elect their own governors, their own representatives, their own senators. Yes, senators chosen by state legislatures, as the founders intended. He paused, letting that sink in. When all 50 states have ratified, I will step down. I will relinquish all authority. A new president will be elected under the new constitution. And I will return to private life, knowing I did what was necessary and no more. His throat tightened. The next words felt like both promise and prayer. This is not the end of the Republic. This is its restoration. Not to what it became, bloated, corrupt, tyrannical, but to what it was meant to be, a federation of free states, governing themselves, united only for mutual defense and the protection of fundamental rights. Garrett straightened his shoulders, felt the ghost of those 4 stars again. To the farming communities that kept this nation fed when the cities starved, you have my gratitude and my respect. To the free settlements that rebuilt civilization from nothing, you are the model for what we must become. To those who held on to their humanity through the darkest days, your time has come. He looked directly into the camera, knowing that somewhere in rural Pennsylvania, in a valley he'd never seen but had heard about through intelligence reports, people who'd built hydroelectric power and forged their own steel were watching. People who'd proven that freedom and prosperity could coexist. People who would judge him by his actions, not his words. I give you my word as a soldier and as an American. I seek no throne. I will hold this power only as long as necessary to restore what was lost. And when the last state ratifies, when the new government is formed under the principles of true federalism, I will walk away. He paused one final time. God bless the states. God bless the people who make things and grow things and build things. And God bless this nation, restored to what it was always meant to be. The red light blinked off. In the sudden dimness, Beau Garrett stood alone in the chamber, the silence pressing in around him like deep water. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the release of tension held too long. Somewhere in the building, a door slammed. Footsteps echoed in distant corridors. The business of building a new order, one decision at a time. He straightened his shoulders. Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, current military leader of a nation in transition. The man who would either restore the Republic or be remembered as the last general who tried. History would judge him. He accepted that. But tonight, In this moment, there was work to do. States to contact, governors to convince, military commanders to solidify, a constitution to draft with his Attorney General, Garrett Coleman, a man who'd served with Garrett in the Judge Advocate General's office, who understood both law and military necessity. As he walked down from the podium, his footsteps echoing in the empty chamber, Beau Garrett allowed himself one final glance at the bullet-scarred walls, the empty seats, the pristine flag that had come from storage because the real one had burned. John Adams had been right. The Constitution had been made for a moral and religious people. America had stopped being that people somewhere along the way. But in the valleys and farms and free settlements scattered across the nation, in places where people still knew how to make steel and grow food and build power from rivers, that spirit survived. And if Garrett could hold the chaos at bay long enough, if he could keep his word and step down when the time came, maybe, just maybe, they could build something that would last. God help them all. Chapter 24. The underground Washington Navy Yard. 2 days after Garrett's address, former Major General Rip Van Allen of the 82nd Airborne Division adjusted his position behind the rusted oil drum, his 6-foot frame coiled like a spring as footsteps echoed through the cavernous space. The message had been cryptic: Navy Yard, midnight, come alone, but something in the caller's voice had compelled him to respond. 2 days had passed since General Garrett's address to the nation. 2 days since the chairman of the Joint Chiefs had declared martial law and promised to restore the Republic. 2 days since President Smith had resigned in disgrace, refusing to deploy military forces against the foreign rebellion that had seized Washington. And now Van Allen, freshly stripped of his command for insubordination by Smith's last official act, waited in an abandoned shipyard to meet a man who claimed to know what was really happening. You came. The voice emerged from the shadows between jumbles of unfinished business, followed by a lean figure in a dark coat. The man moved with predatory grace, scanning the entrances even as he approached. Trace Cole, I presume? Rip's piercing gaze focused on the stranger. Years of intelligence work had taught him that danger announced itself in the smallest movements: a shifted weight, a twitching finger, eyes that looked everywhere except where they should. Cole nodded, stopping just outside striking distance. Smart man. What I'm about to tell you will sound like conspiracy theory madness. But what is about to happen will be front-page reality. The distant rumble of late-night traffic filtered through broken windows as Rip studied his contact. Cole's face bore the weathered lines of someone who'd seen too much, believed too little, and survived by trusting no one. Government spook, most likely. Former CIA or military intelligence, now operating in the gray spaces between official channels. I'm listening. General Garrett is about to face a choice, Cole said, his words precise and measured. He's declared martial law, promised constitutional restoration, committed to stepping down when states ratify. But El Hombre Común, the Foreign Revolutionary Army, they're not going to let him succeed that easily. Rip had been tracking unusual troop movements for weeks, following whispers through his network of contacts, scattered across government agencies and military installations. Pieces of a puzzle he'd hoped would never come together. The FRA controls 17 major cities, Cole continued. They've occupied federal buildings, seized military bases with skeleton crews, executed anyone who resisted. Garrett defeated them in Philadelphia and Washington, but they're regrouping. And they've got something Garrett doesn't know about yet, which is support from elements within the military who don't want constitutional restoration, officers who prefer the old system, the bureaucracy, the regulations, the centralized power. They see Garrett as a threat to everything they've built over the past century. Rip felt something cold settle in his chest. How many? Enough to matter. Maybe 20% of senior officers. They're not openly opposing Garrett yet, but they're feeding intelligence to the FRA, delaying orders, positioning themselves for when Garrett falls. He won't fall, Rip said with absolute conviction. Not if men like you help him. Cole pulled out a tablet, displaying maps and tactical data. The FRA is planning a coordinated uprising. New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Atlanta. They're going to turn every major city into a war zone, force Garrett to either massacre civilians or admit he can't control the country. Rip studied the data with a tactical mind that had won battles on 3 continents. What do you need from me? I need you to go underground, build a network in New York, create an escape route for civilians when the FARA makes its move. And when the time comes, Cole's eyes held an intensity that bordered on fanaticism. I need you to show Garrett which officers he can trust and which ones are waiting for him to fail. Why me? Because you're one of the few men who fought for the Constitution when ordered not to. Because you understand urban warfare and guerrilla tactics. And because, Cole hesitated, you have nothing left to lose. That was true. Smith's last act as president had been to strip Van Allen of rank, pension, and benefits for refusing lawful orders to stand down. The irony would have been amusing if it weren't so devastating. He'd spent 30 years serving his country, only to be cashiered for defending it. What about Garrett? Rip asked. Does he know about your network? Garrett knows I exist. We communicate through intermediaries. He can't officially acknowledge intelligence from someone who doesn't officially exist. Cole smiled without humor. But he listens, and he acts on what I tell him. Rip made his decision with the same speed that had kept him alive through a dozen combat deployments. All right, I'll build your network. But I need resources. Money, equipment, contacts, already arranged. Cole handed him a secure phone and a folder of documents. Encrypted communications, safe houses, supply caches, everything you need to disappear and start building. As Cole turned to leave, Rip called out, one more thing. The rural settlements, the ones that survived by going off-grid, building their own infrastructure. Are they safe? Cole paused. For now, the FARA is focused on cities. That's where the population is, where the power is. Places like the Valley settlements in Pennsylvania? He shrugged. Too remote, too self-sufficient to bother with. Garrett sees them as proof that his federalist vision works. Living examples of communities governing themselves. Good. Rip thought about the reports he'd read. Settlements that had rebuilt civilization from nothing, that had forged steel and generated power and created wealth through voluntary cooperation. Maybe when this is over, the rest of America can learn from them. If there's an America left to learn, Cole said grimly, the FARA isn't just fighting for power. They're fighting to replace the Constitution with something else entirely. If they win, those valley settlements will be next. After Cole disappeared into the shadows, Rip stood alone in the abandoned shipyard, weighing the secure phone in his hand. Above ground, America was tearing itself apart. But somewhere in rural Pennsylvania, in valleys and farms that had rejected central planning and rebuilt using principles that actually worked, people were thriving. His job was to make sure they stayed that way. Allegheny Valley Settlement, Pennsylvania. Same night Michael Billings Jr. stood watch on the settlement's outer perimeter, his rifle resting comfortably in his hands as he scanned the tree line. At 30 years old, he'd never known the old America, the cities, the factories, the centralized government that his great-grandfather Joseph and grandfather Tony had fought against. To him, the valley was normal. Self-sufficiency was normal. Making your own steel, generating your own power, governing yourselves, that was just how civilization worked. But his father Michael Sr. and grandfather Tony had made sure he understood what had been lost. And now, with General Garrett's speech still echoing in his memory, he understood what might be regained. Any movement? His father's voice came from behind him. Negative. Quiet night. Michael Jr. lowered his rifle. You should be sleeping. Can't sleep. Too much on my mind. Michael Sr. joined his son at the observation post, his own rifle a familiar weight across his back. At 48, he'd lived through the collapse, the flight from Pittsburgh, the building of the settlement. He knew what chaos looked like. Garrett's speech? Michael Jr. asked. Garrett's speech. His father nodded. Your grandfather thinks it might actually work. Constitutional restoration. States governing themselves. Federal government limited to defense. Everything we've been teaching you since you were a kid. But there are people who don't want it to work. People who prefer the old system, the bureaucracy, the centralized control, the power concentrated in Washington. They're not going to give up without a fight. Michael Jr. thought about the settlement they'd built, 73 families now, with more arriving every month. They had hydroelectric power, working forges, sustainable agriculture, specialists in every necessary trade. They'd proven that Austrian economics worked, that voluntary cooperation created wealth, that freedom and prosperity weren't opposites. "Do you think they'll come here?" he asked. "The FRA or whoever's fighting Garrett? Eventually, maybe, but we're low priority. 60 miles from any major city, self-sufficient, no strategic value." Michael Sr. checked his watch. "Garrett said he wants communities like ours to teach people how to rebuild. That means at some point, we're going to have to decide if we're willing to help." "Are we?" His father was quiet for a long moment. "Your great-great-grandfather Joseph died trying to save Liberty Steel. Your grandfather Tony watched the EPA regulations destroy what was left of American manufacturing. We came here to escape that system. Now Garrett is asking us to help rebuild something better. The question is, do we trust him?" From the valley below, the lights of the settlement glowed steadily, powered by the river, maintained by people who understood every component, sustained by knowledge passed down through generations. This was what America could be if Garrett succeeded. If the Constitution was restored, if states controlled themselves again. "Grandfather Tony says we have to try," Michael Jr. said finally. "Says some things are worth the risk. Your grandfather's a wise man." Michael Sr. smiled. "And he's right. Come on." Council meeting in the morning. Garrett sent representatives asking if we'd consider helping establish training centers, teach people how to forge steel, generate power, build sustainable communities. As they walked back toward the settlement, Michael Jr. looked up at the stars, clear and bright in a sky unpolluted by city lights. Somewhere out there, America was at war with itself. But here, in this valley, civilization worked. And if General Garrett kept his word, maybe the rest of the country could learn to build the same thing. Washington, D.C., the same night President Washington Smith sat alone in what had been his office. Now just a room in a secure facility where former presidents waited for history's judgment. The resignation had been official for 48 hours. Garrett had assumed control, and Smith had become a footnote in the story of how America died, or was reborn. His phone rang, an unknown number. "Mr. Smith?" The voice was familiar, his former chief of staff, Robert Stone. "Robert, I told you not to contact me. I know, but you need to hear this." Stone's voice carried urgency. "Garrett is moving against the FRA. Major operations in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. He's going to win, Al. He's going to defeat them and restore the Constitution exactly like he promised." Smith felt something twist in his chest. Not quite regret, not quite relief. "That's good." "Is it?" Stone asked. "Because there are officers in the Pentagon who don't think so. Officers who like the old system just fine. And they're starting to ask whether Garrett's restoration is really what America needs." "What are you telling me, Robert?" "I'm telling you that Garrett might defeat the FRA only to face a different enemy, one from within his own ranks. And if that happens, if military officers start fighting each other, we won't have a country left to restore." After Stone hung up, Smith sat in the darkness, thinking about the choices that had brought him here. He'd refused to deploy military forces on American soil, believing that some lines shouldn't be crossed. Garrett had crossed those lines without hesitation, and somehow, impossibly, he seemed to be winning. The question was whether winning the war would be enough to win the peace. Outside, in the streets of Washington, that Garrett had reclaimed from the FRA, soldiers patrolled in the name of constitutional restoration. And in cities across America, people watched and waited to see if a general with blood on his hands could keep his promise to step down. History would judge them all. Smith just hoped there'd be a country left to read the history books. Chapter 25. The Decision Fort Bragg Command Center. 3 days before Garrett's address, General Beau Garrett, stood before the wall of monitors in Fort Bragg's command center, watching real-time satellite feeds of foreign-born revolutionaries moving across 17 states. He'd commanded troops in 3 foreign wars, but nothing had prepared him for the encrypted message that had arrived 20 minutes ago, bearing the presidential seal. The secure terminal chimed with an incoming priority communication. Garrett glanced at his aide-de-camp, Colonel Frank Roaring Thunder Harrison, whose chiseled face reflected the same grim determination that had settled over the entire command staff. He'd earned his call sign during 3 tours in Afghanistan, when his voice could carry orders across a battlefield louder than any radio. "Sir?" Colonel Thunder's voice carried the gravitas of a man who'd seen too much combat to waste words. Encrypted communication from the president. Eyes only. Garrett accepted the tablet, his fingers steady despite the weight of what he knew was coming. The message was brief, clinical in its language, and absolutely devastating in its implications. Executive Order 14,127 now in effect. All military commands will stand down. No troops are to be deployed on American soil. Lethal force 1 is not authorized against armed resistance. Acknowledge receipt and compliance within 1 hour. POTUS, the command center, fell silent, except for the hum of electronics and the distant sound of troops preparing for deployment. Garrett read the message twice, then handed the tablet back to Colonel Thuder without a word. "Sir?" Harrison's single word carried volumes of unspoken questions. Garrett turned to study the faces of his staff officers. Men and women he'd served with for years. Soldiers who'd followed his orders into hell and back. Major Erickson at the communications console, his young face pale with understanding. Captain Morrison monitoring troop readiness, her hand unconsciously moving to her sidearm. Lieutenant Colonel Barnes reviewing deployment schedules, his jaw set in a hard line. "Gentlemen, Captain Morrison." Garrett's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "We have received direct orders from the President of the United States." He moved to the central display, where a map of the southeastern United States showed the positions of the 82nd Airborne and Special Forces units. Red indicators marked major cities, federal facilities, and what President Smith had classified as non-intervention zones. "President Smith," Garrett continued, his voice carrying across the room like a funeral dirge, "has ordered all military forces to stand down. We are not to engage the foreign Revolutionary Army. We are not to defend federal facilities. We are not to use lethal force against armed insurgents on American soil." He paused, letting the words sink in. In effect, the President of the United States has surrendered to a foreign invasion without firing a shot. The room erupted in angry murmurs before Garrett raised his hand for silence. Major Erickson stepped forward, his voice tight with controlled fury. "General, with respect, the FARA has executed 17 congressional staffers. They've seized military bases. They're threatening to impose Sharia law in captured cities, and the President wants us to stand down." "Those are his orders," Garrett confirmed. "Then the President is a coward," Colonel Thuder said flatly. "Sir?" Garrett studied his second-in-command. Thuder stood 6'4", with shoulders that had earned him his nickname during hand-to-hand combat in the Hindu Kush. He represented the old guard of American military leadership. Men and women who'd sworn their lives to principles that transcended politics and personal survival. "Careful, Colonel," Garrett warned, though his eyes held no anger. "That's the commander-in-chief you're talking about." "Is he?" Thunder challenged. "The commander-in-chief, I know, took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. This man," he gestured at the tablet, "this man is abandoning that oath. He's chosen political survival over national survival." Lieutenant Colonel Barnes moved to stand beside Thunder. "General, we all took the same oath. Support and defend the Constitution. Not the President. Not the government. The Constitution." Captain Morrison added her voice. "Sir, my family is in Philadelphia. The FARA controls the historic district. If we stand down, they'll execute anyone they find who's ever served in government or military. We're not talking about abstract principles. We're talking about American lives." Garrett walked to his desk and withdrew a copy of the Constitution he'd carried since his commissioning ceremony 30 years ago at West Point. The pages were worn from years of reading, studying, teaching young officers about the principles they served. He opened it to Article 2, Section 3. The President's duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. "President Smith believes he's following the law," Garrett said quietly. "The Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 prohibits using military forces for domestic law enforcement. He thinks deploying troops against the FARA would violate that principle." "The Posse Comitatus Act," Thunder countered, "doesn't apply when you're facing an armed insurrection by foreign nationals. The Insurrection Act gives the President clear authority to use military force. Smith's choosing not to use it. And that," Garrett said, closing the Constitution, "brings us to the question of what we do next." The room fell silent. Everyone understood what was being asked, not whether to follow orders. That was clear. The question was whether to follow the President or follow their oath to the Constitution. Major Erickson, Garrett said. Draft a response to the President's order. Sir, tell him that Fort Bragg acknowledges receipt of Executive Order 14,127. Garrett's voice hardened. And that we respectfully decline to comply. The words hung in the air like thunder before a storm. What Garrett was proposing wasn't just insubordination. It was mutiny, a refusal to obey direct orders from the Commander-in-Chief. The kind of action that ended careers, destroyed reputations, and, in times of war, could result in courts-martial and prison, or worse. General, Captain Morrison spoke carefully. If we refuse the President's orders, we're committing treason, according to military law. Are we? Garrett challenged. Or are we defending the Constitution against a president who's abandoned his duty to defend it? He moved to the tactical display, studying the positions of FAR forces across the country. The president took an oath. So did we. The difference is, he's chosen political expediency over that oath. We're choosing to honor ours, even when it means defying him. Colonel Thunder's grin was fierce and proud. Sir, speaking for every soldier in this command, we didn't swear an oath to President Smith. We swore it to the Constitution. If defending that Constitution means disobeying a president who won't defend it himself, then that's what we do. One by one, the other officers nodded their agreement. Then it's settled, Garrett said. Major Erickson, send that response. Colonel Thunder, prepare the 82nd Airborne for immediate deployment. Captain Morrison, coordinate with Special Forces units. Lieutenant Colonel Barnes, I want demolitions teams ready for urban warfare. Sir, Barnes asked, what are we calling this operation? Garrett thought for a moment. Operation Restoration. We're not overthrowing the government. We're restoring the principles it was founded on. As his staff dispersed to their duties, Garrett opened a secure channel to commanders across the country. Within minutes, he was addressing every military installation from North Carolina to Georgia. This is General Beauregard Garrett, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, addressing all commands. 3 hours ago, President Smith ordered all military forces to stand down in the face of the foreign Revolutionary Army's invasion of American soil. I am informing you that Fort Bragg will not comply with that order. He paused, knowing every word would be recorded, analyzed, and eventually judged by history. We took an oath to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The FAR represents a clear and present danger to that Constitution. President Smith's refusal to act does not absolve us of our duty to act in his place. Through the monitor, Garrett could see the faces of commanders at installations across the country. Some showed relief, some showed fear. All showed the weight of the decision they were being asked to make. I am not ordering any command to join us. This is a choice every commander must make for themselves. But I want you to understand what we're facing. If we stand down, the FRA wins. American cities fall to foreign control. The Constitution dies not from external conquest, but from internal surrender. Fort Bragg will not allow that to happen. We will engage FAR forces. We will restore federal authority. And we will defend the Constitution, even if it means defying the man who's supposed to defend it himself. He let steel enter his voice. To those who choose to join us, welcome to the fight for America's soul. To those who choose to follow President Smith's orders, I understand. May God forgive us all for the choices we're being forced to make. Garrett out. The transmission ended. Garrett stood alone in the command center for a moment, feeling the weight of what he'd just done. In the next few hours, he would either be hailed as a patriot or condemned as a traitor. Military commanders across the country would either rally to his cause or prepare to arrest him. And somewhere, in rural Pennsylvania, in valley settlements that had rebuilt civilization from nothing, people who'd proven that American principles could still work would be watching to see if the military had the courage to defend those principles. Colonel Thunder returned with deployment status. Sir, the 82nd is ready. We can be airborne in 2 hours, and responses from other commands. Thunder's grin widened. Fort Campbell signals support. Naval Station Norfolk is standing by. Marines at Camp Pendleton are requesting permission to engage FRA forces in Los Angeles. Sir! His voice held fierce pride. It's working. Commanders are choosing the Constitution over the President. Garrett nodded, allowing himself a moment of grim satisfaction. But only a moment. The easy part, making the decision, was done. Now came the hard part, winning the war, restoring the Republic, and somehow convincing America that what they'd done was necessary. "Get me intelligence on foray positions in Philadelphia and Washington," Garrett ordered. "If we're going to do this, we do it right. We hit them hard. We hit them fast. And we make sure every American watching understands we're fighting for them, not against them." As Fort Bragg mobilized for war, Garrett made one final secure call to a contact he'd cultivated carefully over the past months. A man named Trace Cole, who operated in the shadows of government intelligence, feeding information to those willing to act on it. "Cole, it's Garrett. We're moving." "I know," Cole's voice crackled back. "I've been monitoring your transmission. Half the military is with you, General. But you need to know. Smith is terrified. He's going to resign rather than fight you. And when he does, you'll be facing a different problem. Which is? What comes after? You defeat the foray, Smith resigns, and suddenly you're the only authority left standing. The question becomes, will you keep your word and restore constitutional government? Or will you become the dictator everyone fears?" Garrett thought about the valley, settlements, about communities that had proven self-governance worked, about people who'd rebuilt prosperity through voluntary cooperation, about an America that could exist if Washington stopped trying to control everything. "I'll keep my word," he said. "I'm not fighting to seize power. I'm fighting to restore the conditions where power returns to the states and the people. But first, we have to win. Then win fast," Cole advised. "Every day this drags on, more people will question whether you're a liberator or a coup leader. You need decisive victories. Philadelphia, Washington. Show America you mean what you say." After Cole disconnected, Garrett stood at the window overlooking Fort Bragg's parade ground. Troops were forming up. Weapons were being loaded. Helicopters were spinning up for departure. The machinery of war, turning toward an enemy that had invaded American soil while the president did nothing. In 3 days, he would stand before a camera in the reclaimed House chamber and promise to restore the Republic. But tonight, he was just a general who'd chosen to disobey his commander-in-chief, because sometimes, rarely, but sometimes, duty to the Constitution had to outweigh duty to the man who swore to defend it. Colonel Thunder appeared at his shoulder. "Sir, the troops are asking what to tell their families." Garrett thought about that, about soldiers preparing to fight on American soil, about families who'd wonder if their loved ones were heroes or traitors, about a nation that would have to decide which side of history they wanted to be on. "Tell them," Garrett said finally, "that they're fighting for the same thing their ancestors fought for in 1776. The right to govern themselves. The right to live under a constitution that protects freedom instead of crushing it. The right to build communities, like those valley settlements, where prosperity comes from production, not from government promises. And if they ask what happens if we lose, then we lose everything worth fighting for anyway." Garrett turned from the window. "But we're not going to lose, Frank. We're going to win. And when we do, we're going to prove that America's principles still work, if we have the courage to defend them." The Battle of Philadelphia would begin in 72 hours. The war for America's soul had already started. And General Beauregard Garrett had just chosen which side he would fight for, regardless of what history would call him. The Constitution would be defended, even if it meant defying the president to do it, even if it meant everything. Chapter 26. The Siege Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Same day as Garrett's decision. General Strong Wakefield sat in the commander's seat of his armored Humvee as the convoy approached Fort Campbell's main gate at dawn. Behind him rolled a column of M1 Abrams tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, and transport trucks carrying 2,000 federal troops, soldiers who'd answered General Garrett's call without hesitation. The fort's gates remained closed. "Sir," his aide, Major Phillips, spoke into his headset, "Fort Campbell is not responding to our signals. All communication channels are silent." "Signal the gate guards," Wakefield ordered, his voice carrying the authority of 30 years of military service. "This is General Wakefield, newly appointed commander of Fort Campbell, under authority of General Garrett, chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Open the gates immediately." Through his binoculars, he could see figures manning the guard posts, but they weren't moving to comply. Instead, they seemed to be reinforcing their positions, setting up what looked suspiciously like defensive emplacements. Behind him, Captain Thomas Cooper monitored tactical communications. "Sir, I'm picking up radio chatter. Spanish. Sounds like commands being issued to defensive positions. Wakefield felt his blood run cold. Fort Campbell, home of the 101st Airborne Division, the Screaming Eagles who jumped into Normandy and fought in every American war since, had been taken by the Foreign Revolutionary Army. "Sir," Major Phillips's voice carried disbelief, "they're aiming weapons at us." Wakefield lowered his binoculars and studied the scene before him. Fort Campbell had been his posting for 3 years before his Pentagon assignment. He knew every building, every road, every officer who should have been rushing to welcome their new commanding general. Instead, he faced the barrels of American weapons held by foreign insurgents, who'd somehow seized one of America's most important military installations. "Get me whoever's in command on the radio," he ordered. "Now." The response came within minutes, not from an American officer, but from someone with a thick Spanish accent. "General Wakefield, this is General Carlos Vega, acting commander of Fort Campbell under the authority of the Foreign Revolutionary Army. You are not welcome here." Wakefield felt his jaw tighten. "General Vega, you are addressing a flag officer of the United States military. I am assuming command of this installation under direct orders from General Garrett. Stand down immediately or face the consequences." A pause. Then, "General, with respect, we don't recognize General Garrett's authority." Through his field glasses, Wakefield could see movement throughout the base. Helicopters were being repositioned, defensive positions were being strengthened, and what appeared to be civilian vehicles. The enemy was digging in for a siege. Fort Campbell was being held by illegal aliens, criminal and military age and foreign-trained combatants who had crossed the unprotected border following the implosion of the domestic economy. "Sir," his communications officer interrupted, "we're receiving reports who had crossed the country. Fort Hood has fallen to the FARA. Fort Riley remains under federal authority. Camp Pendleton is under siege. Marines are fighting FARA forces in the barracks. Sir, it's chaos everywhere." Wakefield understood the strategic picture immediately. The FARA had used President Smith's stand-down order as cover to seize military installations. While federal troops waited for orders that never came, foreign insurgents had simply walked in and taken control. Some bases, like Fort Bragg, had officers loyal to Garrett who'd resisted. Others, like Fort Campbell, had skeleton crews who'd been overwhelmed. And now, America's military was split, not just between loyalists and FRA supporters, but between commanders who followed Garrett and those who still obeyed Smith's orders. "Major Phillips, signal all units. We're establishing a perimeter around Fort Campbell. Nothing gets in or out without my authorization." "Sir," Phillips hesitated, "are we prepared to lay siege to an American military base?" Wakefield turned to study his aide's young face. Barely 30 years old, probably never imagined he'd face this kind of war when he'd taken his commission. "Major, we're not besieging an American base. We're retaking it from foreign insurgents who stole it while the president told us to do nothing." But even as he spoke the words, Wakefield felt the weight of impossible choices. The soldiers inside that base, the few Americans who might still be alive, were hostages now. The equipment, the weapons, the strategic position, all in enemy hands, and retaking it would mean American troops fighting on American soil, possibly killing American hostages in the process. "General," his radio crackled with a new voice, "this is Colonel Frank Harrison, call sign Roaring Thunder, Fort Bragg." Wakefield recognized the name. Thunder's reputation preceded him like a shockwave. 3 Purple Hearts, 2 Silver Stars, and a Congressional Medal of Honor. A warrior's warrior, and one of Garrett's most trusted officers. Colonel Thunder. Sitrep. Thunder's voice carried absolute conviction. "General Garrett has declared Operation Restoration is a go. Fort Bragg is deploying the 82nd Airborne to Philadelphia. We're taking the city back from Fray forces. General Garrett wants to know if Fort Campbell is secure. Negative. FRA has control. I'm establishing siege positions now." "Understood," General Garrett says. "Hold what you can. Contain what you can't. We'll send reinforcements after Philadelphia is secured." Thunder paused. "Sir, this is bigger than Fort Campbell. The FARA took advantage of Smith's surrender to grab every base they could. We're looking at maybe 40% of our installations compromised." 40%. The number hit Wakefield like a physical blow. Nearly half of America's military infrastructure in enemy hands, seized without a shot fired because the president had ordered troops to stand down. "How many commanders are with Garrett?" Wakefield asked. "Maybe 60%. The rest are either FRA-controlled, following Smith's orders to stand down, or waiting to see which side wins." Thunder's voice hardened. "This is civil war, sir. Not the kind with blue and gray uniforms, but the kind where you have to choose which oath you're going to honor, the one to the president or the one to the Constitution." After Thunder signed off, Wakefield gathered his command staff in the makeshift headquarters they'd established 1,000 yards from Fort Campbell's perimeter. "Gentlemen, here's our situation," he began, pointing to a tactical map. "Fort Campbell is under FRA control with an estimated garrison of 500 to 1,000 insurgents, plus an unknown number of American hostages. We have 2,000 troops with armor and air support. By every metric, we should be able to take that base in under 6 hours. But," Captain Cooper asked, "but we don't know how many Americans are still alive in there. We don't know what defenses the FRA has established, and we don't know if retaking it will cost more in American lives than it's worth strategically." Major Phillips studied the map. "Sir, Fort Campbell controls key transportation corridors. If we leave it in FRA hands, they can move forces across Kentucky and Tennessee freely. Every day we don't act makes our strategic position worse." "Agreed. But we also can't afford a Pyrrhic victory. General Garrett needs every soldier for the fight ahead." Wakefield made his decision. "We siege them. Cut off supplies, communications, reinforcements. Make holding that base more expensive than abandoning it." Over the next 3 days, Wakefield's forces transformed the area around Fort Campbell into a containment zone. Artillery positions covered every approach. Sniper teams monitored every building. Electronic warfare specialists jammed communications. And slowly, methodically, they began to squeeze. By the second day, FRA forces inside attempted a breakout. It failed spectacularly. 6 armored vehicles destroyed, 24 insurgents killed, the rest driven back inside the wire. By the third day, Trace Cole's intelligence network provided Wakefield with detailed maps of FRA positions inside the base, including the location where American hostages were being held. 27 soldiers and civilian staff, Cole's report stated, held in the base chapel under guard. FRA Commander Vega is using them as human shields, threatening to execute them if you attempt to storm the base. Wakefield stared at the report, feeling rage and helplessness in equal measure. 27 Americans, held hostage on an American military base by foreign insurgents who'd walked in unopposed, because the president had ordered troops to stand down. "Sir," Captain Cooper approached with new intelligence, "we're getting reports from Philadelphia. General Garrett's forces engaged FRA there. Heavy fighting, but we're winning. The 82nd Airborne is pushing them out of the city." Wakefield felt a spark of hope. If Garrett could deliver a decisive victory in Philadelphia, other commanders would rally to his cause. The FRA would lose momentum, and bases like Fort Campbell might surrender rather than face the full weight of American military power. "Keep monitoring," he ordered, "and keep the pressure on Fort Campbell. I want Vega to know that every day he holds out, his position gets weaker." That night, Wakefield stood at his command post, watching the lights of Fort Campbell in the distance. Somewhere in there, 27 Americans waited for rescue that might never come. And across the country, other bases faced similar situations. Americans fighting Americans, or Americans refusing to fight at all, while foreign insurgents exploited the chaos. His secure phone rang. Unknown number. "Wakefield? General, this is Michael Billings." The voice was mature, confident. "I'm calling from the Allegheny Valley settlement in Pennsylvania. General Garrett's representatives contacted us. They're asking if we'd be willing to help establish training centers, teach people how to forge steel, generate power, build sustainable communities." Wakefield recognized the name from intelligence reports. The Valley settlements were legendary among officers who understood what America could become if Garrett's constitutional restoration succeeded. "What did you tell them?" Wakefield asked. "We told them we'd help. On one condition, Garrett keeps his word. He defeats the FRA, restores the Constitution, and steps down when the states ratify. We didn't rebuild civilization from nothing just to hand it over to another dictator." "He'll keep his word," Wakefield said with more certainty than he felt. "Then we'll help. My son Michael Jr. He's 30, 4th generation of our family, trained in steelmaking and Austrian economics from childhood. He's willing to lead training operations. But General, you need to understand, what we built works because it's voluntary. You can't force people to be free. Garrett needs to win, then get out of the way. After the call ended, Wakefield stood in the darkness, thinking about that phrase, you can't force people to be free. That was the paradox they faced. Garrett had to use military force to create the conditions where force wasn't necessary, had to seize power to restore the principle that power should be limited, had to wage war to establish peace. And if Garrett failed, if he became the tyrant everyone feared, or if he lost to the foray, then everything was lost. The valley settlements would be crushed, the Constitution would die, and America would become whatever the victor chose to make it. "Sir," Major Phillips interrupted his thoughts, coded message from General Garrett. "Philadelphia is secured. FRA forces in full retreat. He's ordering a general offensive against all Frey-held positions. He wants Fort Campbell retaken within 48 hours. Wakefield felt determination settle over him like armor. Then we retake it. Prep the assault teams. I want plans for hostage rescue, building-by-building clearance, and minimal casualties. We're not just taking back a base. We're showing America that Garrett means what he says." As his staff rushed to execute his orders, Wakefield looked once more at Fort Campbell's lights. In 48 hours, those 27 hostages would either be free or dead. The FRA would either surrender or be destroyed, and America would take one more step toward whatever Garrett's constitutional restoration really meant. The siege was ending. The assault was beginning. And somewhere in rural Pennsylvania, a fourth-generation steelmaker named Michael Billings, Jr. was preparing to help rebuild a nation, if the generals could win the war first. The battle for Fort Campbell, and the soul of America's military, was about to be decided. Chapter 27. The Tunnels, New York City. 1 week after Garrett's address, Rip Van Allen crouched in the abandoned subway maintenance tunnel beneath Manhattan, studying the documents Trace Cole had given him by the light of a tactical flashlight. Above his head, the rumble of FRA armored vehicles shook dust from the concrete ceiling as foreign insurgents consolidated their control of the city. 1 week had passed since General Garrett's address, and Cole's predictions had proven devastatingly accurate. The Foreign Revolutionary Army, criminals, military-age males, and foreign-trained combatants who'd flooded across the unprotected border during the economic collapse, now controlled 17 major American cities. They'd seized federal buildings, occupied military bases, and executed anyone who resisted. New York was their crown jewel. 5 boroughs, 8 million people, the financial capital of what had once been the world's most powerful nation. Now it was a war zone divided between FRA checkpoints and the underground resistance that Rip was building. "You were right about everything," Rip muttered, photographing the last page of communications intercepts with his encrypted phone. The documents revealed something that made his blood run cold. The FRA wasn't just occupying cities. They were planning mass roundups of anyone who might organize resistance. The tunnel system had become his base of operations, a forgotten network of maintenance corridors and abandoned stations that honeycombed the city like arteries in a dying body. Above ground, the FRA controlled the streets with checkpoints and patrols. Down here, Rip moved like a ghost through the urban underground. His secure phone buzzed with an incoming message from Cole. "Your network compromised. FRA sweep teams incoming. Move now." Rip was already moving before he finished reading, his tactical instincts screaming danger. Years of combat across 3 continents had taught him to trust his intuition, and right now, every nerve ending was firing warnings like alarm bells. The sound of boots echoing through the tunnel confirmed his fears. Multiple sets, accompanied by the electronic whine of night vision equipment and the growling of guard dogs. The FRA had found him. Target acquired. Underground maintenance level. Section 7. A voice announced with a thick Spanish accent from the darkness ahead. "Subject is armed and extremely dangerous. El Hombre Coleman demands his capture." Rip smiled grimly as he slipped deeper into the tunnel network. They were right about the dangerous part. His ancestors had forged the dirk at his side on Scottish battlefields centuries ago. Tonight, it would taste the blood of men who'd invaded his country. He reached a junction where 4 tunnels converged, each leading to different parts of the city's underground maze. The tactical situation was clear. 6 hostiles approaching from the main tunnel, unknown numbers potentially coming from other directions, and only one way out that didn't involve fighting through superior numbers, unless he chose to fight. The fire that had burned in Highland veins for generations whispered, that retreat was for those who lacked the will to stand their ground. His practical mind calculated odds, angles, and the best positions for close-quarters combat. 6 poorly trained criminals in a narrow tunnel against one man who'd been trained to kill in shadows. The odds were almost fair. "Subject has gone dark," another voice called out. "Closer now." Thermals show heat signature approximately 50 meters ahead. Rip had already moved from that position, using skills learned in a dozen foreign combat zones to become invisible in plain sight. The tunnel's maintenance alcoves provided perfect concealment for someone who knew how to use darkness as a weapon. The first FARA fighter rounded the corner with his weapon raised, night vision goggles sweeping the emptiness where Rip had been moments before. Military training, probably cartel sicario, Rip judged from his movement patterns. Not weekend warrior militia. These were professionals. He never saw the blade that opened his throat from ear to ear. "Hombre caído!" the shout echoed through the tunnels as Rip melted back into the shadows, the dirk already cleaned and resheathed. 1 down, 5 to go. The remaining fighters huddled together in a defensive formation. These tactics worked well above ground but proved deadly in the tunnel's confined spaces. Rip had fought in caves in Afghanistan, sewers in Syria, and abandoned buildings across 3 continents. Underground warfare was his specialty. His pursuers knew how to cross borders undetected, but had no idea how to fight an enemy who owned the darkness. The second fighter died when Rip dropped from an overhead maintenance shaft, his blade finding the gap between helmet and body armor with surgical precision. The third fell to a throwing knife, not his ancestral dirk, but a modern tactical blade designed for exactly this purpose. Retroceder, retroceder. The team leader's voice cracked with panic as his squad disintegrated around him. "We need backup down here. Necesitamos refuerzos." But backup was already on the way, and not the kind they expected. Rip's network of contacts included maintenance workers, transit employees, and urban explorers who knew every inch of the city's underground. Cole's warning had given him time to activate emergency protocols. The lights went out. Emergency power failed throughout this section of the subway system as Rip's allies cut electrical feeds from multiple access points. The fighter's night vision became useless in absolute darkness, while Rip had spent years learning to fight blind. The remaining 3 died in the dark, their muzzle flashes providing the only illumination as they fired desperately at shadows and echoes. Rip moved between them, like death incarnate, striking with the precision of a surgeon and the fury of a Highland warrior. When emergency lighting finally flickered back on 20 minutes later, 6 foreign fighters lay dead in pools of blood that reflected the tunnel's harsh fluorescent glow. Rip Van Allen was gone, vanished into the underground maze like smoke dispersing in wind. His phone buzzed with another message from Cole for a manhunt initiated. "Every fighter in the city looking for you. Time to disappear." Rip typed back quickly, "Time to fight back. Underground secure. Ready for phase 2. He'd spent 3 days building a network of resistance cells throughout the city's forgotten spaces. Subway tunnels, steam pipes, utility corridors, and abandoned stations had become staging areas for the coming guerrilla war. The FARA controlled the streets, but Rip owned everything beneath them. The fire that had burned in his ancestors' veins now blazed with purpose. They'd called it rebellion when his great-great-grandfather fought the English at Culloden. They'd call it terrorism when the FRA tried to explain how 6 trained fighters died in the tunnels beneath Manhattan. Rip called it justice. Above ground, the FRA's control was absolute. Checkpoints on every corner, patrols in every neighborhood, informants watching for any sign of resistance. Below ground, in the darkness beneath New York City, Van Allen's war had just drawn first blood. His phone buzzed one last time with coordinates from Cole, a meeting point where the real work was about to start. As Rip moved through the tunnels toward his destination, the blood of 6 fighters marked the beginning of something the FRA hadn't anticipated. They'd thought crossing the border was the hard part. They'd thought seizing cities would break American resistance. They'd thought wrong. The hunt was on, but the predator and prey had just switched roles. And in the forgotten spaces beneath America's greatest city, a Highland warrior with ancient steel and modern training was teaching the FRA what it meant to fight an enemy who would never surrender. The underground war for New York had begun. And Rip Van Allen intended to make sure every foreign fighter who'd invaded his country understood one simple truth. some Americans still remembered how to fight, and they were just getting started. Chapter 28. The Camp Allegheny Valley, Settlement, Pennsylvania. 8 days after Garrett's address, the council meeting had been called for dawn, but most of the settlement's leadership had arrived before first light. Michael Billings, Jr. stood near the back of the community hall, watching 73 families. Representatives gather to decide whether they would risk everything they'd built. His grandfather, Tony, sat in the front row, 82 years old, but still sharp as the steel they forged. Beside him sat George Parker, the master metalworker who'd taught Michael Jr. everything he knew about roundabout production. Harry Miller represented the farmers. Rebecca Chen spoke on behalf of families with young children, and his father, Michael Sr., would chair the meeting. "Let's get started," Michael Sr. said, his voice carrying across the hall. "Everyone knows why we're here. General Garrett's representatives visited 3 days ago. They're asking for our help, not just for teaching manufacturing skills, but also for immediate humanitarian assistance. New York City is under FRA control. Thousands of civilians are trying to escape. They need somewhere safe to go." "We're not a refugee camp," someone objected. "We're a settlement. We've got 73 families, sustainable production, and a working system. If we start taking in refugees, we risk everything." Tony Billings stood slowly, and the room fell silent. When the eldest member of the founding generation spoke, people listened. "My father died in 2015, Tony began, his voice steady despite his age. "Joseph Billings worked at Liberty Steel for 42 years, watched EPA regulations destroy American manufacturing piece by piece. On Christmas Eve 2007, the mill had a fire. Equipment burned. They needed parts from China because we'd killed our own supply chain. Operated 117 days, waiting for those parts. The government fined them $42 million for trying to save 2,000 jobs, bankrupted the mill, destroyed the town." He paused, letting the familiar story sink in. "We came here to escape that system, centralized control, regulations written by people who never made anything, decisions made by bureaucrats hundreds of miles away who didn't care about real people. We built something better, something that works. Austrian economics, voluntary cooperation, communities governing themselves. But here's the thing," Tony continued. "We didn't build this just to hide from the world. We built it to prove that another way was possible. Now General Garrett is trying to restore the Constitution, limit federal power, return authority to the states and people, and he's asking us to show Americans what that looks like in practice. By helping refugees?" the objector pressed. "By demonstrating what free people can accomplish voluntarily," Tony replied. "The government's disaster relief is always the same. Slow, wasteful, corrupt, bureaucratic. We can do better, not because we're special, but because we understand capital accumulation, time preference, and how prosperity actually gets created. This is our chance to prove it." Michael Jr. stepped forward. "I'll lead it. Give me 20 volunteers. We'll establish a camp in rural New Jersey, far enough from New York to be safe, close enough to receive refugees. We'll use our methods: efficient organization, sustainable resources, defensive positions. Show people what self-governance looks like." His father studied him. "You understand the risks? The FRA is hunting anyone who helps refugees. If they find you, then we defend ourselves," Michael Jr. said simply. "Grandfather taught me how to forge steel. You taught me how to think about economics and freedom. George taught me metalworking and engineering. I'm 30 years old, 4th generation of this family, and I've spent my entire life preparing to rebuild civilization. This is what that preparation was for." The vote was unanimous. 20 volunteers stepped forward immediately. Young men and women who'd grown up in the settlement, who'd learned skills from childhood, who understood both how to build and how to defend what they'd built. Within 6 hours, 2 trucks loaded with supplies rolled out of the valley heading east toward New Jersey. Rural Sussex County, New Jersey. 2 days later, Michael Jr. stood on a hillside overlooking the property they'd selected, an abandoned farm with buildings that could be repaired, fields that could be cultivated, and forest that provided both concealment and defensive positions. 30 miles from Newark, 60 miles from New York City. Far enough to be safe, close enough to matter. "Not bad," said James Cooper, a Valley volunteer 2 years younger than Michael. Water source is that creek. Buildings are structurally sound. Fields haven't been worked in years, but the soil's decent. Defensible? Michael asked Sarah Mitchell, who'd trained as a combat medic before joining the settlement. Single-access road, elevated positions for observation posts. Forest provides cover and early warning. She nodded. If we set up properly, we can see anyone coming long before they see us. Then let's build, Michael said. What happened over the next 48 hours was a demonstration of everything the Valley settlement had learned about efficient organization. While government disaster relief would have spent weeks on planning meetings and environmental assessments, Michael's team simply started working. James Cooper and 6 others repaired buildings, not to government code, but to standards that would keep people warm and dry. They used hand tools, salvaged materials, and practical engineering that focused on function over bureaucratic compliance. Sarah Mitchell established a medical station with supplies they'd brought and equipment scavenged from an abandoned hospital. No DEA paperwork for medications, no insurance verification, just practical care, organized by someone who understood triage and treatment. Thomas Wright, a farmer from the settlement, organized food production. Not industrial agriculture dependent on inputs from far away, but sustainable methods that could feed people immediately and indefinitely. Gardens planted with seeds they'd brought. Chickens in coops they'd built, systems that worked. Michael Jr. coordinated defense. Observation posts on the hilltops, clear fields of fire, defensive positions that could be manned quickly, tripwires and alarms in the forest approaches. Not sophisticated military technology, just practical measures that would give them warning and advantage if the Farai came hunting. By the end of the second day, they had housing for 100 people, medical facilities, food production, and defensive positions. Not perfect, but functional. Not bureaucratically approved, but effective, and just in time. Word had reached Trace Cole's network, and Rip Van Allen was preparing to move the first group of refugees through the Underground Railroad. New York City. Same night the pneumatic mail tunnel beneath the East River had been silent for over a century, but tonight it carried the desperate whispers of 37 refugees. Rip Van Allen led the column through the circular brick passage, his tactical flashlight cutting through darkness that seemed to press against them like a living thing. Behind him moved a cross-section of Americans the FRA wanted dead. Dr. Clark Sharp, a constitutional scholar whose writings had landed him on the priority arrest list. Marcus Williams, a former Navy SEAL whose public support for Garrett had made him and FRA target. The Kowalski family, parents and 3 young children, whose only crime was speaking out against the foreign occupation. "How much further?" whispered Mrs. Kowalski, her youngest daughter asleep in her arms despite the cold that turned their breath to fog. 2 miles to the Queen's Junction, Rip replied softly, his voice barely audible above the sound of 37 pairs of feet. "Then we're in friendly territory, and transport will take you to the New Jersey camp." The tunnel stretched ahead like the gullet of some enormous beast. Its Victorian-era brickwork weeping moisture accumulated over decades of abandonment. The pneumatic postal system that had once shot mail tubes through these passages at 60 miles per hour now served as an artery for America's new Underground Railroad. Rip's encrypted radio crackled with Jack Quick's voice, monitoring FRA communications from a relay station above. FRA sweep teams just entered Grand Central. They're searching every maintenance tunnel. "Time frame?" Rip asked, checking his watch. 247 hours. Still 3 hours until dawn, but the FRA net was tightening. 30 minutes, maybe less. They've got K9 units. Rip felt his tactical mind shift into cold calculation. Dogs meant they couldn't rely on scent masking, and 30 minutes wasn't enough time to reach the Queen's Junction. They were trapped in a tunnel, with no side passages, no escape routes, and 37 civilians whose lives depended on his next decision. "Change of plans," he announced, his voice carrying command authority. "We go up at the next maintenance access. Move through the active subway system." Marcus Williams, the former SEAL, pushed forward through the line. "That's suicide, Van Allen. Active tracks mean trains, third rail, and FRA patrols. Staying here is certain death," Rip replied, studying the tunnel map on his phone. The 6-train maintenance bay has been shut down for repairs. No power to the third rail, no trains scheduled until 0600. Dr. Sharp joined the whispered conference. "What about FRA forces on the platform?" "Then we fight," The ancestral dirk at Rip's side had already tasted blood tonight. But first, we tried a ghost through. The maintenance access ladder emerged from the tunnel floor like a metal stairway to salvation or damnation. Rip climbed first, his movements silent despite the tactical. The heavy steel cover at the top opened onto the darkened platform of the abandoned 14th Street station, a ghost stop closed for renovations that would never be completed. Emergency lighting cast weak red pools across cracked tile and peeling advertisements for products that no longer mattered. Rip scanned the platform through his night vision scope, counting exits, calculating angles, identifying potential defensive positions. "Clear," he whispered into his radio. "Bring them up." One by one, the refugees emerged from underground like miners surfacing after a cave-in. Children clutched their parents' hands. Adults moved with the careful steps of people who'd learned that survival meant silence. Marcus Williams covered the rear, his own tactical experience evident in how he positioned himself to watch their back trail. They were halfway across the platform when the dogs started barking. The sound echoed through the tunnel system, like hunting wolves closing in. Fra voices shouted orders in Spanish. Boots pounded on concrete, and the mechanical whine of tactical equipment filled the air. "Run!" Rip ordered, his voice cutting through the growing cacophony. "Service tunnel! North exit!" Now! The refugees scattered across the platform, parents carrying children, elderly leaning on stronger arms, everyone moving with desperate speed. Rip remained behind as the first FAR-A fighter rounded the tunnel entrance. They came fast and hard. 6 fighters in tactical gear, weapons raised, night vision sweeping for targets. Professional sicarios, cartel-trained, committed to capturing or killing anyone who helped refugees escape. The first fighter never saw the blade that opened his throat from behind. Rip had moved while they focused on the fleeing civilians, using the platform's support columns for concealment until he could strike. 1 down, 5 to go. Hombre caído, tenemos contacto. The tactical situation devolved into chaos as the remaining fighters tried to engage an enemy who fought like a Highland ghost. Rip used every pillar, every shadow, every architectural feature to confuse and disorient his pursuers. The dirk flashed in emergency lighting, finding gaps in body armor with surgical precision. "Donde está? Donde diablos está?" The second fighter died when Rip dropped from an overhead maintenance platform, his blade punching through the gap between helmet and collar. The third fell to a combat knife thrown with deadly accuracy across 20 feet of platform space. "Retroceder, pidan refuerzos." But the remaining 3 fighters had nowhere to retreat. Rip had positioned himself between them and their only exit. They were trapped on the platform with a man who'd spent years learning to kill in close quarters. The fourth went down fighting, his rifle chattering uselessly as Rip closed the distance faster than training had prepared him for. The fifth managed to wound Rip with a grazing shot across the ribs before the dirk found his heart. The sixth and final fighter threw down his weapon and raised his hands. "Por favor," he begged, his voice cracking with terror. "Tengo niños. Necesitaba el dinero." Rip stood over him, his blade gleaming with Fra blood, his gaze holding the fighter's terrified stare. For a moment, the abandoned station fell silent except for the distant sound of refugees making their escape. "There are better ways to earn money," Rip said quietly, then ended the threat. He wiped the blood from his blade on the fighter's tactical vest. His radio crackled with Jack Quick's voice. All packages delivered safely to the Queen's Junction. Transport standing by. FRA response teams mobilizing citywide. You need to disappear. Already gone, Rip replied, vanishing into the service tunnel. Behind him, 6 FAR-A fighters lay dead on a subway platform that had become hallowed ground. The Underground Railroad had claimed its victory, baptized in blood. Rip emerged from the tunnels 2 hours later at the Queen's Junction, where 3 civilian vans waited with engines running. The 37 refugees were already loaded, exhausted but alive. "They're ready," said Father O'Brien, one of Cole's network members. "Driver knows the route to the New Jersey camp. The Valley settlement people are expecting them." Rip nodded, fatigue settling over him like a weight. "Tell them what they're going to find there. Tell them it's proof that America's principles still work. That communities can govern themselves. That freedom and prosperity aren't opposites." "And you?" Father O'Brien asked. "I'm going back. There are thousands more who need to get out. And the FA just learned that the Underground Railroad has teeth. as the vans pulled away carrying their precious cargo toward the camp that Michael Billings Jr. had built in rural New Jersey. The war for America's soul continued, one refugee at a time, one dead FRA fighter at a time, one victory at a time, until either Garrett won or there was nothing left worth fighting for. Chapter 29. The Arrival, Rural Sussex County, New Jersey. Day 3. Michael Billings Jr. was checking the perimeter defenses when James Copperthwaite's voice crackled over the radio. Movement on the access road. Multiple vehicles. Unknown intentions. He grabbed his rifle and moved to the observation post, scanning the approaching convoy through binoculars. 3 vans, civilian vehicles, moving slowly and cautiously. Not FRA. Their convoys moved with military precision and aggression. This was careful, uncertain. The lead van stopped at the property entrance. A man stepped out, tall, 6 feet of controlled danger, moving like a predator even when standing still. Michael recognized him immediately from the intelligence briefings his grandfather had shown him. "That's Rip Van Allen," Sarah Mitchell said from beside Michael, her own binoculars raised. "Former Major General, stripped of rank for refusing to stand down. Now he's running underground resistance in New York." Michael keyed his radio. "Stand down. Friendlies incoming." 10 minutes later, he was shaking hands with a legend. "Van Allen, thanks for coming," Michael said. "We've been expecting you." Rip studied the camp with professional assessment. The repaired buildings, the defensive positions, the organized efficiency visible in every detail. "Your grandfather sent word you were setting this up. Told me your settlement knows how to build things properly. I see he wasn't exaggerating. We learned from experience. Trial and error. No bureaucrats, no regulations, just what works." Michael gestured to the buildings. "How many refugees do you have?" 37 in the vans. Families mostly. Kids. Elderly. People who spoke out against the FRA and got on their execution lists. They need somewhere safe while we organize larger evacuations. "Then they're safe here," Michael said with quiet certainty. "We've got housing, medical care, food, and we'll protect them." Over the next hour, refugees emerged from the vans, exhausted, terrified, traumatized by what they'd fled. Families clutching children. Elderly who'd walked miles through dark tunnels. People who'd lost everything except their lives. And they found themselves in something completely unexpected, an organized, functioning community that actually worked. "There's no paperwork?" one refugee asked, confused. "No registration forms? No government verification?" "No government," Michael explained patiently. "We're volunteers from a settlement in Pennsylvania. We're here because we choose to be. You're welcome because we choose to welcome you. No bureaucracy, no forms, no regulations. Just people helping people." "But who's in charge?" another refugee pressed, looking around for authority figures wearing badges or uniforms. "Everyone who contributes. We make decisions together. Organize voluntarily. Protect each other because it's in our mutual interest." Michael smiled. It's how America was supposed to work before Washington decided to control everything from the center. Sarah Mitchell moved among the refugees, treating injuries and illness with calm efficiency. No insurance cards required, no billing departments, no prior authorizations, just practical medical care from someone who dedicated her life to healing and understood that bureaucracy was the enemy of effective treatment. Thomas Wright showed them the gardens and explained the food system with the patience of a teacher who understood these city dwellers had probably never grown anything. "You'll help work the fields. In exchange, you eat. Simple transaction. Your labor creates value, you receive value. No welfare, no handouts, no dependency. Just honest work for honest compensation." A woman named Maria Santos, a high school teacher who'd fled with her children when the FRA came for educators, watched the camp operations with tears streaming down her face. "This is what we lost," she whispered. "This is what America used to be before everything became forms and regulations and bureaucrats telling us how to live." "It's what America can be again," Michael replied. "If General Garrett succeeds, if the Constitution is restored, if power returns to communities instead of staying concentrated in Washington. This isn't nostalgia. It's proof that the principles still work when people are free to apply them." Dr. Clark Sharp, the constitutional scholar, approached Michael with the intensity of someone who'd spent his life studying theory and was now witnessing practice. "Your settlement. It's based on Austrian economic principles, isn't it? Voluntary exchange, time preference, capital accumulation, decentralized decision-making. We don't call it that, Michael said. We just call it what works. My grandfather learned from his father what happens when government tries to plan everything. Regulations destroy production. Centralized control kills innovation. Bureaucrats, who never made anything, destroy the people who make everything. So we rebuilt using the opposite principles. And it works. It's working here too, Dr. Sharp said, gesturing at the efficient operation around them. 3 days, and you've created what would take FEMA 3 months and cost 10 times as much. Because you're not bound by regulations designed to justify bureaucratic existence. Rip Van Allen stood with Michael at the observation post, watching the refugees settle into their first hours of safety. How many more can you handle? Rip asked. 100 in current housing. We can expand to 300 in 2 weeks if we get more volunteers from the settlement. But, Michael paused. The FARA is going to find this place eventually. We're 60 miles from New York. They'll send scouts, then probes, then possibly a full assault. Can you keep the location quiet? For a while. But you're right, eventually they'll find you. You prepared for that? As prepared as we can be. Defensive positions, clear fields of fire, early warning, systems, and 20 volunteers who grew up learning that freedom requires the ability to defend it. Michael's jaw set with determination. We won't make it easy for them. Good, Rip said simply. Because when word spreads about this place, and it will spread, you're going to become a symbol. Proof that Garrett's vision works. Proof that Americans can govern themselves. The FARA will want to destroy that symbol. Let them try, Michael said. Day 4, dawn they came at first light. 6 FRA fighters in 2 vehicles, moving up the access road with weapons clearly visible. Not a full assault force, just a reconnaissance probe to assess what they'd discovered. Michael watched from the observation post, radio in hand, his heart rate steady despite the adrenaline. His father had trained him for this. His grandfather had taught him why it mattered, and George Parker had made sure he understood that defending freedom sometimes meant using force against those who would destroy it. Let them get to the entrance, Michael ordered calmly over the radio. No one fires unless they fire first. Let's see what they want. The vehicles stopped at the property boundary. Men emerged, military age, fit, moving with the fluid coordination of professional soldiers, not weekend warriors or street gang members. These were cartel sicarios, trained killers who'd probably operated in Mexico before crossing the border. One of them shouted in Spanish, Salgan. We know you're hiding fugitives from El Hombre Común. Turn them over now, and you live. Resist, and you die. Michael keyed his radio. Sarah, secure refugees in the basement shelter. James, man defensive position 2. Thomas, position 3. Nobody shoots unless I give the order or they fire first. He stood up from behind his cover, rifle lowered but ready, letting the firefighters see him clearly. Young, confident, unafraid. This is private property, he called out in a voice that carried authority despite his 30 years. You're not welcome here. Leave now, peacefully, and there won't be trouble. The lead fighter laughed, a harsh sound without humor. You're protecting criminals against El Hombre Común. That makes you our enemy. We're taking the fugitives. Cooperate and live. Resist and join them in death. Those aren't criminals, Michael said, his voice calm and cold. They're American citizens fleeing foreign occupation. You crossed an unprotected border illegally. You're occupying American cities through violence. You're threatening American civilians. You need to leave. Final warning. The fighter raised his weapon with casual arrogance, clearly not taking this young American seriously. Last chance, boy. Hand them over, or we'll take them over your... He didn't finish. James Copperthwaite's rifle cracked from position 2 with precision that spoke to years of practice, and the fighter dropped. Sarah's shot from position 3 took out the second man before he could even process what had happened. Thomas's round from the forest tree line hit the third with the calm accuracy of a farmer who'd spent his life shooting predators. The remaining 3 fighters scrambled for their vehicles, training taking over as they returned fire wildly toward threats they couldn't pinpoint. Michael's shot took out the front tire of the lead vehicle. Another round from the camp hit the engine block, and steam erupted into the cold morning air. The fighters abandoned the vehicles and ran for the forest. They didn't make it far. The Valley volunteers had been training for combat their entire lives, not in military schools with standardized curriculum, but in practical marksmanship and tactical thinking, taught by people who understood that freedom required the ability to defend it with lethal force when necessary. 2 minutes after the probe began, 6 FRA fighters lay dead or dying on the access road. Not a single refugee or volunteer had been injured. The defense had been textbook, controlled, precise, lethal. "Clear," Michael said into his radio, his voice steady. "Secure the perimeter. Strip the bodies of intelligence and weapons. We'll document everything for Cole's people, then bury them in the forest." As the volunteers moved to execute his orders with practiced efficiency, Rip Van Allen emerged from the camp where he'd been helping protect the refugees. "Your people fight well," he said with the simple respect of one warrior acknowledging another. "Better than well, professionally." "We're Americans," Michael replied, looking at the bodies being dragged clear of the access road. "We don't kneel. We don't surrender. We don't negotiate with invaders. And we protect what's ours with whatever force is necessary." He looked back at the camp, at the refugees starting to emerge cautiously from the shelter, at the volunteers manning defensive positions with the calm competence of people who'd been prepared for exactly this situation. "General Garrett is trying to restore something fundamental," Michael continued. "Constitutional government, limited federal power, communities governing themselves. We're proving it can work. One refugee at a time. One defensive action at a time. One demonstration of Austrian economic principles in practice at a time." Rip nodded slowly. "Your grandfather was right about you. About your whole generation. You're the model for what comes after Garrett wins. Living proof that his vision isn't just theory." "When Garrett wins," Michael corrected firmly. "Not if. When. Because the alternative is unthinkable. And because we're not going to let foreign invaders take our country without fighting for every inch of it." Maria Santos approached, her children held close, her face pale from hearing the gunfire, but set with newfound understanding. "You killed them," she said. "Not an accusation. A statement of fact." "We defended ourselves and the refugees under our protection," Michael replied. "They came with weapons. They threatened violence. They gave us a choice. Surrender American citizens to execution, or defend them with force. We chose to defend. I taught civics for 15 years, Maria said quietly. Told my students that violence never solves anything, that we should always find peaceful solutions. That government exists to protect us, so we don't have to protect ourselves." She looked at the bodies, then back at Michael. "I was wrong, wasn't I? Sometimes violence is the only solution. Sometimes protection requires the willingness to kill. Sometimes government fails and free people have to defend themselves." "You weren't wrong," Michael said gently. "You were teaching the ideal, what we should strive for when possible. But ideals don't work when the other side rejects them. The far right doesn't want peace. They want conquest. And the only response to that is what you just saw." Dr. Sharp joined them, his academic demeanor shaken, but his mind clearly working through implications. "This is the Austrian school's answer to Hobbes, isn't it? Hobbes said we need a Leviathan, a powerful central government, to prevent the war of all against all. But you're proving the opposite, that free people organizing voluntarily can provide security more effectively than centralized authority. Not through a social contract imposed from above, but through mutual cooperation backed by the willingness to defend themselves." "We don't really think about it in those terms," Michael admitted. "We just do what works. But yeah, I guess that's what we're proving." That evening, Michael sat in the camp's command post, writing a detailed after-action report for his father and the settlement council. Around him, refugees were experiencing their first full day of safety. Children playing without fear. Families eating together without looking over their shoulders. Elderly resting without terror of midnight raids. This is what Austrian economics looked like in practice. Not abstract theory, not academic papers, not philosophical debates. Actual human beings living better lives because resources were allocated efficiently, because decisions were made locally by people with direct knowledge, because cooperation was voluntary rather than coerced, because responsibility was individual rather than collectivized. His radio crackled. "Michael, it's your father. Report. Camp is operational and secure. 37 refugees integrated successfully. FRA probe repelled at 0607 hours with 6 enemy Kia. 0 friendly casualties. Tactical situation stable. Rip Van Allen confirms we're integrated into the underground railroad network. Expect more refugees within 48 hours. Casualties on our side? None. Defense was textbook. Everyone performed exactly as trained. No hesitation, no errors, no panic. A pause. Then Tony's voice came through, older but filled with unmistakable pride. Your great-great-grandfather. Joseph would be proud, Michael. He fought to save Liberty Steel from regulations that destroyed it. Your grandfather, Tony, that's me, fought against the EPA and bureaucratic control that killed American manufacturing. Your father built a settlement that proved another way was possible. And now you're showing the rest of America what that way looks like when it's defended. Just doing what you taught me, grandfather. That's exactly right. You're doing what we taught you. Which means America's future is in good hands. The principles we preserved, the knowledge we maintained, the skills we developed, they are not just surviving, they're proving themselves superior to centralized control. Keep it up, son. The country needs what you're building. After the call ended, Michael stood outside the command post, looking at the camp they'd built in less than a week. No government assistance, no bureaucratic oversight, no regulations strangling initiative. Just free people cooperating voluntarily to solve immediate problems with practical solutions. This was what Garrett was fighting for. This was what constitutional restoration meant. Not just words on parchment, but actual communities governing themselves, protecting themselves, prospering through their own cooperative efforts. The Far A controlled the cities. But here, in rural New Jersey, in a camp built by Valley Settlement volunteers and defended with deadly precision, America's founding principles were alive and working. And if General Garrett kept his word, if power returned to communities, if the Constitution was genuinely restored, if Washington's stranglehold on American life was broken, then maybe, just maybe, the entire country could become what this camp proved was possible. Free people, governing themselves, prospering through voluntary cooperation, protecting themselves through individual and collective capability. The way it was always supposed to be. The way it would be again, if they won. Michael Billings, Jr. intended to make absolutely certain they won. The camp was proof that Garrett's vision worked, and Michael would defend that proof with everything he had. His skills, his courage, his life if necessary. Because some things were worth dying for, and proving that freedom works was one of them. Chapter 30. The Battle for Philadelphia Independence Hall. 10 days after Garrett's address, General Beauregard Beau Garrett stood on the steps of Independence Hall, watching American armor roll through the streets of Philadelphia like steel thunder. The 82nd Airborne had deployed 2,000 soldiers supported by air cover and artillery that had transformed the birthplace of American democracy into a war zone. Behind him, the building where the Constitution had been written bore fresh bullet scars from the Far A occupation. The Liberty Bell sat in its protective pavilion 200 yards away, a silent witness to what foreign insurgents had done to the sacred ground where America began. Sir Colonel Frank Roaring Thunder Harrison approached with tactical reports clutched in his massive hands. At 6'4" with shoulders that had earned him his call sign in Afghanistan, Thunder represented the old guard of American military leadership, warriors who meant their oath. Fra perimeter is tightening. They've got us surrounded on 3 sides. Delaware River cuts off retreat to the east. Through binoculars, Garrett studied the enemy command post, established in the shadow of the Liberty Bell Center. The irony wasn't lost. They'd be fighting for America's soul within sight of its most sacred symbols. Troop strength? Garrett asked, though he already knew the numbers by heart. Fra forces number at least 5,000, Thunder replied. Maybe twice that. A mix of cartel sicarios, military-age males who crossed during the collapse, and some former Venezuelan and Colombian military. Professional fighters, not weekend warriors. The mathematics of the situation were brutally simple, potentially outgunned 2-to-1 in a defensive position with limited escape routes. By every metric of military science, this was a desperate stand. But defeat meant accepting foreign control of American cities, and that was something Garrett would never accept. Demolition teams? Garrett inquired. Charges set throughout the Fray-occupied district. If they overrun us, we can deny them the infrastructure. But, sir, Thunder grimaced, that means destroying historic buildings, places that matter. Garrett lowered his binoculars, and studied the faces of his soldiers manning defensive positions around the hall. Young men and women who'd sworn to defend the Constitution, now prepared to die for it in the city where it had been written. Their faces showed fear. Only fools felt no fear before battle, but also determination that ran deeper than self-preservation. "Cancel the charges on Independence Hall itself," Garrett ordered. "We're not destroying American history. If we're going to die defending the Constitution, we'll do it in the place where it was born, but we're not giving the FRA the satisfaction of making us destroy it." "Yes, sir." Thunder's grin was fierce and proud. The men will appreciate that. They didn't sign up to blow up the founding. Garrett's secure radio crackled with an incoming transmission. "General Garrett, this is General Maximo Cordero, commander of Philadelphia District for El Hombre Común. I request parley under flag of truce." Thunder raised an eyebrow. Could be buying time to complete their encirclement. "Could be," Garrett agreed. "But the chance to talk face-to-face with their commander is worth the risk. Maybe we learn something useful. Maybe we avoid unnecessary bloodshed." He keyed the radio. "General Cordero, permission granted. You may approach with 2 aides, no weapons. Meet me at Liberty Bell Plaza in 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, 2 men faced each other in the shadow of the cracked bell that had once proclaimed liberty throughout the land. General Maximo Cordero appeared older than his intelligence file suggested, perhaps 50, weathered face bearing scars that spoke of violence long before he crossed the border. A former Venezuelan military officer, according to Trace Cole's intelligence. Professional soldier turned cartel commander turned revolutionary. Behind him stood 2 aides who kept their hands carefully visible. Colonel Thunder flanked Garrett's right side, Major Phillips his left. All 3 Americans were armed despite the truce, and Garrett made no effort to hide the fact. "General Garrett." Cordero's English carried a heavy Spanish accent, but was perfectly comprehensible. "Thank you for agreeing to meet. Perhaps we can avoid the bloodshed that seems inevitable." "That depends on whether you're willing to withdraw your forces from American soil," Garrett replied. Peacefully. Immediately. Cordero smiled without warmth. "You know that won't happen. El Hombre Común controls 17 American cities. We have 50,000 fighters. We represent the common people who were abandoned by your government, the migrants, the poor, the ones your Constitution forgot." "The Constitution didn't forget anyone," Garrett said coldly. "It guaranteed rights to citizens. You're not citizens. You're foreign nationals who invaded during our moment of weakness. That makes you enemies, not refugees." Such noble words. Cordero gestured to the historic buildings surrounding them. "This is where your founders argued about democracy, about whether people could govern themselves, about whether liberty mattered more than order. Now we're here with American tanks pointing at my positions, and you claim to defend that legacy by threatening to destroy it." "We're not the ones who seized Philadelphia," Garrett countered. "We're not the ones who executed police officers and executed civilians. We're here to take back what you stole." Cordero's expression hardened. "You cannot win, General. Look at your position, surrounded on 3 sides, outnumbered, limited supplies. Your President Smith abandoned you. Your government collapsed. The America you're fighting for no longer exists. It exists in the places you haven't reached yet," Garrett said. "In the rural settlements that rebuilt civilization, while cities collapsed. In the communities that prove American principles still work when people are free to apply them. In every soldier standing behind me who swore an oath and meant it." "Pretty speeches." Cordero's voice dripped with contempt. "Your soldiers are tired. Your country is broken. Your Constitution failed. We offer something better, rule by the common people, not by your corrupt elite. You offer rule by whoever has the most guns." Thunder interjected, his voice a low rumble. "That's not democracy. That's just another dictatorship with better marketing." Cordero turned his attention to Thunder, studying the massive officer with professional assessment. "Colonel Harrison. Roaring Thunder, they call you. 3 Purple Hearts, 2 Silver Stars, Congressional Medal of Honor. A true warrior. Surely you understand that sometimes the old order must fall so something new can rise." "I understand that some things are worth fighting for even when the odds are against you," Thunder replied. "Constitution, republic. The principle that power comes from consent of the governed, not from whoever's willing to kill the most people." "Consent of the governed?" Cordero laughed bitterly. Your government governed without consent for decades. Regulations that destroyed industries. Wars that accomplished nothing. A political class that grew rich while common people suffered. El Hombre Común offers real change, not your hollow promises of constitutional restoration. Garrett had heard enough. General Cordero, I'm going to give you 12 hours to reconsider. You can withdraw your forces from Philadelphia peacefully, or we will remove you by force. Those are your options. And I'm going to give you 12 hours, Cordero countered. You can surrender and accept El Hombre Común as the legitimate government of this region, or we will destroy your forces and execute everyone who resists. After 12 hours, no quarter will be given. Plaza fell silent, except for the distant rumble of armored vehicles and the closer sound of soldiers on both sides checking their weapons. Two men faced each other across a divide that could only be bridged with blood, each convinced of their righteousness. Then we have nothing more to discuss, Garrett said. In 12 hours, we'll see who was right. As Cordero and his aides withdrew, Major Phillips approached with new intelligence reports. Sir, we're receiving communications from across the country. The Underground Railroad in New York reports successful evacuations, thousands of civilians reaching the Valley settlement. Militia units in 7 states are supporting our operations. And sir, Phillips paused, his face showing surprise. We're getting volunteer reports from the Valley settlements. They're saying, if Philadelphia falls, they'll mobilize. They're watching to see if you keep your word. Garrett felt the weight of that settle over him. The Valley settlements that had proven Austrian economics worked, that had rebuilt prosperity through voluntary cooperation. They were watching to see if his constitutional restoration was genuine, or just another power grab. Then we'd better win, Garrett said. Because if those settlements decide we're worth supporting, we have proof that what comes after me can actually work. But if we lose here, we're not going to lose, sir, Thunder said with absolute conviction. Not in Philadelphia. Not where the Constitution was born. The men know what this ground means. They'll die before they surrender it. Let's make sure the Foray does the dying instead, Garrett replied. As his staff dispersed to prepare for the coming battle, Garrett stood alone on the steps of Independence Hall, looking at the Liberty Bell in the distance. Somewhere in rural Pennsylvania, 73 families were building the future he was fighting for. Somewhere in New Jersey, Michael Billings, Jr. was proving that communities could govern themselves. Somewhere across America, people were remembering that freedom required the willingness to defend it. This battle would determine whether those seeds of restoration could grow or whether foreign invaders would crush them before they could bloom. New Jersey refugee camp. Same time Michael Billings, Jr. stood in the camp's command post, listening to radio reports of the Philadelphia situation with growing tension. Garrett's surrounded, James Cooper said, studying the tactical map they'd sketched based on shortwave intelligence. 5,000 against possibly 10,000 Foray. He's defending Independence Hall. Of course he is, Michael replied. Where else would you make your stand? That's where the Constitution was written. If he loses there, it doesn't just mean losing Philadelphia. It means the symbolism of defeat at the birthplace of American democracy. Sarah Mitchell entered with medical supplies inventory. If Garrett wins in Philadelphia, we're going to get a flood of wounded, both military and civilian. Are we prepared for that? We're prepared for whatever comes, Michael said. That's what we do. Adapt, organize, solve problems as they arise. Austrian economics in action. His radio crackled with his father's voice from the valley. Michael, it's Dad. Council wants to know, if Garrett wins Philadelphia, are you willing to expand operations? They're talking about sending more volunteers, more supplies, establishing additional camps, but they want your assessment first. Michael looked around the camp they'd built. Refugees settling in, defensive positions manned, food production ongoing, medical care functioning. Proof that voluntary cooperation worked. Proof that communities could govern themselves. Tell the council yes, he said. If Garrett wins, it means he's serious about constitutional restoration. It means we have a chance to prove our model works at scale. We expand. We help. We show America what freedom looks like. And if he loses? Michael's jaw set with determination. Then we defend what we've built and wait for the next opportunity. But Dad, I don't think he's going to lose. Not at Independence Hall. Not with soldiers who actually mean their oath. The Far A is about to learn that some Americans still know how to fight. After the call ended, Michael walked outside and looked northeast toward Philadelphia, 60 miles away. In 12 hours, a battle would begin that would determine the future of constitutional restoration. And whatever happened, the camp would be ready. Because that's what free people did. They prepared, they adapted, and they defended what mattered. The Battle of Philadelphia was coming, and America's soul hung in the balance. Independence Hall, 11 hours later, the sun set over Philadelphia as both sides prepared for war. Garrett's forces established final defensive positions around Independence Hall. FRA artillery crews ranged their weapons. Soldiers wrote letters they hoped wouldn't need to be sent. Officers checked equipment and weapons one last time. Colonel Thunder stood beside Garrett on the steps, watching the last light fade from the historic district. "Sir, one more thing," Thunder said. "We've been getting messages from individual soldiers, not just ours, but from across the country. They're saying this battle matters, that if we hold Independence Hall, we prove something. That Americans still know what's worth dying for." Garrett nodded slowly. "Then we'd better make sure their belief is justified, because after tomorrow the entire country will know whether constitutional restoration is real or just another failed promise." The sun disappeared below the horizon. In the darkness, 50,000 foreign fighters prepared to crush 20,000 Americans. But those Americans stood on ground where the Constitution had been born. And they intended to water that ground with FRA blood before they'd surrender an inch of it. The Battle of Philadelphia was 12 hours away. And history was about to be made in the streets where American history began. Chapter 31. The Highland Warrior Independence Hall. Dawn. The FRA assault began at 0600 hours with an artillery barrage that shattered windows in buildings where the Founding Fathers had once debated the shape of American democracy. Rip Van Allen crouched in the basement of a row house, 6 blocks from Independence Hall, studying communications intercepts that Trace Cole had transmitted through his intelligence network. Above his head, the thunder of artillery rolled across Philadelphia like the sound of a dying republic, each explosion marking another moment in the battle for America's soul. FRA assault commencing on all fronts. Rip reported through his encrypted radio link to Garrett's command post. 3-pronged attack. North through Center City, east along Market Street, south through Society Hill. General Cottereau is betting everything on overwhelming force. Colonel Thunder's voice crackled back through static and the sound of nearby explosions. "We could use another gun on the line, Van Allen, especially one that knows how to use a blade when the ammunition runs out." Rip checked his gear methodically. Tactical vest, ammunition, communications equipment, and the ancestral dirk that had tasted FRA blood in New York's tunnels. His veins burned hotter with each shell that shook the historic district, each explosion that threatened to bury the Constitution under rubble. "On my way," he replied, gathering the intelligence files that could tip the balance. Cole's intercepts show FRA weak points in their southern flank. If we can exploit them. The transmission cut off as another artillery barrage shook the building, sending plaster dust cascading from the ceiling like snow. Rip secured the files in his tactical bag and moved toward the basement exit that connected to storm drains beneath Philadelphia. The same underground skills that had served him in New York would now help him reach the most crucial battle of the war. 20 minutes later, he emerged from a maintenance tunnel 3 blocks behind American lines, where exhausted soldiers had turned the tourist areas around Independence Hall into defensive positions bristling with sandbags, razor wire, and interlocking fields of fire. Rip. Colonel Thunder's massive frame emerged from the smoke of burning vehicles, his uniform torn but his spirit unbroken. "General Garrett wants you immediately. We've got problems." They moved through defensive positions where young Americans prepared to die for principles most had only read about in history books. The irony burned. Foreigners who'd invaded during weakness now threatened to destroy the birthplace of the document that had made America possible. General Garrett stood in the makeshift command post inside Independence Hall, surrounded by tactical displays showing FRA forces closing from 3 directions. He looked like a man bearing the weight of impossible choices, but his eyes still held the fire of absolute conviction. "Van Allen." Garrett looked up from tactical maps. "Tell me you've got intelligence that can give us an advantage." Rip spread Cole's intercepts across the table, pointing to communication patterns that revealed FA operational plans. "Kotaro is concentrating his armor on Market Street for a direct assault. But his southern flank is weak, mostly hired fighters commanded by officers who aren't fully committed to El Hombre Coman's cause." "Define not fully committed," Garrett demanded. "Foreign-born fighters commanded by a Venezuelan officer named Colonel Jose Materna. According to Cole's sources, Materna took this command for money, not ideology. His troops are the same. They're being paid to fight, not dying for a cause they believe in. They'll break, if pressured hard enough." Colonel Thunder studied the tactical situation with the eye of a veteran who'd survived 3 wars. "That's one hell of a gamble, General. If Van Allen's wrong, we're opening our flank to forces that could roll us up in minutes. And if he's right, we turn Kotaro's numerical advantage against him," Garrett said, making his decision with the speed that had earned him 4 stars. "Colonel Morrison, prepare fallback positions. Thunder, you'll lead the main defense here at the hall. Van Allen." He turned to face the man who'd become a legend in New York's tunnels. "You're going to take a team of volunteers and hit that southern flank. Break them or turn them. I don't care which. Just remove them from the equation." Rip studied the tactical challenge with cold calculation. A direct assault on Far A positions with minimal forces, relying on psychological warfare and the hope that mercenaries valued their lives more than their paychecks. It was the kind of mission that had suicide written all over it. But it might work, and if it worked, it could save Independence Hall. "I'll need 20 volunteers," he said. "Men who understand this is probably a one-way mission. I'll go." The voice came from Sergeant Chip Harrison, a young soldier whose brother had been executed by the Fare during their occupation. His face showed the kind of rage that came from personal loss. "My family didn't survive the collapse just to watch foreign invaders take our country. I'm in. Count me in." Private Jackson Moore stepped forward, his Tennessee drawl thick with determination. "My great-great-grandfather fought at Gettysburg. Figure if he could charge Cemetery Hill, I can charge some mercenaries who don't even want to be here." One by one, volunteers stepped forward. Young soldiers who understood they were volunteering for probable death. Old warriors who'd fought in 3 wars and wanted one more good fight. Men who'd taken an oath and actually meant it. Within 5 minutes, Rip had his 20. "Lock and load," he ordered as FRA artillery began shifting fire patterns, preparing for their main assault. "We move in 10 minutes." As his small force checked weapons and equipment, Rip drew the ancestral dirk. 3 feet of Scottish steel forged centuries ago to kill English soldiers in armor. He held it up where every volunteer could see the blade that had tasted blood on battlefields from Culloden to the tunnels of New York. "My ancestors forged this blade to cut through the armor of tyrants," he announced, his voice carrying across the makeshift staging area. "They were Highlanders, outnumbered, outgunned, told they couldn't win. But they charged anyway because some things matter more than survival. Freedom matters. Honor matters. The right to govern yourselves matters." He turned the blade, letting early morning light catch the steel. "Today, this blade is going to remind FRA mercenaries that they're not fighting weekend warriors or protesters with signs. They're fighting Americans who would rather die free than live under foreign occupation. And when we come at them, when they see this steel and hear our war cry, they're going to remember that some traditions burn too bright to be extinguished by hired guns." Private Moore spoke up, "Sir. Most of us aren't Highland Scots." "How do we carry on that tradition?" Rip smiled grimly. "You carry it by understanding what it means. My ancestors didn't charge because they were Scottish. They charged because they refused to kneel. That's not genetic. That's choice. Today you're choosing to stand with that tradition. That makes you Highland warriors in the only way that matters." The volunteers responded with a cheer that echoed through Independence Hall, like the battle cry of ancient warriors charging into impossible odds. Outside, Fray forces were massing for their assault that would either crush Garrett's defense or break against American determination. Sergeant Harrison checked his rifle and asked the question they were all thinking. "Sir, what's the plan if the southern flank doesn't break?" if they stand and fight. Then we make them bleed for every inch, Rip replied. We hit them so hard, so fast, so violently that even if they don't break, Kotaro has to divert forces to stabilize his flank. Either way, we take pressure off the main defense. And our casualties? Another volunteer asked. Rip looked at the young faces around him, soldiers who'd volunteered to charge into near-certain death for the principle that Independence Hall must not fall. Probably high, maybe total. But if we do this right, if we hit them with everything we've got, we give Garrett the chance he needs to hold, and that's worth dying for. Colonel Thunder appeared with final tactical updates. Van Allen, Frost's southern flank is commanded by Colonel Materna, Venezuelan army, left after their government collapsed, now working for El Hombre Común. He's got maybe 2,000 fighters, mixed quality, some ex-military, some cartel, mostly just people who needed money. Perfect, Rip said. Men fighting for money break faster than men fighting for belief. Let's give them a reason to reconsider their employment. As his team moved toward their staging position, General Garrett pulled Rip aside. Van Allen, you understand what you're doing here? 20 men against 2,000? I understand I'm giving those 2,000 a choice, face Highland Fury or run. Some will run. The ones who don't... Rip shrugged. At least they'll die knowing they fought against men who refused to surrender their country. If you pull this off, if you break that flank, we name something after you. A building, a street, something. If I pull this off, name it after the volunteers who charged with me, Rip replied. They're the ones choosing to die for principles most Americans forgot. They're the ones who deserve to be remembered. Garrett gripped Rip's shoulder. Go with God, Major General Van Allen. Stripped rank or not, you're still one of ours, and you're about to remind the fray why Americans don't lose wars on our own soil. Southern approach. 0730 hours, Rip crouched behind a burned-out vehicle, watching through binoculars, as Colonel Materna's forces prepared for their assault on Independence Hall's southern flank. 2,000 fighters spread across Society Hill in formations that showed professional planning, but uncertain execution. 50 meters to their forward positions, Sergeant Harrison whispered from his flanking position. They're not maintaining proper defensive posture, half committed. 30 meters to my angle, Private Moore added from his overwatch. I can see their faces. These aren't ideologues, sir. These are men who took a job and now realize the job might get them killed. Perfect. Exactly what Cole's intelligence had indicated. Time to give them something to fear, Rip said, preparing for the charge that would either turn the tide of battle or become a footnote in the death of American democracy. He stood up from behind cover, 6 feet of controlled violence, holding the ancient blade above his head where every Fra fighter could see 3 feet of Scottish steel gleaming in the morning sun. Mercenarios! His voice carried across the battlefield like thunder from Highland mountains. We are Americans, who swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. You crossed our border illegally. You occupied our cities. You executed our citizens. And now you threaten to destroy the birthplace of American freedom. The Fra advance slowed as fighters turned to stare at this impossible sight. A lone figure standing in the open, ancient blade raised in defiance of modern tyranny. You have one chance, Rip shouted. Throw down your weapons and leave. Go back where you came from, or die here today on ground you have no right to occupy. Matenlo. The order came from an FRA officer. Kill him. But the fighters hesitated, weapons wavering as they faced a choice between following orders and surviving the day. In that moment of hesitation, Rip saw the crack in Fra morale that could split Kotaro's entire southern flank. For liberty, he roared, leading his 20 volunteers in a Highland charge that carried centuries of Scottish military tradition into the heart of enemy positions. For America. For Independence Hall. The volunteers followed with battle cries that echoed off historic buildings, their weapons firing as they closed the distance in a rush of controlled violence. Sergeant Harrison's rifle barked steadily. Private Moore's shots found targets with deadly precision. 20 Americans moved like Highland warriors bringing fire and steel to enemies of freedom, and the Fra southern flank began to break. Not immediately, not completely, but the crack was there. Fighters backing away, orders being shouted in panicked Spanish, the careful formations dissolving into confusion. Rip's blade found its first target, an officer trying to rally his men. The second, a fighter who chose to stand and fight, The third, another who realized too late that money wasn't worth dying for. Se están rompiendo. El flanco se está rompiendo. The cry went up through FRA communications. They're breaking. The flank is breaking. And once the crack appeared, it spread like lightning through Colonel Materna's forces. Fighters who'd been paid to occupy Philadelphia suddenly discovered they were being paid to die in Philadelphia. The mathematics changed rapidly. 20 Americans with ancient steel and modern fury had just shattered 2,000 mercenaries who'd never expected to face real warriors. The Highland Charge had begun, and the FRA was learning that some traditions endured because they worked, against overwhelming odds, against superior numbers, against any enemy foolish enough to face men who'd chosen freedom over survival. The Battle of Philadelphia had turned, and the outcome would be decided by men who remembered what their ancestors fought for. Chapter 32. The Independence Hall, Victory Society Hill. 0800 hours. The FRA southern flank disintegrated like sand before a Highland tide. Rip Van Allen's blade flashed in the morning sun as his 20 volunteers crashed through Colonel Materna's defensive positions with the fury of men who'd chosen death over surrender. What had been a coordinated FRA assault became chaos as fighters who'd been paid to occupy Philadelphia suddenly realized they were being asked to die in Philadelphia. Retirants! Retirants! Colonel Materna's voice cracked over FRA communications as he watched his carefully planned formation collapse. Fall back to secondary positions. A horror! But there was nowhere to fall back to. Rip had positioned his assault to cut off retreat routes, forcing Materna's fighters into an impossible choice: stand and die, or throw down weapons and run. Most chose to run. Sergeant Harrison's rifle found target after target as FRA fighters abandoned their positions. Private Moore's shots dropped officers trying to rally their troops. The other 18 volunteers moved with deadly precision, each man fighting like his ancestors had fought at Bunker Hill and Gettysburg, outnumbered but never outmatched in determination. Southern flank is collapsing. Rip reported through his radio as he reached the FRA command post that Materna had hastily abandoned. Maps, communications equipment, intelligence files, all left behind in panicked retreat. Cadero's losing his right wing. FRA forces are withdrawing across Society Hill. Colonel Thunder's voice came back with fierce satisfaction. Van Allen, that Highland Charge of yours just saved Independence Hill. FRA forces are pulling back on all fronts. Codero is calling for general retreat. Through the smoke and chaos of the battlefield, Rip could see the larger picture developing. With his southern flank shattered, Codero had lost his pincer movement. The three-pronged assault on Independence Hall had become a desperate attempt to salvage something from failure. And American forces, knowing they'd broken the enemy's will, pressed their advantage with renewed fury. Casualties? Rip asked, dreading the answer. 2 dead from your volunteers, Thunder replied. Sergeant Harrison wounded but stable. Private Moore took shrapnel but kept fighting. The rest are operational. 20 men against 2,000, and you've got an 85% survival rate. That's... Thunder's voice held something between awe and pride. That's impossible. That's Highland legend. Rip looked at his volunteers, exhausted, bloodied but alive. Young men who'd charged into near certain death and emerged victorious because they'd met their oath and their enemy hadn't. Secure the flank, he ordered. Make sure Materna's forces don't regroup. And get our wounded to medical care. As his team moved to execute orders, Rip stood in the abandoned FRA command post and felt the weight of what they'd accomplished. 2 men dead. 4 wounded. But Independence Hall held. The Constitution's birthplace remained in American hands, and the FRA had learned that some ground could never be taken from men willing to die defending it. Independence Hall. 0900 hours General Garrett stood on the steps where the Declaration of Independence had been announced 274 years ago, watching FARA forces retreat through Philadelphia's streets in disorganized chaos. What had been a coordinated assault by 50,000 fighters had become a rout as word of the southern flank's collapse spread through their communications. Sir, FRA forces are withdrawing across all sectors, Major Phillips reported, unable to keep the relief from his voice. Codero's command structure is fragmenting. Some units are retreating toward New Jersey, others heading west. We're tracking them, but... He paused. Sir, they're broken. Completely broken. Colonel Thunder joined Garrett on the steps, his uniform torn and bloodied, but his spirit unbroken. Final casualty count: 147 dead, 392 wounded. Heavy losses, but nothing like what we feared. And, sir, Thunder gestured toward the Liberty Bell, we held it. We held the birthplace of American democracy against overwhelming odds. Garrett felt something tight in his chest loosen slightly. They'd won. Against superior numbers. Against professional fighters. Against every tactical disadvantage. They'd held Independence Hall and sent the FARA running. What's our pursuit status? Garrett asked. Limited, Thunder admitted. We're exhausted, low on ammunition, need time to regroup. But the FARA isn't stopping to fight. They're fleeing. This wasn't a tactical withdrawal. This was defeat. Garrett's secure radio crackled with incoming transmissions from across the country. Fort Campbell reported FRA garrison surrendering. Marines in San Diego pushed FRA forces out of the city entirely. National Guard units in 7 states reported FARA fighters abandoning positions and attempting to flee back across the border. Sir, Major Phillips said we're receiving communications from Trace Cole's network. He says the victory here has broken FRA morale nationwide. Fighters who thought they were joining a winning revolution just watched 20 Americans shatter 2,000 at Independence Hall. They're questioning whether El Hombre Coman can actually win. Then we press the advantage, Garrett decided. Get me communication with all military commanders. The FRA is broken in Philadelphia. Now we take back Washington, New Jersey refugee camp. Same time Michael Billings Jr. stood in the camp's command post, listening to radio reports of Philadelphia's victory, with something between relief and pride. They held, James Cooper said, marking the tactical map they'd been monitoring. 20,000 against 50,000, and Garrett held Independence Hall. The FARA is retreating. Not just held, Sarah Mitchell corrected, reading the latest intelligence from Cole's network. Won. Decisively. Garrett's forces are pursuing. The FARA is broken. Maria Santos entered with other refugees who'd been following the battle reports. Her face showed tears. Not of sorrow, but of hope finally validated. They fought for us, she said quietly, defended the Constitution in the place where it was written, proved that Americans still know how to stand against tyranny. She looked at Michael. Your grandfather was right. Garrett isn't another Taylor. He's actually trying to restore what we lost. Michael's radio crackled with his father's voice from the valley. Michael, Council has voted. With Philadelphia secured, we're sending 40 more volunteers and full supply support. If Garrett can take Washington, if he keeps his word about constitutional restoration, we're all in. The Valley is ready to help rebuild America the right way. Copy that, Michael replied. Tell grandfather his faith was justified. Tell the Council we'll be ready to expand operations. And tell them, he paused, choosing words carefully. Tell them that what we've built here, what they've built in the Valley, what Garrett's fighting for, it's all the same thing. Proof that American principles still work when people are free to apply them. After the call ended, Michael walked outside and looked toward Philadelphia, 60 miles southwest. Somewhere in that city, General Garrett was securing the victory that proved constitutional restoration wasn't just possible. It was happening. And in rural New Jersey, in a camp built by Valley settlement volunteers using Austrian economic principles, refugees were experiencing the first taste of what restored America could become. What happens now? Dr. Sharp asked, joining Michael at the observation post. Now Garrett takes Washington, Michael replied. The FARA still controls the capital, still holds what's left of the federal government infrastructure. That's where the final battle happens, where Garrett either proves he means every word about stepping down, or where he becomes the dictator everyone fears. You think he'll keep his word? Michael thought about that, about men who made promises and men who kept them, about his great-great-grandfather, Joseph, fighting to save Liberty Steel, about his grandfather, Tony, fighting against regulations that destroyed American manufacturing, about his father building a settlement that proved another way was possible. I think, Michael said slowly, that Garrett understands something most politicians never learn. Power isn't about holding it. Power is about knowing when to let it go. If he defeats the FRA and then steps down like he promised, he becomes the man who saved constitutional government. If he holds on to power, Michael shook his head. Then he becomes just another tailor, and this was all for nothing. So we watch, Dr. Sharp said. And we prepare. Exactly, Michael agreed. We watch Washington. We see if Garrett keeps his word, and we prepare to either help rebuild America or defend what we've built from whoever wins. Independence Hall. 1400 hours. Rip Van Allen entered the makeshift command post where General Garrett was coordinating pursuit operations and planning the assault on Washington. The former Major General looked exactly like what he was, a man who'd fought in a battle that would define American history. Van Allen. Garrett looked up from tactical displays. 20 men against 2,000. The after-action reports say you charged with an ancient blade and broke their formation. Is that accurate? Highland traditions, sir, Rip replied simply. Sometimes the old ways work better than people remember. And sometimes mercenaries fighting for money run faster than ideologues fighting for belief. Well, your Highland tradition just saved this battle. The southern flank collapse triggered complete FRA retreat. We're getting reports from across the country. FRA positions are crumbling. Fighters are deserting. The entire occupation is failing because you and 20 volunteers were willing to charge into impossible odds. Garrett stood and extended his hand. On behalf of a grateful nation, Major General Van Allen, and I'm using your full rank regardless of what Smith did. Thank you. You've earned a place in history alongside the men who fought here in 1776. Rip shook his hand. I didn't do it for history, sir. I did it because Independence Hall matters, because the Constitution matters, because some ground is too sacred to surrender. Which brings us to the next question, Garrett said, gesturing to the tactical maps of Washington, D.C. The FRA still holds the capital. General Julio Ventana has fortified the National Mall, Capitol, White House, Lincoln Memorial. He's got maybe 10,000 fighters, and he's threatening to use captured weapons to defend his position, including, Garrett's jaw tightened, including possible nuclear materials that went missing from federal inventory before the collapse. Rip felt his blood run cold. He's threatening nuclear weapons? Threatening. We don't know if he actually has them, or if it's bluff, but Ventana is desperate. He knows if he loses Washington, El Hombre Común is finished. He'll do anything to hold that ground. Then we take it from him, Rip said, the same way we took Philadelphia. Find his weak point, exploit it, break his will to fight. That's what I'm hoping, Garrett replied. But Washington is different. It's not just about taking ground. It's about proving that constitutional government can be restored. If we destroy the Capitol fighting for it, we've lost even if we win. We need to defeat Ventana without destroying everything the Constitution represents. Rip studied the maps, his tactical mind working through possibilities. Then we use the underground again. Washington has metro tunnels, utility corridors, maintenance passages. I can get forces inside Ventana's perimeter without fighting through his defenses, cut off his command, isolate his forces, force surrender instead of pitched battle. Can you do it? Garrett asked. Can you take Washington the same way you took Philadelphia? With minimal forces, maximum psychological impact, and that Highland fury that breaks enemy morale? Rip thought about the dirk at his side, 3 feet of Scottish steel that had killed English soldiers and FRA fighters. Thought about the volunteers who'd charged with him in Philadelphia. Thought about the camp in New Jersey where Michael Billings, Jr. was proving that American principles still worked. Give me 48 hours, Rip said. Give me access to Cole's intelligence network. Give me volunteers who understand we're fighting for the Constitution, not for territory. And I'll bring you Washington without destroying the Capitol to do it. Garrett gripped his shoulder. You've got 48 hours. Make them count. Because if we win in Washington, we prove constitutional restoration is real. And then, his voice held something between hope and uncertainty, then I have to keep my word about stepping down, about returning power to the states and the people, about proving this wasn't just another power grab. You'll keep your word, Rip said with absolute conviction. Because men who fight like we fought in Philadelphia don't follow dictators. They follow leaders who mean what they say. If you break that promise, you lose everything you've won. After Rip left to begin planning the Washington assault, Garrett stood alone in Independence Hall, looking at the chamber where the Constitution had been written. He'd won Philadelphia. The FRA was broken and retreating. Victory was within reach, but the hardest part still lay ahead, not defeating the enemy, but proving he wasn't one himself, not seizing power, but letting it go. not becoming the savior America feared, but the temporary leader it needed. 2 days until Washington. And then the real test would begin. Epilogue 2. Chapter 29. The Battle of Philadelphia ended with American forces in control of the city and Far A forces in full retreat. Casualty estimates: 147 Americans killed, 392 wounded. FRA losses: estimated 2,000 killed, 4,000 wounded, 8,000 captured or deserted. But numbers didn't capture what the battle meant. In the streets where the Constitution had been born, Americans had proven they could still defend it. Against superior numbers. Against professional fighters. Against every disadvantage except the one that mattered most, they'd meant their oath. The Liberty Bell still stood in its pavilion, silent witness to what had been won. Independence Hall remained in American hands, its bullet-scarred walls now testament to the price of freedom. And somewhere in the underground tunnels of New York and Philadelphia, Rip Van Allen was already planning how to bring that same Highland fury to the heart of the nation's capital. The Battle of Philadelphia was over. The Battle of Washington was about to begin. And the future of constitutional government hung in the balance. Chapter 33. The Siege of Washington, May 15th, 2050. General Garrett stood in the pre-dawn darkness outside Arlington, studying the glow of fires across the Potomac. Washington burned in patches where FRA fighters had torched federal buildings they couldn't hold. The Capitol dome rose intact against the charcoal sky, illuminated by floodlights Ventana's forces still controlled. "They've got them all fortified," Colonel Harrison said, pointing to the tactical display. "Bunkers around the monuments, machine gun nests in the Smithsonian buildings. Ventana's headquarters is in the Capitol basement. He's dared us to come get him. That's exactly what we won't do." Garrett turned to the man standing beside him, a Highland warrior whose face bore the scars of Philadelphia's liberation. "Rip, tell me about these tunnels." Rip Van Allen unrolled a set of yellowed documents across the hood of a Humvee. Steam tunnel system, built in 1920s. Connects every federal building underground. The Far A doesn't know they exist. Most people don't. These were decommissioned in the 90s, sealed off, forgotten. His finger traced a route. "We can put 100 men under the Capitol without firing a shot above ground. And the mall fortifications become irrelevant," Garrett said softly. "Worse than irrelevant, they become a trap." Rip's smile was cold. "Ventana's positioned his forces to repel an assault from Arlington. He's got nothing watching his back." Daniel Coleman shifted uncomfortably. "General, if we infiltrate the Capitol and seize Ventana, his forces might use those weapons he's threatened. The dirty bombs, the chemical weapons." "They might," Garrett agreed, "if they have time. But Rip's people won't give them time. May 16th, 2050. 300 hours. The steam tunnel entrance lay beneath a condemned metro station in southeast D.C. Rip's scouts had spent 2 weeks clearing the passage, removing debris, and reinforcing sections where 80 years of neglect had weakened the structure. The tunnel smelled of rust and standing water. Michael Billings, Jr. moved through the darkness with 99 other volunteers, his night vision goggles turning the passage into a green-tinted corridor that stretched ahead into infinity. He'd insisted on joining Rip's infiltration team, despite Garrett's objections. The Valley settlement had committed to helping restore the Constitution. Michael intended to see it through. Rip raised a fist, halting the column. Ahead, a steel door blocked their path, its surface covered in warning signs from decades past. Authorized personnel only. Danger, high-pressure steam. 2 of Rip's men attacked the lock with cutting torches. The blue-white flame cast dancing shadows on the tunnel walls. After 5 minutes, the door groaned open. Beyond lay a junction where 6 tunnels converged. Rip consulted his map by red-filtered flashlight. "This is it. Team Alpha, you've got the Capitol sub-basement. Target Ventana's command center. Team Bravo, Library of Congress. That's where they're storing the heavy weapons. Team Charlie, Supreme Court Building, Communications Hub." He looked at Michael. "You're with me on Alpha. Questions?" No one spoke. "Then let's finish this." 445 hours, the Capitol's sub-basement had once housed mechanical rooms and storage for the building's infrastructure. Now it served as General Julio Ventana's fortress. The FRA had dragged down filing cabinets, office furniture, and anything that could form a barricade in the narrow corridors. 50 fighters guarded the approaches, but all of them faced the grand staircase leading up, the obvious assault route. None faced the steam tunnel entrance. Rip's team emerged into a mechanical room thick with dust. The rumble of generators vibrated through the floor. Ventana had power when much of the city sat dark. Through the doorway, voices speaking Spanish echoed in the corridor. Michael checked his rifle, an old M4 he'd restored from Valley stores. Around, Rip's Highlanders moved with lethal silence. Decades of mountain warfare distilled into fluid motion. These men had broken Philadelphia's defenses in a single night. Washington would fall even faster. Rip hand-signed the assault sequence. Michael watched as the first team glided through the doorway, weapons raised. For 5 seconds, nothing happened. Then controlled bursts of gunfire, short and precise. Shouts in Spanish, cut off abruptly, the acrid smell of cordite. "Move," Rip whispered. They flowed through the corridor like water, past barricades unmanned from behind, past defensive positions rendered useless by their unexpected approach. The FARA fighters never had time to reorganize. Those who tried to resist died quickly. Those who dropped their weapons lived. Within 12 minutes, Rip's team controlled the sub-basement. Within 20, they'd secured the stairs leading up to the Capitol's main floors. The cost? 3 wounded on their side, 15 dead among the FARA, 37 captured. General Ventana was found in what had once been the Senate parliamentarian's office, surrounded by maps and radio equipment. He was a small man, graying and tired, his eyes carrying the knowledge of defeat before Rip ever kicked down the door. "It's over," Rip said simply. Ventana nodded slowly. "Philadelphia? Taken. Your army there surrendered or fled, and you came up through the tunnels." Not a question. Recognition of how he'd been outmaneuvered. "I should have remembered. We have similar systems in Mexico City." He unbuckled his sidearm carefully, placed it on the desk. "I want terms." "You're not in a position to negotiate terms. Your General Garrett will want to talk to me." Ventana's exhaustion made him look older than his years. "I know where every weapon cache is, every cell, every sleeper. I can prevent months of insurgency. But I want immunity for my officers who surrender now. Trial for me, but not execution. That's what I offer." Rip studied him for a long moment. "I'll relay that to Garrett. But you don't dictate terms to winners. Winners who want peace should listen to defeated men who can deliver it." 0630 hours. National Mall. As dawn broke over Washington, FRA fighters along the mall fortifications discovered their position had become indefensible. Rip's teams Bravo and Charlie had seized their weapons caches and communications equipment. Behind them, the Capitol had fallen silently in the night. Before them, Garrett's main force waited across the Potomac with artillery zeroed on every bunker. The choice was simple. Surrender or die, defending positions that no longer mattered. By 0800 hours, white flags appeared along the mall. By 0900, Garrett's forces crossed the Arlington Memorial Bridge without firing a shot. By noon, Washington, D.C. was secured. The Constitution, preserved in its climate-controlled case at the National Archives, had survived intact. Bullet holes scarred the building's facade, but the document itself remained untouched, as if history itself had shielded it for this moment. May 17, 2050. Morning Garrett stood before the Lincoln Memorial, its white marble columns rising pristine above the scarred city. Behind him, Colonel Harrison and Daniel Coleman waited. Before him, units of the restored United States Army, what remained of soldiers who refused to follow Taylor's tyranny, who'd waited in the wilderness for this day. "Yesterday we took back our capital," Garrett said, his voice carrying across the mall. "Not for glory, not for power, but to restore what was stolen from us. A government of laws, not men. A constitution that protects freedom, not suppresses it." He paused, looking at the faces before him, young and old, black and white, men and women who'd fought through hell to reach this moment. But taking Washington was the easy part. Now comes the hard work, building a government worthy of the sacrifice. "We're going to call a constitutional convention. Every state will send delegates. We're going to ask hard questions about what went wrong, and harder questions about how to prevent it from happening again." Michael Billings, Jr. stood at the edge of the crowd, listening. His grandfather Tony had lived through 82 years of America's decline. His father had built an alternative in the Allegheny Valley. Now his generation would determine whether freedom could be restored, or whether this victory was just another turn in the cycle of tyranny. "I give you my word," Garrett continued. "When the Constitution is restored and a legitimate government elected, I will step down. I'm a soldier, not a ruler. This uniform comes off the day the Republic is reborn." Someone in the crowd called out. "And if we want you to stay?" Garrett shook his head. "Then you haven't understood what we fought for. Power must return to the people and their representatives. That's not negotiable. That's the whole point." He turned to face the Lincoln Memorial, reading the words carved in stone. "That government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." "Lincoln saved the Union once," Garrett said quietly. "Now it's our turn. Let's get to work." Afternoon. Garrett's temporary headquarters, the office had once belonged to the Senate Majority Leader. Now it served as Garrett's command post, stripped of its former grandeur, filled with maps and tactical displays. Daniel Coleman sat across the desk, reviewing Ventana's surrender terms. "He's giving us everything," Coleman said. "Weapons caches, sleeper cells, the whole network. In exchange for trials instead of summary execution, and immunity for officers who surrender within 48 hours. Do we accept? We should. Hunting down every Frostcell could take years and cost thousands of lives. This way, we can focus on reconstruction." Garrett nodded slowly. "Schedule his trial for after the Constitutional Convention. I want everything done by law properly. No military tribunals. No shortcuts. If we're going to claim legitimacy, we have to earn it." "The states are already responding to your call," Coleman said, pulling out another document. 37 states have confirmed they're sending delegates. The flyover states especially. They want this convention badly. They've watched coastal elites control policy for decades. Now they see a chance to rebalance the system. What about California, Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico? Resistant. They're worried about losing federal enforcement mechanisms for their preferred policies. "Then we'll need to convince them," Garrett said. "The new Constitution has to work for everyone, or it won't work at all." Coleman smiled slightly. "I've been in touch with the Valley Settlement. Tony Billings is willing to testify. So is his grandson Michael. They've got data, actual economic results from a decade of Austrian principles in practice. That might be more persuasive than any legal argument. Then let's bring them to the convention." Garrett stood, looking out the window at the Capitol dome, still illuminated against the afternoon sky. "We won the war, Daniel. Now we have to win the peace. That's going to be a lot harder. Worth doing, though." "Worth everything," Garrett agreed. The siege of Washington had taken 48 hours with minimal casualties and maximum effect, but restoring the Republic would take everything they had, and more than a few battles yet to come. The military victory was merely the prologue. The real work was about to begin. Chapter 34. The Constitutional Convention, June 1, 2050. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They convened in Independence Hall, where the original Constitution had been debated and signed 263 years earlier. The symbolism wasn't lost on anyone. Delegates from all 50 states filled the chamber, sitting in wooden chairs beneath portraits of Washington, Franklin, and Madison. The summer heat pressed through open windows, just as it had in 1787. General Garrett stood at the podium, still in uniform, though he'd removed his sidearm. "Gentlemen and ladies, we face a question the founders themselves faced. How do we structure government to protect liberty while maintaining order? They gave us a constitution that worked for generations. We allowed it to be corrupted, amended, reinterpreted until it no longer resembled what they created. Now we have the chance to restore it, or to write something better. That's your job, not mine." He gestured to Daniel Coleman, who sat at a table stacked with documents. "Attorney General Coleman will chair the legal drafting. But before we debate structure, we need to understand how we got here. I've asked Tony Billings to speak first. Mr. Billings is 82 years old. His grandfather fought regulations that destroyed his family's steel business in 2008. Tony witnessed the entire collapse, from constitutional republic to tyranny. He's earned the right to be heard." Tony Billings rose slowly, leaning on a cane, his worn, scarred face bearing 8 decades of hard-won wisdom. Michael Jr. helped his grandfather to the podium, then stepped back. The chamber fell silent. "Thank you, General." Tony's voice was strong despite his age. "I'm going to tell you how we lost the Republic. Not all at once. That would have been easier to fight. We lost it one compromise at a time, one expansion of federal power at a time, one well-intentioned law at a time. He pulled reading glasses from his pocket, consulted notes written in a shaking hand. 1913. 16th Amendment. Federal income tax. They told us it would only apply to the rich, only fund essential services. By 2024, the federal government consumed a quarter of the nation's wealth. The power to tax became the power to control everything. A California delegate interrupted, "Surely you're not suggesting we eliminate all federal taxation?" "I'm suggesting unlimited taxation enabled unlimited government," Tony replied. When the federal government could take as much as it wanted, state sovereignty became a joke. Why should states matter when Washington controlled the purse strings? He continued without waiting for response. 1913. 17th Amendment. Direct election of senators. Sounds democratic, doesn't it? The framers designed the Senate to represent state governments, not popular majorities. State legislatures chose senators who would defend state interests against federal encroachment. After 1913, senators became federal politicians who happened to live in states. They had no loyalty to state sovereignty because state governments couldn't remove them. Tony's voice hardened. Those two amendments, income tax and direct election, destroyed the constitutional architecture. What followed was inevitable. Federal agencies multiplied like weeds. EPA, Department of Education, HUD, HHS, agencies the Constitution never authorized, performing functions the states were supposed to control. He looked around the chamber, meeting eyes. My grandfather owned Liberty Steel in Pittsburgh. In 2008, environmental regulations shut him down. He could not afford to operate at a profit and install the federally mandated water treatment and air pollution equipment required to operate the plant. Other businesses and land developers were stymied because the EPA chose to protect the Perdido Key beach mouse and not the economy. The Allegheny woodrat killed jobs in Pennsylvania. That's what happens when you centralize power. Distant bureaucrats make decisions about things they don't understand, can't see, and don't care about. By 2024, we had federal mandates on what you could build, where you could drill, how you could farm, what your children learned in school, who you had to hire, and what you had to pay them. The Constitution said Congress could regulate interstate commerce. They interpreted that to mean they could regulate everything, because everything might affect interstate commerce. Grow wheat for your own consumption. Interstate commerce. Run a small restaurant. Interstate commerce. Breathe. Probably interstate commerce if they thought hard enough. A murmur of uncomfortable laughter rippled through the delegates. Tony wasn't smiling. Economic collapse followed. When government controls production, production stops. Austrian economists explained why. Capital accumulation requires saving. Saving requires property rights. Property rights require limits on government power. We had none of those things. By 2048, we'd destroyed 3 generations of prosperity. President Taylor's tyranny was just the final symptom of the disease we'd been cultivating for a century. He paused, gripping the podium. I'm 82 years old. I've watched my country die. My grandfather couldn't save it. My son built an alternative in the Allegheny Valley. 73 families proving Austrian principles work when you let them. Now my grandson's generation has a chance to rebuild. Don't waste it. Don't compromise. Don't tell yourselves a little federal power is safe. It's not. It never was. Tony stepped back from the podium. The chamber remained silent for a long moment, the weight of his testimony hanging in the summer air. Afternoon session. Michael Billings, Jr. stood before the delegates. No notes, no podium, just 10 years of data, and the confidence of a man who'd proven his case. Mr. Billings testified about how we lost prosperity, Michael said. I'm going to show you how we got it back. In 2040, 73 families settled in the Allegheny Valley. We had nothing. No federal aid, no loans, no subsidies. What we had was freedom to cooperate voluntarily without government interference. He displayed a chart on the screen behind him. First year, subsistence farming, basic shelter, survival. We made decisions locally, adapted quickly to conditions, used local knowledge. No bureaucrat in Washington told us which crops to plant or how to build our homes. We figured it out. Second year, surplus production. We started trading. Food for tools, labor for expertise, voluntary exchange, mutual benefit, no regulations about fair wages or approved transactions. If someone doesn't pull their weight, they don't eat well. If someone innovates, they prosper. Incentives work. Michael advanced to the next chart. Third year, capital accumulation. We'd saved enough to invest in infrastructure. A small hydroelectric plant, a forge, a sawmill. Time preference shifted from immediate consumption to long-term building. Why? Because we owned the fruits of our labor. No income tax, no regulatory burden, no confiscation of capital. A Colorado delegate raised her hand. How did you handle disputes? Surely you needed some form of government. We did, Michael agreed. We elected a council, 5 people, rotating every year. Their job was to mediate disputes and organize common defense. They had no power to tax, no power to regulate production, no power to redistribute wealth. They coordinated voluntary cooperation. That's all. And environmental protection? The California delegate asked. Who prevented pollution? We did. Everyone in the valley drinks from the same watershed. No one wanted poisoned water. We established common-sense rules. Don't dump waste in the river. Contain your sewage. Control erosion. Local enforcement by people who lived with the consequences. It worked better than federal regulations ever did. Michael displayed the final chart. 10 years of economic data. By 2050, 73 families have become a thriving community of 400 people. We manufactured steel, generated power, produced surplus food, and traded with surrounding regions. Our per capita income was 3 times the national average. Unemployment, 0. Crime, negligible. Environmental quality, excellent. He let the numbers speak for themselves. This isn't theory. This isn't ideology. This is measured results from a decade of Austrian economics in practice. Voluntary cooperation works. Decentralized decision-making works. Profit motive works. Property rights work. Limited government works. The question isn't whether these principles can succeed. We've proven they can. The question is whether you'll structure the new Constitution to allow them to succeed nationally, or whether you'll repeat the mistakes that destroyed the old one. Michael sat down. Several delegates were taking notes. Others looked skeptical. The California delegate looked disturbed. Her entire worldview had just been challenged with data. Evening session, Daniel Coleman approached the podium as the summer sun angled through the western windows. He'd spent the break watching delegates argue in small groups, testing positions, forming coalitions. Now came the hard part, translating principles into constitutional architecture. We've heard testimony about how we lost the Republic and how Austrian principles can restore prosperity, Coleman began. Now we need to discuss structure. How do we build a constitution that prevents the mistakes of the past while enabling the freedom that creates prosperity? He displayed the first document. The original Constitution gave Congress enumerated powers. Everything else was reserved to the states. In practice, that limitation failed. Congress expanded interstate commerce to mean everything. The General Welfare Clause became a blank check. The 10th Amendment became meaningless. So we need to be more explicit. The new Constitution will enumerate federal powers positively, prohibit expansion negatively. Here's what I propose. Article 1. Federal powers. The federal government shall have power only to provide for the common defense through armed forces, conduct foreign relations, and negotiate treaties, regulate commerce between states, disputes only, not production, establish uniform rules of naturalization coin money, but its value will be regulated by the free market. Mail will be handled by private enterprise. Issue patents and copyrights, define and punish piracies and felonies on the high seas. All other powers are reserved exclusively to the states or the people. This reservation is absolute and not subject to expansion by interpretation, necessity, or judicial construction. A New York delegate stood. That's far more restrictive than the original Constitution. The original Constitution was supposed to be restrictive, Coleman replied. We ignore the restrictions. This time, we won't leave room for creative interpretation. He advanced to the next section. Federal funding. No federal income tax. The federal government will be funded by tariffs, excise taxes on imported goods, and direct state contributions. Here's the formula. Article 2. Federal funding. Each state shall contribute to federal expenses in proportion to its gross state product. The federal government shall calculate annual need, subtract revenues from tariffs and excise taxes, and apportion the remainder among states based on their GSP relative to national total. Example, if federal need is $4 trillion in tariffs, provide $1 trillion. States collectively owe $3 trillion. If California's GSP represents 14.3% of national total, California owes $429 billion. The California delegate shot to her feet. That's enormous. How can we afford that? By eliminating federal income taxes and letting your citizens keep their earnings, Coleman answered. Right now, Californians pay federal income tax that gets redistributed to other states. Under this system, you pay for federal defense and your citizens keep the rest. Your state decides how much to tax its own residents for state services. The federal government has no claim on individual income. What if a state refuses to pay? Then it forfeits federal protection and representation. It's effectively seceded. The Constitution will provide mechanisms for peaceful separation. We won't hold states captive. If a state thinks it can do better on its own and pay duties and tariffs like a foreign state and provide for its own defense, it will be free to do so. Coleman let that sink in before continuing. Electoral reforms. We've learned that democratic legitimacy requires secure, transparent processes. No more month-long ballot counting, no more harvesting, no more irregularities that destroy public confidence. Article 3. Electoral process. All federal elections shall be conducted on a single day with paper ballots. Polls close simultaneously. Counting begins immediately under observation. Exception. Military personnel on active duty at foreign stations may vote on military bases. Ballots shall be secured by the Inspector General of the Armed Forces and delivered to the Secretary of State within 48 hours. Voters must be 18 years of age and possess valid United States passport. Congressional and presidential compensation shall be determined by ballot measure every 2 years. Why passports? An Oregon delegate asked. Because citizenship must mean something, Coleman replied. A passport requires proof of citizenship. It prevents fraud while ensuring every legitimate citizen can vote. If you're worried about access, make passports easier to obtain, but verify citizenship first. He moved to the most controversial reform, senatorial elections. The 17th Amendment destroyed state sovereignty by making senators federal politicians. We're reversing that. Article 4, Senate senators shall be elected by state legislatures, not popular vote. Each state shall send 2 senators. Terms shall be 2 years, with a maximum of 4 consecutive terms. Senators represent their state government and may be recalled by state legislature for cause. The chamber erupted. Half the delegates were shouting objections, the other half nodding approval. Coleman waited for silence. The Senate was designed to protect state interests against federal encroachment, he said when order returned. Popular election made that impossible. Senators became politicians seeking re-election through federal spending and national media attention. They had no incentive to defend state sovereignty, because states had no power over them. This reform restores the original design. Senators serve their state legislature, defend state interests, and can be removed if they fail. It makes federalism real again. What about the House? Someone called out. 1 representative per county, regardless of population. 4-year terms, maximum 2 consecutive. This keeps representatives close to their constituents and prevents career politicians from accumulating power. Coleman paused, then shifted to the philosophical argument he'd been preparing. Now I want to address something deeper. Something that goes to the heart of why the old system failed. It's about the nature of speech and freedom itself. He walked away from the podium, addressing the delegates directly. The First Amendment says Congress shall make no law abridging freedom of speech and of the press. Not expression. Not communication. Not conduct that conveys a message. Speech, press, written and spoken words. The Supreme Court, in its wisdom, decided that wasn't enough. They expanded speech to include flag burning, money donations, symbolic protests, occupations of public spaces, chaining oneself to doors. They called it expressive conduct, and granted it constitutional protection. This was a catastrophic error, and I'll tell you why. Coleman's voice intensified. Words are the only uniquely human medium of rational persuasion. Everything else, flags burned, bodies blocking doors, tents in parks, money donated, fists raised, is force or spectacle masquerading as argument. When a polity begins treating spectacle as equivalent to speech, it has already surrendered the very thing that makes self-government possible, the contest of reasons. He let that statement hang in the air. Several delegates leaned forward. The framers wrote speech and press deliberately. They believed free government depends on citizens who can be moved by argument alone, not by emotion, intimidation, or the visceral power of an act. They understood the classical distinction between logos, reasoned discourse, and everything else: pathos, ethos, violence, theater, wealth. Once you erase that distinction, the loudest, richest, most theatrical, or most disruptive actor wins, not the truest, not the most persuasive, the most spectacular. That's why the modern liberal order collapsed, Coleman continued. We replaced the Republic of Letters with the Republic of Gestures. We protected conduct while drowning out rebuttals in noise. We said actions speak louder than words. And then we wondered why reasoned debate became impossible, why demagogues won elections through stunts rather than substance, why violence became indistinguishable from protest. The California delegate stood slowly. Are you saying protests aren't protected speech? I'm saying conduct isn't speech, Coleman replied. You want to protest? Write an article, give a speech, publish a pamphlet, organize a debate, use words to persuade. That's protected absolutely. You want to block traffic, occupy buildings, destroy property, threaten violence? That's conduct. It can be regulated, restricted, or prohibited because it's not speech, it's force. The framers feared the demagogue who sways crowds with symbols more than the one who speaks falsehoods, because falsehoods can be answered with better words. But once you step outside the arena where words matter, once you replace persuasion with spectacle, you've ended the possibility of self-government through reason. Eventually, someone gestures with a gun, and the republic dies. Coleman returned to the podium. That's why the new Constitution will restore precision. Speech means spoken and written words. Press means published materials. These receive absolute protection. Conduct receives no special protection merely because someone claims it conveys a message. If you can persuade through reason, you don't need to burn flags or chain doors. If you can't persuade through reason, you don't deserve constitutional protection for your intimidation. The chamber was silent. Even the skeptics looked thoughtful. This matters for Austrian economics, Coleman added. Voluntary cooperation requires persuasion, not coercion. The marketplace of ideas must be exactly that: ideas, arguments, reasons. When we allowed conduct to masquerade as speech, we abandoned persuasion for whoever could make the most disruptive gesture. We replaced commerce with coercion. The same philosophical error that destroyed free markets destroyed free speech. He displayed the final proposal. Constitutional reforms require ratification by state legislatures, not popular referendum. 3/4 of states must approve. Once ratified, the Constitution takes effect and we hold elections under the new rules. Article 5. Devolution of powers all functions of the Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Education, Department of Health and Human Services, and all regulatory agencies not explicitly authorized by article I shall be transferred to state control. Each state shall establish its own environmental, educational, and social service policies suited to its geography, economy, and citizens. No state may impose its regulations on another state. No federal agency may override state decisions in these areas. This is the heart of it, Coleman said. Real federalism, real state sovereignty, real local control. California can have strict environmental rules. Wyoming can prioritize energy production. Citizens vote with their feet. Best practices emerge through competition and experimentation, not federal mandate. He closed his folder. That's the framework. It protects individual liberty, limits federal power, restores state sovereignty, enables Austrian economics, and prevents the corruptions that destroyed the old system. It's not perfect. No human system is. But it's designed to fail safely, with power dispersed and checked at every level. Now comes the debate. Let's hear your objections. June 2nd, 2050. Morning session. The California delegate stood for recognition. She was a former state senator, sharp and articulate, representing a coalition of Western states nervous about the proposed changes. Attorney General Coleman, your proposals would devastate California's economy. We depend on federal funding for infrastructure, education, and environmental protection. Under your system, we'd lose all of that while paying billions to the federal government. You'd lose federal funding, Coleman agreed, but you'd keep federal taxes. Your citizens currently pay $600 billion in federal income tax. Under the new system, they'd pay nothing to the federal government except what California owes for defense. Maybe $430 billion based on your GSP. That's $170 billion your state legislature could use for infrastructure, education, whatever you decide, plus whatever you choose to tax your own residents for state services. But we'd have no federal environmental protection. Michael Billings Jr. stood. You never had federal environmental protection. You had federal regulations that protected beach mice while forests burned. You had one-size-fits-all mandates written by bureaucrats who'd never visited your state. Now you can write California-specific rules that actually address California-specific problems. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Freedom from federal interference? The delegate hesitated. We want federal enforcement against other states that pollute. Interstate pollution affects everyone. Then negotiate interstate compacts, Coleman replied. The Constitution allows that. If Colorado's power plants affect California's air quality, form an agreement. Use persuasion, not federal coercion. The states are laboratories of democracy. Let them experiment. An Iowa delegate rose. Our state ratifies this immediately. We're tired of subsidizing coastal states through federal redistribution. We're tired of environmental regulations written by people who've never farmed. We want local control, and we want it now. A Wyoming delegate joined him. Seconded. The flyover states will ratify within weeks. We've been waiting for this our entire lives. The New Mexico delegate stood. Our state has concerns about the senatorial reforms. Popular election gave minority communities a voice in federal government. Returning to state legislature selection could disenfranchise us. Daniel Coleman nodded thoughtfully. The new Constitution explicitly protects equal protection under law. No state may discriminate based on race, religion, or origin. But I'll ask you this. Do minority communities really have more influence electing senators through popular campaigns funded by out-of-state money, or through state legislatures, where local representatives know their constituents personally? Popular campaigns favor wealth and name recognition. State legislatures favor local knowledge and constituent service. Which system actually empowers communities? The New Mexico delegate sat down, still uncertain but lacking a counter-argument. June 5, 2050. Resolution after 5 days of debate, compromise, and negotiation. Daniel Coleman stood before the assembled delegates with a draft constitution. The heat had broken. Rain drummed against the windows, cooling the chamber. We have a text, Coleman announced. It incorporates most of what I proposed, with amendments reflecting your concerns. State funding formula includes a hardship provision for states with small populations. Electoral reforms include accessibility provisions for disabled voters. Senatorial terms remain at 2 years with a 4-term limit. The Constitution limits federal power to national defense and interstate dispute resolution. All other powers reserved to states. No federal income tax. State funding by GSP formula. Paper ballots. Same-day voting. Military exception. Senators elected by state legislatures. Representatives by county. First Amendment restored to original meaning. Speech and press mean words, not conduct. States control EPA functions, education, social services. Amendments 11 through 27 not included. We're back to the original 10. He looked around the chamber. 37 states have indicated they'll ratify immediately. Another 8 are likely within 60 days. That gives us 45, well over the 3/4 threshold. California, Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, and Washington still have reservations. I want to address those states directly. Coleman turned to face the Western delegation. The new Constitution doesn't prohibit your progressive policies. It prohibits federal enforcement of those policies on other states. You can have universal health care in California. You just can't force it on Texas. You can have strict environmental rules. You just can't impose them on Wyoming. That's true federalism. That's real state sovereignty. That's what you've claimed to want for decades. The question is whether you meant it. The California delegate stood slowly. If we ratify, can we trust that other states won't interfere with our policies? The Constitution explicitly prohibits it, Coleman replied. Article 1, Section 8, No state shall impose its regulations, taxes, or mandates upon another state. That protects you as much as it protects Wyoming. She consulted with her delegation, then nodded. California will ratify, with the understanding that we retain complete autonomy over state affairs. The Oregon delegate followed. Oregon as well. Colorado and New Mexico exchanged glances, then agreed. Only Washington state held out. We need more time to review with our legislature. You have 60 days, Coleman said. After that, the Constitution takes effect, with or without you. You can join later, but you'll miss the first election and the formation of the new government. June 15, 2050, the final vote came on a Tuesday afternoon. 47 states ratified immediately. Washington state came around, after 10 days of intense debate. Rhode Island and Hawaii took the full 60 days, but eventually joined. All 50 states approved the new Constitution. General Garrett stood before the assembled delegates one final time. You've done something remarkable. You've proven that free people can govern themselves through reason and deliberation. Now comes the hard part. Living under these rules, defending them when they're inconvenient, resisting the temptation to expand federal power when some crisis demands it. Elections will be held in 90 days. I will not be a candidate. My job was to defeat tyranny and restore constitutional government. That job is finished. The future belongs to you. He removed his uniform jacket, folded it carefully, and placed it on the podium. I'm going home. I suggest you do the same, and get ready to govern. As the delegates filed out of Independence Hall, Michael Billings Jr. found his grandfather sitting alone in the chamber, tears streaming down his weathered face. Grandfather? Tony looked up, smiling through tears. I never thought I'd see it. A real constitution, real limits on power, a chance to build what your father dreamed of, prosperity through freedom. He gripped Michael's hand. Now don't waste it. Teach your children what we learned. Make sure they understand how precious this is, and how easily it can be lost. I will, Michael promised. Outside, rain had given way to evening sun. The city glowed golden in the light, as if history itself was blessing what they'd accomplished. The hard work of restoration lay ahead. Elections, transitions, the 1,000 practical details of dismantling federal bureaucracy and transferring power to states. But the Constitution was written. The principles were established. The architecture was in place. Now they just had to make it work.